Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Dark Harry. We are thrilled to present today's story. What if Grandmama Addams challenged Voldemort to a dark arts duel? He ran for the first time. If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1. When worlds collide. The acrid smoke from Grandmama Addams' cauldron filled the basement with an eerie green glow. She hummed contentedly while dropping in a freshly plucked toenail, her own, naturally, into the bubbling mixture. The old family recipe for eternal youth needed just a pinch more. Eye of newt when she felt it. A disturbance. Not the usual kind that permeated the Addams mansion. No, this was different. Grandmama's wrinkled hand froze mid-sprinkle as her eyes narrowed. Someone was meddling with the family relics. She abandoned her potion with a quick mutter of preservation and hurried up the creaking stairs, her joints surprisingly nimble for a woman of her considerable age. The family vault door hung open, swinging slightly on its ancient hinges. "Morticia! Gomez," she called, her voice carrying through the mansion. "Someone's been in the vault." Within moments, the tall, elegant figure of Morticia appeared, followed closely by Gomez in his pinstriped suit, a half-smoked cigar dangling from his fingers. "Mother, what's happened?" Morticia asked, her voice smooth as silk. Grandmama pointed a gnarled finger toward the open vault. "The Maleficum Addams is gone. And the Hand of Glory. And my collection of cursed Egyptian scarabs." Gomez's eyes widened. "Impossible. No one can breach our family wards unless they're family." "No," Grandmama cut him off. "This wasn't family. This was something else. Something." She sniffed the air like a bloodhound. "Something not from our world." Lurch appeared silently behind them with a concerned groan. "Yes, Lurch, please fetch my divination tools," Grandmama said. "And tell Wednesday and Pugsley to join us. This concerns all Addamses." Within minutes, the family gathered in the main hall. Wednesday, dressed in her signature black dress with white collar, watched with unusual interest as Grandmama spread out a weathered map on the floor and placed black candles at each corner. "Cool," Pugsley commented as Grandmama sprinkled what looked suspiciously like dried blood around the edges of the map. "Now, everyone join hands," Grandmama instructed, her eyes gleaming with determination. "We need to find who took our treasures." The family formed a circle around the map. Even Thing joined in, skittering between Morticia and Gomez to complete the chain. Grandmama began chanting in an ancient tongue that made the candle flames turn blue and grow to alarming heights. The map began to smoke, then burn in specific patterns, revealing not locations but rifts, dimensional tiers. "Well, that's curious," Grandmama muttered. "Our thief isn't just from another place. They're from another realm entirely. Another dimension." Uncle Fester's eyes lit up, quite literally, as electricity sparked between his teeth. "How exciting. I haven't had interdimensional visitors since that mishap with the toaster and the bathtub back in '57. Grandmama shook her head. "Not visitors, Fester. Thieves." She pointed to the burning pattern on the map. "And they've left a magical signature. Very distinctive. Dark magic, but not our kind of dark. More, desperate. Fractured." Wednesday leaned closer, her pigtails dangling near the flames. "Can you track them, Grandmama?" "Of course I can, child. I've been tracking dimensional disturbances since before your great-great-grandfather was entombed." Grandmama collected some of the ashes from the map into a small leather pouch. "But first, I need to know what we're dealing with." Grandmama retreated to her chamber, muttering about consulting the ancestral spirits. The family dispersed but remained on alert. Theft from the Addams family was no trivial matter, especially theft of their magical heirlooms. Hours later, Grandmama emerged, her expression both troubled and intrigued. "I've seen him," she announced as the family reconvened in the living room. "The thief calls himself Lord Voldemort. Lord. Gomez chuckled, flipping his dagger into the air and catching it by the blade. Rather presumptuous title, isn't it? What's he lord of? Pugsley asked, looking up from the small explosive he was tinkering with. Nothing, really, Grandmama said with a dismissive wave. He's from a magical world similar to ours but different. Their magic users hide away from non-magical folk. Use wands, of all things. Wands? Wednesday's eyebrow arched slightly. How provincial. Indeed, Grandmama nodded. This Voldemort fellow fancies himself the greatest dark wizard of their world. Splits his soul into pieces to avoid death. How terribly inefficient, Morticia commented, stroking her pet plant. Avoiding death rather than embracing its beauty. And apparently, he doesn't have a nose, Grandmama added. Fester burst into laughter. No nose? How does he smell? Terrible. Grandmama cackled, then grew serious again. But he's dangerous in his way. He's stolen our grimoire to enhance his power. The Maleficum Addams contains family secrets going back centuries. Gomez straightened his tie. No one steals from the Addams family. What's our plan of attack, Mother? I'll go after him myself, Grandmama declared. This requires a specialist in the dark arts. Alone? Morticia's concern was evident despite her calm demeanor. For now. I'll open a portal to his dimension and retrieve what belongs to us. Grandmama's eyes gleamed. Besides, I haven't had a proper magical duel in decades. This could be quite invigorating. Wednesday stepped forward. I want to come. He has a snake familiar. I'd like to meet it. And I heard they have ghosts that aren't even related to them, Pugsley added excitedly. Grandmama considered this. Not this time, children. I need to assess the threat. But I promise, if there's to be any proper torture or dismemberment, I'll bring you along next time. The children nodded, disappointed but understanding. What can we do to help, Mother? Morticia asked. Prepare the mansion's defenses. If I fail to return within 3 days, you'll need to be ready. Grandmama turned to Lurch. Fetch me my traveling cauldron and the box of eternal midnight. Lurch groaned in acknowledgement and shuffled away. Grandmama spent the next several hours preparing, mixing potions that bubbled with otherworldly light, sharpening ritual daggers, and packing various ingredients into a leather satchel that seemed to contain far more space than its exterior suggested. As twilight approached, she stood in the center of the mansion's graveyard, surrounded by headstones of Addams' ancestors. The family gathered to watch as she traced complex patterns in the air with a finger dipped in a viscous black liquid. Remember, darling, the Addams family never retreats, Gomez said, kissing his mother-in-law's hand. Unless it's into further darkness, Morticia added with a slight smile. Grandmama nodded. I'll be back before you know it. With our property, and perhaps a new story to tell. With that, she completed the final gesture. The air between two ancient mausoleums tore open, revealing a swirling vortex of purple and black energy. Without hesitation, Grandmama Addams stepped through, her cackling laughter lingering in the graveyard long after the portal snapped closed behind her. Lord Voldemort stood in the center of an ancient stone circle, the tall megalithic rocks casting long shadows in the moonlight. His pale, snake-like face was illuminated by the eerie glow emanating from the book floating before him, the Maleficum Addams. Master, Bellatrix Lestrange whispered reverently from her position just outside the circle, is it working? Voldemort didn't answer immediately. His red eyes narrowed in concentration as he attempted to decipher the strange text. Unlike any magic he had encountered before, the Addams grimoire seemed to shift and change as he read it, as if alive and aware. Silence, he finally hissed. This magic is unusual. It requires complete focus. Around them, a small contingent of Death Eaters maintained a protective perimeter. Lucius Malfoy stood rigidly, his long blonde hair stirring in the breeze as he cast nervous glances toward the dark forest surrounding them. Severus Snape remained slightly apart, his expression unreadable as always. Voldemort raised his wand and began an incantation from the book, his high, cold voice carrying through the night air. The words felt strange on his tongue, not Latin or any language he recognized, but something older, more primal. As he spoke, the air around him began to thicken and swirl with dark energy. The stolen hand of glory suddenly ignited, its fingers burning with black flames that cast no light. The Egyptian scarabs, arranged in a specific pattern around him, began to click and move of their own accord. Yes, Voldemort whispered, feeling power surge through him. This family has indeed mastered arts unknown even to me. But soon, their secrets will be mine. The scarabs suddenly scattered, their synchronized movement breaking apart. Voldemort frowned, sensing a disturbance in the magical energy he was channeling. "Someone approaches," Snape said quietly, stepping forward. Before Voldemort could respond, the air between two of the ancient stones rippled and tore open. Through the resulting portal stepped a small, elderly woman with wild gray hair and a face as wrinkled as ancient parchment. She wore a ragged black dress and carried a weathered leather satchel. "Well, well," Grandmama Addams said, surveying the scene with obvious disapproval. "Someone's been playing with things they don't understand." The Death Eaters raised their wands in unison, but Voldemort held up a hand to stop them. He studied the newcomer with calculating eyes. "You are from the Addams family," he stated rather than asked. Grandmama's eyes fixed on the floating grimoire. "And you're the noseless wonder who's been stealing my things." She pointed a gnarled finger at him. "Rude, by the way. In my day, dark wizards had the courtesy to challenge each other properly before stealing family heirlooms." Bellatrix stepped forward, her eyes wild with indignation. "How dare you address the Dark Lord with such—" "Oh hush, child," Grandmama cut her off with a dismissive wave. "The adults are talking." To everyone's surprise, Bellatrix fell silent, looking confused at her own compliance. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Wandless magic, performed with such casual ease. This required caution. "I am Lord Voldemort," he declared, drawing himself up to his full height. "The greatest dark wizard who has ever lived. These artifacts now serve a greater purpose in my hands." Grandmama actually laughed, a cackling sound that echoed off the ancient stones. "Greatest dark wizard? Child, I was brewing potions from the tears of the damned while your ancestors were still figuring out which end of a wand to hold." She took a step closer. "And as for dark magic, you clearly don't understand the first thing about it." Voldemort felt a flash of rage. "You dare, I dare plenty," Grandmama interrupted. "But I'm also fair. So I'll make you an offer, return what you've taken, and I'll let you keep all your limbs. Mostly in their current arrangement." The Death Eaters murmured among themselves, unsettled by the old woman's confidence. Voldemort raised his wand. "Perhaps a demonstration is in order." Crucio. The red jet of light shot toward Grandmama, only to dissipate harmlessly inches from her face. "Pain spells." Grandmama clicked her tongue disapprovingly. "An Addams lives with pain like an old friend. You'll have to do better than that." Without drawing any wand or tool, she made a subtle gesture. The ground beneath Voldemort's feet suddenly writhed as buried bones erupted upward, forming skeletal hands that grasped at his robes. With a slashing motion of his wand, Voldemort severed the skeletal fingers and countered with a blast of green light, the killing curse. Grandmama simply caught the spell in her bare hand, where it swirled like a green marble before she popped it into her mouth and swallowed. "Bit tangy," she commented, patting her stomach. "Not bad, though." For the first time in many years, Lord Voldemort felt something akin to uncertainty. This was magic unlike any he had encountered, raw, primal, and seemingly unbounded by the rules he understood. "What are you?" he demanded. "Just a granny who's upset someone's been in her cookie jar," Grandmama replied with a dangerous smile. She pointed to the grimoire. That book won't work for you properly, you know. Addams' magic requires Addams' blood. Blood can be taken, Voldemort hissed. True, Grandmama nodded. But would you know what to do with it? Our magic isn't about fancy words and light shows. It's about family, tradition, and embracing the darkness, not fearing it. She looked him up and down critically. And you, Lord No-Knows, clearly fear death more than anything. The insult caused Bellatrix to lunge forward with a shriek of rage, but Grandmama merely blew a handful of powder in her direction. Bellatrix froze mid-step, her expression locked in fury but her body completely immobilized. Now then, Grandmama said, turning back to Voldemort. I came here for a reason. I formally challenge you to a duel of dark arts. Winner takes the artifacts. Loser. Her smile widened, showing surprisingly sharp teeth. Well, losers don't typically have opinions afterward. Voldemort considered the old woman carefully. His initial dismissal had clearly been a mistake. This was old magic, family magic, something he had always sought to understand but never fully grasped due to his disconnection from his own wizarding heritage. An opportunity, perhaps. If he could defeat her, he might gain insights into this unfamiliar power. But something in those ancient eyes gave him pause. There was power there, yes, but also something he rarely saw, absolute confidence without a hint of fear. A duel, he repeated, playing for time while considering his options. What terms do you propose? Grandmama reached into her satchel and pulled out what appeared to be a shrunken head. Traditional rules. No seconds. No interference. She stroked the shrunken head's hair affectionately. My friend Boris here will officiate. The shrunken head's eyes suddenly popped open. Been a while since a proper dark duel, it commented in a surprisingly deep voice. Last one was what, 1897? The necromancer from Prague? 1898, Grandmama corrected. Though that hardly counted as a duel. More of a messy execution. Voldemort sensed movement behind him as his Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably. My lord, Snape's quiet voice came from nearby. Perhaps caution is warranted. We know nothing of her magical tradition. For once, Voldemort found himself agreeing with Snape's characteristic prudence. This required further study. I accept your challenge, he said smoothly, but not tonight. Great workings are already in progress that cannot be interrupted. He gestured to the arrangement of artifacts. 3 nights hence, when the moon is full. We shall meet at a location of my choosing. Grandmama's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Running scared already? Not very dark lord-like behavior. Preparation is not fear, Voldemort countered coldly. It is wisdom. Unless, of course, you doubt your abilities to triumph regardless of the circumstances. It was a transparent attempt to manipulate her pride, but Grandmama merely smiled. 3 nights, then. But I'll be taking my property with me now. With a flick of her wrist, the Maleficum Addams slammed shut and zoomed into her waiting hand, followed immediately by the Hand of Glory and the collection of scarabs, which skittered through the air to disappear into her satchel. Voldemort hissed in anger, raising his wand. Aha, Grandmama wagged a finger. You've accepted the formal challenge. Any attack before the duel would violate ancient magical law. Even you wouldn't be that foolish. Fury boiled inside Voldemort, but he lowered his wand fractionally. She was right, there were some magical laws that even he dared not break. Dueling protocols among the ancient families were bound by magic deeper than most understood. 3 nights, he agreed coldly. And then we shall see who truly masters the dark arts. Grandmama Addams gave a mock curtsy. Looking forward to it. I'll even bring some cookies. After all, it's not a proper execution without refreshments. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, almost forgot. With a casual gesture, she released Bellatrix from her frozen state. The witch collapsed to her knees, gasping. You might want to teach your pet some manners before our next meeting, Grandmama added. The last person who attacked me without proper introduction is now serving as a rather stylish hat rack in our foyer. With that, she snapped her fingers. The air split open once more, and she stepped through the portal, which sealed itself behind her. A heavy silence fell over the stone circle. My lord. Lucius finally ventured. Silence. Voldemort snapped, his red eyes still fixed on the spot where Grandmama had disappeared. For the first time in many years, he felt something unfamiliar, doubt. He had sensed the old woman's power, wild, untamed, and bound by rules he didn't understand. This was not the regimented magic of Hogwarts or even the dark arts he had mastered. This was something older, something that flowed through bloodlines rather than wands. Severus, he said after a moment. Research everything you can find on the Addams family. Lucius, your ancestral library may contain references to the old magical families across dimensions. Search it. Yes, my lord, they murmured in unison. My lord, Bellatrix said, her voice still shaking with rage, surely you don't intend to wait. We could track her, ambush her. No, Voldemort said firmly. We will honor the challenge. A cold smile spread across his lipless mouth. But nothing prevents us from preparing adequately for our encounter. The Death Eaters exchanged glances, unused to seeing their master exercise restraint. The rest of you, leave me, Voldemort commanded. I require solitude to contemplate this. Development. As his followers disapparated one by one, Voldemort remained in the stone circle, his thoughts racing. He had sought the Addams artifacts believing they would provide a new source of power, a way to finally eliminate Harry Potter and secure his dominance. Instead, he had encountered something unexpected, a form of darkness that didn't bend to his will. For the first time since his resurrection, Lord Voldemort felt a chill of uncertainty. He had run from this confrontation, strategically retreated, he corrected himself, but the next time would be different. He would be prepared. He would learn the secrets of Addams' magic, then destroy its practitioner and claim it for himself. The old woman would regret challenging Lord Voldemort. Grandmama stepped back through the portal into the Addams family graveyard, clutching her recovered treasures. The entire family awaited her return, gathered among the tombstones like a macabre welcoming committee. Grandmama. Wednesday was the first to approach. How was the other dimension? Disappointingly mundane, Grandmama replied, handing her satchel to Lurch. Their idea of dark magic is shooting colored lights from sticks. Did you meet the noseless man? Pugsley asked eagerly. I did indeed. Grandmama cackled. Not much to look at. Pale, bald, with red eyes and slits for nostrils. Calls himself Lord Voldemort. How pretentious, Morticia commented, accepting a kiss on the hand from Gomez. And did you duel him, mother? Gomez asked, excitement evident in his voice. Not yet. Grandmama settled into a chair that thing had pushed forward for her. I issued the formal challenge, but he asked for 3 days to prepare. Can you believe it? Asked for time like a schoolboy who hasn't studied for an exam. He ran. Wednesday's eyebrows rose slightly, an extreme expression of surprise by her standards. Tactical retreat, he'd call it, Grandmama snorted. But yes, essentially he ran. First time anyone's done that to him, from what I gathered from his followers' thoughts. His followers? Morticia inquired. Oh yes, a dreary bunch in black robes and masks. Called themselves Death Eaters. Grandmama rolled her eyes. As if death is something you eat rather than dance with. Uncle Fester, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly perked up. Did you bring me back a souvenir? Perhaps one of those wands to add to my collection of poking sticks. Not yet, Fester, Grandmama patted his pale cheek. But after the duel, you can have your pick of whatever's left of his followers. This seemed to satisfy him, and he grinned widely. So what's our next move? Gomez asked, flipping his dagger between his fingers. I assume you're not planning to wait the full 3 days. Grandmama smiled wickedly. Oh, we'll honor the 3 days. But nothing says we can't use that time to learn more about our opponent. She pulled the Maleficum Addams from her satchel and opened it, revealing pages covered in writing that seemed to move and shift. The grimoire has had contact with him. It knows his magical signature now. Can you track him? Wednesday asked, leaning forward with interest. Better than that, Grandmama replied. I can study him. Learn his weaknesses. He tried to use our family magic without understanding the first thing about it. Morticia glided forward, her dress seeming to flow like shadow around her. What did you sense about this Voldemort, Mother? Is he truly a Dark Lord as he claims? Grandmama considered this. He has power, yes. But it's fractured, unstable. He split his soul into pieces. How untidy, Morticia remarked. Exactly, Grandmama nodded. He treats darkness as a tool to inflict fear rather than a friend to be embraced. And he fears death above all else. How can you master the dark arts if you fear the darkest transition of all? Gomez wondered aloud, shaking his head in disappointment. Precisely why he's dangerous, Grandmama said more seriously. His fear makes him unpredictable. And he's clever. He'll spend these 3 days learning everything he can about us. Is there anything we can do to help, Grandmama? Wednesday asked. Grandmama considered her granddaughter thoughtfully. Actually, yes. I think it's time for a family effort. Voldemort doesn't understand that Addams' magic is family magic. That will be his downfall. A family ambush? Pugsley asked hopefully, already reaching for his favorite dynamite sticks. Not an ambush, dear. We'll honor the formal challenge, Grandmama corrected him. But nothing says I can't bring the family for moral support. Her eyes twinkled mischievously. And perhaps to help clean up afterward. The family exchanged delighted looks. A proper dark arts duel hadn't happened in generations. I suggest we all prepare, Morticia said. If we're to face a self-proclaimed Dark Lord from another dimension, we should look our best. Querida, Gomez exclaimed, kissing his way up her arm, you always look like death on a good day. Gomez, darling, Morticia purred, later. Grandmama cleared her throat. First things first. We need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Wednesday, Pugsley, I want you to help me prepare a scrying potion. We're going to take a closer look at this Lord Voldemort and his world. The children nodded eagerly. Fester, I'll need some of your special electrical essence. Lurch, prepare the ritual chamber. And Thing, the disembodied hand snapped to attention. Keep an eye on the dimensional barriers. I don't want any unexpected visitors. As the family dispersed to their assigned tasks, Grandmama remained in the graveyard a moment longer, gazing up at the moon. It was waning now but would be full in 3 nights. Hiding in plain sight, she muttered to herself. Playing with forces you don't understand. Splitting your soul to avoid death. She shook her head. Amateur hour. With a cackle that sent nearby ravens fluttering into the night sky, Grandmama Addams headed back to the mansion, already planning the many ways she might teach this upstart, Dark Lord, what true darkness meant. In the dungeons beneath Malfoy Manor, Voldemort paced. His robes billowed around him as he moved, his pale feet making no sound on the cold stone floor. Around the room, ancient texts lay open, illuminated by floating candles that burned with green flames. My lord, Snape's voice broke the silence as he entered and bowed deeply. I've brought what information I could find. Voldemort turned, red eyes gleaming in the dim light. Speak. The Addams family appears in various obscure texts dealing with interdimensional magical phenomena, Snape began, laying a stack of parchments on a table. They are described as practitioners of the elder dark arts and keepers of magic older than wands. Older than wands? Voldemort mused, picking up the topmost parchment. Interesting. According to these accounts, their magic is bound to their bloodline and their unique relationship with death and darkness. Snape's voice remained neutral, but something in his tone suggested fascination. They do not fear death or pain. In fact, they appear to embrace such things as merely another aspect of existence. Embrace death. Voldemort's voice was cold. Fools. Perhaps, Snape conceded carefully. But their power is undeniable. The texts suggest their magical abilities are passed down through generations, growing stronger with each passing century. Voldemort stopped pacing. How long has their family existed? That's unclear. Some references date back to ancient Rome. Others suggest they predate recorded history. This gave Voldemort pause. His own lineage through the Gaunts to Salazar Slytherin had given him pride and a sense of destiny. But a family line that potentially predated Hogwarts itself. And the old woman? What is known of her specifically? Very little, Snape admitted. Most references to the family speak of them collectively. Their magic seems to be a shared power rather than individual achievements. Shared power, Voldemort repeated distastefully. Weakness disguised as strength. Snape remained silent, his face carefully blank. What of their vulnerabilities? Voldemort demanded. Every magic has its limitations. That is, difficult to determine, Snape replied cautiously. The texts suggest their greatest strength lies in their unity as a family and their complete acceptance of their nature. They do not resist darkness or treat it as a means to an end, but rather as their natural element. Voldemort considered this. And what of their grimoire? The Maleficum Addams? A book of tremendous power, by all accounts. It contains spells and rituals dating back thousands of years, but... Snape hesitated. But what? Voldemort hissed impatiently. But it is said to respond only to Addams' blood. Anyone else attempting to use it risks unpredictable consequences. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a thin smile. Blood can be acquired. A soft knock at the door interrupted them. Lucius Malfoy entered, looking more disheveled than usual, clutching an ancient, leather-bound tome. "My lord," he said with a deep bow. "I believe I've found something of significance." "Proceed," Voldemort commanded. "In the oldest section of the Malfoy library, I discovered this." He placed the book on the table and carefully opened it to a marked page. A record of an encounter between Armand Malfoy and an Addams patriarch in the 11th century. Voldemort leaned forward, his interest piqued. According to this account, Lucius continued, Armand attempted to challenge the Addams family for control of a certain magical territory in what is now France. The duel ended, poorly for my ancestor. He was defeated. Voldemort's voice was sharp. Not merely defeated, Lucius admitted reluctantly. The account states that he was unmade and remade according to the Addams whimsy. He returned changed, still a Malfoy, but forever marked by the encounter. Explain, Voldemort demanded. The text is unclear, but it suggests their magic altered his very being. Not his appearance or abilities, but something more fundamental. He lived another 60 years but was never the same. The family records describe him as touched by the elder darkness. Voldemort fell silent, processing this information. He had always believed his own explorations of dark magic to be unparalleled, his Horcruxes the ultimate achievement in magical evolution. But this suggested powers he had not encountered, magic that could change the very essence of a being. "There's more, my lord," Lucius added hesitantly. The account mentions that the Addams' power was at its strongest when the family acted in concert. Together, they could accomplish what no single wizard, however powerful, could match. Unity as strength, Voldemort murmured, echoing Snape's earlier point. A concept I've never found compelling. Yet it appears to be central to their magical tradition, Snape observed quietly. Voldemort shot him a sharp look but didn't disagree. "Leave me," he commanded suddenly. Continue your research. I require more information before our appointment. Snape and Lucius bowed and withdrew, leaving Voldemort alone with his thoughts. He moved to the center of the room where a silver basin, a pensieve, sat on a pedestal. With a wave of his wand, silvery memories swirled within, forming the image of Grandmama Addams as she had appeared in the stone circle. "What are you?" he whispered to the image. "What secrets do you hold?" The memory Grandmama smiled back at him, that same knowing smile that had unsettled him during their encounter. For the first time since his rebirth, Lord Voldemort found himself facing an unknown quantity, a power he couldn't immediately categorize or counter. The sensation was unpleasant. But he would adapt. He always did. And when the 3 days were over, he would face this Addams witch and take her family's power for himself. After all, he was Lord Voldemort. And he feared nothing. The memory Grandmama's smile seemed to widen, as if she could read his thoughts even in this form. "Almost nothing," he amended silently. Back at the Addams mansion, the ritual chamber hummed with energy. Ghostly green light emanated from a large copper cauldron in the center of the room, where a thick, bubbling liquid reflected images that shifted and changed. The entire family gathered around it, watching intently as scenes from Voldemort's world played across the surface. They had spent hours observing, learning, understanding the strange dimensional counterpart from which their unexpected adversary hailed. "So their wizards hide from normal humans," Wednesday noted, her expression unchanged but her eyes sharp with interest. "How bizarre. And they channel all their magic through those little sticks," Pugsley added, snickering. "What happens if someone breaks it?" "They're rendered nearly powerless," Grandmama explained, stirring the cauldron with a bone. "Their entire magical tradition depends on those wands. Very few can perform wandless magic of any significance." "How limiting," Morticia commented. "To depend on an external object for one's innate abilities." "And this Voldemort fellow," Gomez gestured to the image currently showing the Dark Lord addressing his followers, "he split his soul into 7 pieces. Rather extreme measures just to avoid death." 7 pieces, yes, Grandmama confirmed. "He calls them Horcruxes. Each one anchors him to life, preventing his soul from moving on even if his body is destroyed." "Sounds uncomfortable," Fester remarked, scratching his head. "When I was dead for a while, at least I was all in one place." "It's more than uncomfortable," Grandmama said grimly. "It's an abomination against the natural order. Even in our family, we understand that death is part of the great cycle. We don't fear it, we celebrate it. So his magic is fundamentally flawed," Wednesday concluded. "Built on fear rather than harmony with darkness." "Precisely, my dear," Grandmama beamed at her granddaughter's perception. "And that's why, despite his power, he is vulnerable. He has made himself a master of death through avoidance rather than understanding." The image in the cauldron shifted again, showing Voldemort poring over ancient texts, his snake Nagini coiled at his feet. "What's he doing now?" Pugsley asked, leaning dangerously far over the cauldron until Morticia gently pulled him back. "Researching us," Grandmama said with a cackle. "Trying to understand what he's up against. But he won't find much. The Addams family doesn't leave many records for outsiders to discover." "Why did he steal our artifacts in the first place?" Gomez inquired, twirling his mustache thoughtfully. "Power," Grandmama replied simply. "He sensed our dimension and the old magic within it. He's been seeking ways to enhance his abilities, to make himself truly invincible. Our grimoire would have been quite a prize. But he couldn't use it properly," Morticia observed. "Of course not. The Maleficum Addams responds only to our bloodline. Anyone else trying to harness its power would find themselves, altered in unexpected ways." Grandmama's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Should we be concerned about his followers?" Gomez asked, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword cane. "Those Death Eaters seem like a devoted bunch." "Devoted to fear, not to him," Grandmama corrected. They follow strength and run from weakness. When they see their master truly challenged, their loyalty will waver. Wednesday had moved closer to the cauldron, studying the image of Nagini with particular interest. His snake is a Horcrux, she said suddenly. It wasn't a question. Grandmama looked at her in surprise. Yes, she is. How did you know? The way it moves, Wednesday replied. Not entirely serpentine. Part human. Part soul fragment. She tilted her head slightly. I want to meet her. You might get your chance, dear, Grandmama patted her head. I suspect he'll bring his precious familiar to our duel. He keeps her close for protection. So what's our plan, Mother? Gomez asked, excitement evident in his voice. A full family assault. Psychological warfare. Ancient curses. Nothing so complicated, Grandmama replied with a smile. I'll face him as challenged, one-on-one. But I want the family nearby, not to interfere, but to witness. He needs to understand what he's truly facing. The power of the Addams family, Morticia said with quiet pride. Exactly, my dear. Grandmama's smile turned predatory. He thinks darkness is something to be used. We need to show him that darkness is something to be lived. The image in the cauldron changed once more, showing the stone circle where they had first encountered each other. But something was different now, magical barriers being erected, traps being laid. Well, Grandmama chuckled. He's preparing the battleground. How predictable. Is that allowed in a formal duel? Fester asked, poking at the liquid with his finger until it zapped him. Oh yes, Grandmama nodded. Preparing the field is traditional. But it won't help him. His magic is impressive in his world, but against an Addams. She let the sentence hang. What do you need from us, Grandmama? Wednesday asked, her eyes still fixed on Nagini. Just be yourselves, children, Grandmama replied warmly. Your presence alone will demonstrate what he's truly facing, not a single opponent, but a legacy. A family united in darkness for centuries. As the family continued watching the scrying cauldron, observing their interdimensional adversaries' preparations, a sense of anticipation filled the room. This wasn't merely about retrieving stolen artifacts anymore, it was about defending the Addams' way of life, their very understanding of magic itself. And perhaps, Grandmama thought with a wicked smile, teaching an arrogant so-called Dark Lord a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. If he survived to remember it at all. The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation on both sides of the dimensional divide. At Malfoy Manor, Voldemort drove his followers relentlessly, sending them to the farthest corners of the wizarding world to gather information, rare ingredients, and obscure magical texts that might give insight into the type of magic wielded by the Addams family. Snape returned from a clandestine visit to the Department of Mysteries with scrolls documenting interdimensional magical theory. Bellatrix brought back dark artifacts from the Black family vault that predated wand-based magic. Even Lucius contributed, offering ancient Malfoy heirlooms that might provide protection against the Elder Dark Arts. My lord, Bellatrix approached Voldemort as he stood in the center of an elaborate ritual circle drawn on the dungeon floor. We've prepared everything as you instructed for tomorrow night's duel. Voldemort nodded slightly, his attention focused on the complex pattern of runes before him. And the stone circle? Secured and warded, my lord. No one can approach without your knowledge. The protective enchantments are layered 7 deep, as you specified. Good. Voldemort finally looked up at her. And what of our contingency measures? Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with fanatical devotion. In place, my lord. If the old witch attempts any treachery, we will be ready. She will not break the terms of a formal challenge, Voldemort said with certainty. Her kind values such traditions too highly. But she may bring observers. Her family, Bellatrix spat. Blood traitors embracing Muggle ways, from what we've gathered. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a cold smile. Do not underestimate them, Bella. Their understanding of blood magic likely exceeds even the oldest pure-blood families of our world. This gave Bellatrix pause. As a Black, she took enormous pride in her magical lineage. More ancient than the Blacks, she asked, unable to keep the disbelief from her voice. Perhaps, Voldemort conceded. But antiquity alone does not guarantee victory. Their magic is powerful but primitive, bound by rules and traditions that limit its application. Our more evolved approach may yet prove superior. He turned back to his ritual circle, dismissing her with a wave. As Bellatrix withdrew, Voldemort returned to his preparations, carefully placing objects at strategic points around the circle, objects that resonated with the magical signature he had detected from the Addams grimoire. Despite his confident words to Bellatrix, a sense of unease had settled over him, an unfamiliar feeling he found most disagreeable. The old witch had handled his killing curse as if it were a child's toy, swallowing it without visible effort. Such power demanded respect, if not fear. But Lord Voldemort feared nothing. Almost nothing, a small voice in his mind corrected. With renewed determination, he continued his preparations. Tomorrow night, under the full moon, he would face this Addams witch and prove once and for all who truly mastered the dark arts. At the Addams mansion, preparations took a decidedly different form. While Grandmama brewed potions and prepared her magical implements, the rest of the family approached the upcoming duel with characteristic enthusiasm, treating it more like an exciting outing than a potentially dangerous confrontation. "Do you think there will be blood?" Pugsley asked hopefully as he packed various explosive devices into a small trunk. "Entrails? Dismemberment?" "One can only hope, dear," Morticia replied, carefully selecting which of her poisonous plants to bring along. "Though your grandmother prefers psychological torment to mere physical dismemberment these days." "Age brings wisdom," Gomez declared, practicing his fencing moves against an unfortunate suit of armor. "Why simply destroy the body when you can shatter the mind as well?" Wednesday sat cross-legged on the floor, sharpening a collection of throwing knives. "I've been researching Horcruxes," she announced in her flat voice. "They're actually quite primitive. The ancient Egyptians had more sophisticated soul magic." "That's my girl." Gomez beamed with fatherly pride. "Always looking beyond the obvious." Uncle Fester bustled in, carrying what appeared to be a battery with wires protruding from it. "Do you think this Voldy fellow can conduct electricity?" "I've been working on a new greeting handshake." "Best save that for his followers, Fester," Gomez suggested. "Grandmama might want the main event all to herself." In the kitchen, Grandmama worked steadily, various bubbling concoctions surrounding her. Unlike Voldemort's frantic research and elaborate preparations, her approach was calm, methodical, and steeped in centuries of tradition. Lurch lumbered in with a tray of ingredients. "You rang," he groaned. "Thank you, Lurch," Grandmama said, taking a jar of what appeared to be eyeballs. "Almost ready now. Just need to finish this last brew." Thing skittered across the countertop, offering a small vial of red liquid. "Ah, perfect timing." Grandmama took the vial. Fresh blood of an Addams. The final ingredient. She uncorked the vial and added 3 precise drops to her cauldron, which immediately turned from green to a deep, swirling purple. The surface rippled and then stilled, becoming as smooth and reflective as a mirror. "There," she said with satisfaction. "Now we're ready for our little playdate with Lord No-Nose." Thing gave her a thumbs up and skittered away to help with the rest of the preparations. Later that evening, the family gathered in the main hall for a final discussion of their plans. Grandmama stood before them, looking remarkably sprightly despite her advanced age. "Remember," she instructed, "this is a formal duel. I'll face him directly while you observe. No interference unless he breaks the terms first." "And if he does?" Gomez asked, twirling his mustache eagerly. Grandmama's smile was terrifying in its sweetness. "Then, my dears, the Addams family gets to play." This was met with delighted expressions all around. Now, I've prepared protection amulets for everyone, she continued, distributing small leather pouches on cords. Their magic is different from ours, but not entirely dissimilar. These will shield you from most of their offensive spells. Even the killing one? Pugsley asked, sounding disappointed. Even that one, Grandmama confirmed. Though I doubt they'll try it on you children. They seem to have some odd notions about age and innocence. Wednesday and Pugsley exchanged disgusted looks at the very idea. What about transportation, Mother? Morticia inquired. Will we be using your portal again? No need, Grandmama replied. I've prepared something special. She held up what looked like an ordinary book. This will transport us directly to the Duel location when the time comes. I've keyed it to Voldemort's magical signature. Ingenious, Gomez declared. Using his own power as a beacon. Precisely, Grandmama nodded. Now, everyone get a good night's rest. Tomorrow promises to be most entertaining. As the family dispersed, Morticia lingered behind with Grandmama. Mother, she said softly, do you anticipate any genuine danger tomorrow night? Grandmama considered this. To us? No. This Voldemort is powerful in his way, but his understanding of true dark magic is limited by his fear. Her expression grew more serious. But he is unpredictable. And desperate men often take desperate actions. Should we be concerned for the children's safety? Grandmama patted Morticia's hand reassuringly. Wednesday and Pugsley are Addamses through and through. Their natural affinity for darkness protects them in ways Voldemort couldn't begin to comprehend. Her eyes twinkled. Besides, I suspect Wednesday has her own plans for that snake of his. Morticia smiled, satisfied. Then I look forward to tomorrow's entertainment. As darkness fell over the Addams mansion, a darkness deeper and more comfortable than any Voldemort had ever known, the family prepared for sleep, each dreaming of the spectacle to come. Tomorrow, under the full moon, two very different understandings of darkness would collide. The night of the duel arrived with a full moon hanging heavy in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient stone circle. The megaliths cast long shadows across the ground, creating patterns that seemed alive and shifting in the silvery light. Lord Voldemort arrived first, accompanied by a select group of his most trusted Death Eaters, Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, Severus Snape, and Antonin Dolohov. Nagini slithered at his feet, her massive body moving sinuously through the tall grass. Spread out, Voldemort commanded. Maintain the perimeter wards. No one is to interfere unless I give the signal. The Death Eaters moved to their assigned positions, wands at the ready. Voldemort himself stood in the center of the circle, his pale skin almost luminous in the moonlight. He had spent the past 3 days in intense preparation, absorbing every scrap of information about the Addams family and their magical traditions that could be found. He felt confident. Prepared. Whatever tricks the old witch might have, he had contingencies. Exactly at midnight, the air in the stone circle began to distort and ripple. A swirling vortex of dark energy formed between two of the ancient stones, growing larger until it stabilized into a doorway of sorts. Through this portal stepped Grandmama Addams, looking exactly as she had during their first encounter, wild gray hair, weathered face, ragged black dress. But this time, she wasn't alone. Behind her came the entire Addams family, emerging one by one from the dimensional gateway, a tall, elegant woman with skin as pale as moonlight and hair as dark as night, a mustachioed man in a pinstriped suit who moved with unusual vigor, a bald man with sunken eyes and a maniacal grin, 2 children, a girl with braided pigtails whose expression remained unervingly blank and a round boy with a mischievous smile, a towering, groaning manservant, and, scurrying along the ground, what appeared to be a disembodied hand. Voldemort's eyes narrowed at this unexpected development. You bring witnesses to your defeat? He called out, his high, cold voice carrying across the circle. Family outing, Grandmama replied cheerfully, stepping forward while the others arranged themselves along the edge of the circle opposite the Death Eaters. The children so rarely get to see a proper dark arts duel these days. The Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably, their wands trained on the newcomers. Bellatrix in particular seemed to be struggling to maintain her position rather than attack immediately. "You remember the terms?" Voldemort asked, keeping his voice level. "Of course," Grandmama nodded. "One-on-one, no interference. To submission or, well, you know." She winked. The tall, pale woman stepped forward. "Mother, aren't you going to introduce us? It would be rude not to." "Of course, dear. Where are my manners?" Grandmama gestured to the assembled family. "Lord Voldemort, may I present my daughter Morticia, her husband Gomez, my grandchildren Wednesday and Pugsley, my brother-in-law Fester, our butler Lurch, and our dear friend Thing." The disembodied hand skittered forward and gave what appeared to be a small wave before retreating. Voldemort did not return the greeting. "Shall we begin?" he asked coldly. "So impatient," Grandmama tooted. "Very well. But first," she reached into her leather satchel and pulled out a small, shriveled head, which she placed on a nearby stone. "Boris here will officiate." The shrunken head's eyes snapped open, causing several Death Eaters to flinch. Right then, Boris announced in a surprisingly authoritative voice. "Standard rules of dark arts dueling apply. No outside interference. No time limit. Victory by submission, incapacitation, or Messier outcomes." The head grinned, showing blackened teeth. "Duelists, take your positions." Voldemort and Grandmama moved to stand 20 paces apart in the center of the stone circle. The moonlight seemed to intensify, casting everything in sharp contrast, Voldemort's pale, snake-like features against Grandmama's weathered, knowing face. "Begin," Boris declared. Voldemort moved instantly, a jet of purple light erupting from his wand with frightening speed. Grandmama didn't even raise a hand, she simply sidestepped, the spell missing her by inches and shattering against one of the stone monoliths. "Very pretty," she commented. "Is that your entire repertoire? Colorful lights?" Snarling, Voldemort cast again, this time a series of spells in rapid succession, each more deadly than the last. Cutting curses, bone breakers, flesh-rotting hexes, a barrage designed to overwhelm any opponent. Grandmama moved with surprising agility for her apparent age, dodging some spells and simply waving others aside with casual gestures. She hadn't yet cast a single spell of her own, which seemed to infuriate Voldemort further. "Fight back, witch," he hissed, his red eyes blazing. "If you insist," Grandmama shrugged. She reached into her satchel and pulled out a handful of what looked like ordinary dust, which she blew toward Voldemort. He raised a magical shield instantly, but the dust simply passed through it as if it weren't there. As the particles settled on him, Voldemort felt a strange sensation, like insects crawling beneath his skin. "What is this?" he demanded, trying and failing to dispel the effect. "Powdered bone of ancestors," Grandmama explained casually. "They're just saying hello to what's left of your soul. Getting acquainted, you might say." The crawling sensation intensified, becoming genuinely painful. Voldemort snarled and with a massive effort of will, surrounded himself with a ring of magical fire that burned away the dust. "Impressive," Grandmama acknowledged. "Most people can't shake that off so easily." Without warning, Voldemort switched tactics, pointing his wand not at Grandmama but at the ground beneath her feet. The earth erupted, transforming into a mass of writhing serpents that lunged at her from all directions. Grandmama looked down at the snakes with obvious delight. How thoughtful. A gift already? She crouched down and actually began petting one of the larger vipers. To everyone's astonishment, the snakes calmed immediately, coiling around her feet like contented cats. "You see," she explained to a dumbfounded Voldemort, "the Addams family has always had a way with creatures of the night. Snakes, spiders, things that slither and bite, they're practically family." From the sidelines, Wednesday watched this exchange with particular interest, her eyes fixed on Nagini. Voldemort, recovering from his surprise, changed tactics again. With a complex motion of his wand, he conjured a swirling vortex of dark energy, similar to the Addams portal but crackling with malevolent intent. "Let's see how you handle the void itself," he said coldly, directing the vortex toward Grandmama. For the first time, Grandmama actually raised her hands in a defensive gesture. The vortex struck an invisible barrier inches from her face and began to push her backward, her feet leaving furrows in the earth. Voldemort smiled, sensing an advantage at last. Then Grandmama began to laugh, a cackling sound that echoed strangely within the vortex. She thrust her hands directly into the swirling darkness, and instead of being consumed by it, she began to shape it, molding the energy as if it were clay. "Now this is more interesting," she said, her voice distorted by the energies she was manipulating. "You've been studying. But you're still thinking like a wand wizard." With a decisive gesture, she collapsed the vortex inward, compressing it into a small, dense sphere that she casually tossed back toward Voldemort. He deflected it with a slash of his wand, sending it crashing into one of the stone monoliths, which shattered explosively. "You see," Grandmama continued as if they were having a casual conversation, "your magic is all about control and domination. Forcing your will upon the world." She began walking toward him, seemingly unconcerned about any counterattack. "Our magic is about relationship. Understanding. We don't command darkness, we dance with it." Voldemort backed away, maintaining the distance between them. "Sentimental nonsense," he spat. "Magic is power, nothing more." "Is it?" Grandmama asked, suddenly serious. "Then why did you split your soul? Why 7 pieces, hidden away in objects of significance? That's not power, child. That's fear." Voldemort's eyes widened slightly. How could she know about his Horcruxes? He glanced involuntarily toward Nagini, who remained coiled near the edge of the circle. Grandmama noticed the look and smiled. "Oh yes, I know about those. Crude things, really. Effective, I suppose, if all you want is to avoid moving on. But at such cost." Fury rose in Voldemort. With a slashing movement of his wand, he cast the Cruciatus curse directly at Grandmama's heart. The red light struck her full in the chest, and she stretched like a cat waking from a nap. That actually helps with my lumbago," she commented, rotating her shoulder. "Do you mind doing the other side?" From the sidelines, the Addams family watched with obvious pride. The Death Eaters, in contrast, looked increasingly unsettled. "Is that normal?" Lucius whispered to Snape, who merely shook his head slightly, his dark eyes fixed on the duel with intense focus. Voldemort, enraged beyond caution now, cast spell after spell in rapid succession, a furious barrage of the darkest magic in his considerable arsenal. The air filled with multicolored lights, the acrid smell of powerful magic, and the sound of reality itself straining under the assault. Through it all, Grandmama moved with the practiced ease of a dancer, occasionally deflecting a spell back toward its caster, sometimes absorbing the energy directly, but never launching a direct attack of her own. It was as if she were playing with him, testing his limits. "You know," she called out during a brief pause in his assault, "for someone who calls himself a Dark Lord, you have a remarkably limited understanding of darkness." Silence. Voldemort snarled, his composure cracking. With a complex movement of his wand, he summoned what appeared to be living shadows from the moonlit ground, directing them to envelop and suffocate his opponent. Grandmama finally looked impressed. "Now we're getting somewhere," she said as the shadows surrounded her, obscuring her from view. For a moment, it seemed as if Voldemort had finally gained the upper hand. Then, a sound emerged from within the shadow cocoon, not one of distress, but of laughter. Warm, genuine laughter that seemed to resonate with the darkness itself. The shadows began to pulse in rhythm with the sound, expanding and contracting like a heartbeat. "You still don't understand," Grandmama's voice emerged from within the darkness. "We Addamses are darkness." The shadow cocoon suddenly exploded outward, but instead of dissipating, the darkness gathered around Grandmama like a living cloak, responding to her movements as she stepped forward once more. Our family was embracing the void while your ancestors were still drawing pictures on cave walls, she continued, each step leaving momentary impressions of ghostly footprints in her wake. We don't use dark magic, young man. We are dark magic. For the first time in the duel, Grandmama went on the offensive. With a casual wave of her hand, she sent a portion of her shadow cloak surging toward Voldemort. He cast a shield charm instantly, but the darkness passed through it as if it weren't there, enveloping his wand arm up to the elbow. Voldemort felt a bone-deep cold unlike anything he had experienced, colder than death itself. With a cry of genuine pain, he tore himself free, but not before the darkness had left its mark. His wand hand was now deathly pale, the fingers moving stiffly as if partially frozen. "What have you done?" he demanded, flexing his hand painfully. "Just introduced you to a fraction of true darkness," Grandmama replied. "The kind that existed before light, before life, before magic as you understand it." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. This was not proceeding as he had anticipated. He had expected power, yes, but power he could understand, categorize, counter, eventually overcome. This was something else entirely, something that seemed to operate outside the magical principles he had spent a lifetime mastering. It was time for his contingency plan. With a subtle gesture of his non-dominant hand, he signaled to Bellatrix, who immediately responded by touching her wand to a small object concealed in her robes. Throughout the stone circle, hidden runes suddenly flared to life, creating a complex pattern that converged on Grandmama's position. The earth beneath her feet turned liquid, attempting to pull her down while simultaneous magical barriers sprang up around her, layered in a complex arrangement designed to trap and contain. "Ah," Grandmama said, looking around with more curiosity than concern as the trap activated. "Breaking the rules already? How disappointing, if not surprising." "I merely prepared the field," Voldemort countered smoothly. "A tradition in formal duels, as you well know." "True," Boris the shrunken head called out from his perch on the stone. "Field preparation is within the rules, technically speaking." Grandmama shrugged as the magical quicksand reached her knees. "Fair enough. Then I suppose I should show you my own preparations." She reached into her satchel once more and withdrew a small cloth doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to Voldemort himself, pale skin, noseless face, red button eyes. Voldemort's eyes widened in recognition. "A primitive fetish," he scoffed, though a note of uncertainty had entered his voice. "Such sympathetic magic requires something of the target, blood, hair, flesh." "Indeed it does," Grandmama agreed, twisting the doll's arm slightly. Voldemort's non-wand arm wrenched involuntarily in the same direction, causing him to hiss in pain. "And you so kindly left your magical signature all over my family grimoire. More than enough for an old hand like me to work with." From the sidelines, Gomez called out cheerfully, "That's my mother-in-law. Always thinking ahead." Silence. Bellatrix shrieked, pointing her wand threateningly at the Addams family. "You will not interfere." "Oh, we wouldn't dream of it," Morticia replied smoothly. "We're merely appreciating the artistry. Your master's quicksand trap was quite well executed, if somewhat predictable." While this exchange was happening, Grandmama had begun a quiet chant, her fingers working nimbly around the doll. The quicksand that had reached her waist suddenly reverted to solid earth, allowing her to step free with ease. The magical barriers remained, however, forming a complex cage of light around her. "Now then," she said, addressing Voldemort directly once more. "Shall we continue our dance, or would you prefer to end this now? I haven't even served refreshments yet." Voldemort, realizing his trap had been only partially effective, changed tactics yet again. With a complex movement of his wand, he tapped into the ley lines that ran beneath the stone circle, causing the very earth to tremble. "You speak of ancient powers," he said, his voice gaining confidence once more. "Let me show you power that predates humanity itself." The ground split open between them, a chasm forming that glowed with elemental fire from deep within the earth. The heat was intense, distorting the air and causing even the Addams family to step back from the edge of the circle. The primal forces of creation and destruction, Voldemort continued, genuine passion in his voice now. This is true power, not family traditions or bloodlines, but the raw energy that shapes worlds. For the first time, Grandmama looked genuinely impressed. Now you're beginning to understand, she said, nodding approvingly. Yes, the elements themselves are part of the great dance of darkness and light. She raised both hands toward the chasm, not in defense but in what almost appeared to be greeting. The fire responded, leaping higher before suddenly shifting from orange to a deep, unnatural purple. But even the elements recognized the Addams family, she added as the transformed fire began to take shape, forming a massive, flickering simulacrum of a hand that reached toward Voldemort. His eyes widened in genuine alarm. This was not merely a matter of countering a spell, the fire itself had been turned against him, responding to the old witch's will as if it were a living, conscious entity. With a desperate slash of his wand, Voldemort attempted to sever the connection, but the fiery hand merely split into 5 separate fingers, each one now moving independently to surround him. You see, Grandmama explained, her voice taking on a lecturing tone, true mastery of the dark arts isn't about domination but relationship. The elements, the shadows, the very fabric of death and life, they're all part of an ancient dance. You cannot simply command them, you must join their dance. As the fiery fingers closed in around him, Voldemort made a decision that shocked his followers. With a swirl of his robes, he attempted to apparate, to flee the stone circle entirely. But nothing happened. Anti-apparition wards, Grandmama explained with a knowing smile. Standard in formal duels. Surely you knew that. Trapped and with his most powerful magics proven ineffective, Voldemort turned to his final resort. Nagini, he called out. To me. The massive snake, which had remained passive until now, suddenly lunged forward with frightening speed, heading directly for Grandmama. As a Horcrux, Nagini was more than merely a familiar, she was an extension of Voldemort himself, imbued with a fragment of his soul and considerable magical protections. But before the snake could reach Grandmama, a small figure intercepted her path. Wednesday Addams stood directly in Nagini's way, regarding the massive serpent with calm interest. Hello, she said in a voice that was simultaneously childlike and ancient. You're not just a snake, are you? Nagini reared back, preparing to strike, then froze, her serpentine eyes locked with Wednesday's unblinking gaze. You're trapped, Wednesday continued in the same eerily calm tone. Part snake, part woman, part soul fragment. How uncomfortable for you. To the astonishment of the Death Eaters and the growing horror of Voldemort himself, Nagini slowly lowered her head, almost seeming to nod in agreement. Wednesday, darling, Morticia called from the edge of the circle. Remember, we're here to observe, not participate. I'm not interfering, Mother, Wednesday replied without taking her eyes off Nagini. We're just having a conversation. Voldemort, seeing his familiar effectively neutralized and his most powerful magics countered, made one final, desperate attempt. Raising his wand, he began an incantation in a language older than Latin, a spell so dark he had saved it as a last resort. Ah, necromancy, Grandmama observed with interest. Finally, something in my wheelhouse. As Voldemort completed his incantation, the earth around the stone circle began to stir. Skeletal hands erupted from the ground, the remains of ancient warriors buried long ago at this site of power. Within moments, a small army of the undead had formed, their empty eye sockets fixed on Grandmama. Attack! Voldemort commanded, his voice hoarse with effort. The skeletons surged forward, then stopped abruptly, their skull heads turning toward Voldemort in what appeared to be confusion. You're giving them very mixed signals, Grandmama explained, shaking her head in disapproval. You've summoned them from their rest, but I'm the one who speaks their language. She turned to address the skeletal warriors directly. Hello, dears. Sorry about the rude awakening. This young man is still learning his manners. To Voldemort's dismay, the skeletons actually turned and bowed to Grandmama. You see, she continued, now addressing Voldemort again, necromancy isn't about forcing the dead to do your bidding. It's about respecting the transition between states of being. The Addams family has always maintained excellent relations with the departed. From the sidelines, Fester called out, "It's true. I was dead for 25 years, and they never once forgot my birthday." The skeletal warriors, apparently deciding that Grandmama was the more appropriate authority in matters of death and undeath, turned as one toward Voldemort, advancing with weapons raised. Voldemort, finding himself surrounded by his own summoned forces and with the fiery hand still closing in from above, finally demonstrated why he was considered the most dangerous dark wizard of his age. With a cry of rage, he released a pulse of pure magical energy that shattered the skeletons, extinguished the fire, and knocked everyone, including his own Death Eaters, to the ground. In the momentary silence that followed, he stood alone in the center of the circle, breathing heavily, his robes torn and his pale skin showing signs of magical backlash. "Enough games," he hissed, his red eyes fixed on Grandmama as she calmly rose to her feet. "Let us end this." "By all means," she agreed, brushing dust from her dress. "Though I was just starting to enjoy myself." For a long moment, they regarded each other across the battle-scarred circle, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord and the ancient matriarch of the Addams family. Two very different embodiments of dark magic, facing off under the full moon. Then, simultaneously, they attacked. Voldemort's spell was a concentrated beam of pure magical force, everything he had left, channeled through his wand in a desperate bid for victory. Grandmama's response was subtler, a simple gesture that appeared to catch the very moonlight and shape it into a reflective shield. When the two magics collided, the result was catastrophic. A shockwave of energy erupted from the point of contact, rippling outward with such force that it knocked both Death Eaters and Addamses off their feet once more. The ancient stones themselves trembled, some cracking under the strain. At the center of it all, Voldemort and Grandmama remained standing, locked in a contest of wills as their magic struggled against each other. A sphere of chaotic energy had formed between them, growing larger and more unstable by the second. "You cannot win this," Voldemort growled, pouring everything he had into his attack. "I am Lord Voldemort." "Names don't impress me, child," Grandmama replied, seeming almost relaxed despite the enormous energies she was controlling. "Actions do. And so far, yours have been most disappointing." With a twist of her wrist, she altered the angle of her moonlight shield. Voldemort's beam of energy suddenly reflected back on itself, striking him squarely in the chest before he could react. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing into one of the few remaining standing stones with such force that the ancient megalith cracked down the middle. He slumped to the ground, his wand falling from his suddenly nerveless fingers. Silence fell over the stone circle once more as Grandmama calmly walked toward her fallen opponent. The Death Eaters made no move to interfere, held in place by both the rules of the duel and their own shock at seeing their master so thoroughly defeated. Voldemort struggled to rise, his body racked with pain from the backlash of his own magic. He reached for his wand, only to find it scooped up by a disembodied hand that scuttled quickly away. "Thank you, thing," Grandmama said as the hand delivered Voldemort's wand to her. She examined it with professional interest. "You and Phoenix Feather. Interesting combination. Power and resurrection in constant tension." She looked down at Voldemort, who had managed to rise to his knees but seemed unable to stand fully. "The duel is concluded," Boris announced from his perch on the stone. "Victory to Grandmama Addams of the Addams family." "Well fought," Grandmama said to Voldemort, her tone surprisingly gentle. "For a self-taught practitioner with no proper family tradition to draw upon, you've achieved remarkable things. Do not patronize me," which, Voldemort spat, his red eyes blazing with hatred and something new, fear. "Finish it. Finish it." Grandmama looked genuinely surprised. "Why would I do that? This was a duel to settle a matter of property theft, not a blood feud." She gestured to the Addams family, who were now approaching from the edge of the circle. Besides, the children haven't had their refreshments yet. As if on cue, Lurch stepped forward, somehow producing a complete tea service from within his voluminous coat. He began setting it up on a flat stone, groaning softly to himself as he worked. "You, what?" Voldemort stared in disbelief. "We're having tea," Grandmama explained as if to a particularly slow child. "It's customary after a proper duel to share refreshments. Builds character and prevents unnecessary grudges." The Death Eaters looked as confused as their master. Bellatrix in particular seemed torn between rushing to Voldemort's aid and fleeing in terror. "Join us if you like," Morticia offered, gliding forward to stand beside her mother. Mother's beetle scones are to die for. Sometimes literally, depending on the beetle. Voldemort struggled to process this turn of events. He had been defeated, soundly, humiliatingly defeated, yet instead of finishing him off, these strange people were offering him tea. "Is this some form of torture?" he finally asked, genuine confusion in his voice. "Torture?" Gomez laughed, slapping Voldemort on the shoulder and causing him to wince. "What a sense of humor. I like this fellow, Mother, despite his poor manners." "He has potential," Grandmama agreed, handing Voldemort back his wand in a gesture that shocked both him and his followers. "Raw talent, certainly. Just needs proper guidance." Voldemort stared at the wand in his hand, then at the family now calmly arranging themselves around the impromptu tea table. He could attack again, attempt to salvage some measure of dignity from this disaster. But something in Grandmama's knowing smile stopped him. He had felt her power, experienced firsthand the depth and breadth of a magical tradition that made his own considerable achievement seem like a child's first attempts at spellcasting. "Why?" he asked finally, the single word containing multitudes of questions. Grandmama seemed to understand. "Because darkness isn't about destruction, Lord Voldemort. Not ultimately. It's about understanding the full cycle of existence, life, death, and what lies beyond and between." She gestured to her family. "We embrace what you fear. We celebrate what you hide from. And that makes our magic whole in a way yours can never be, so long as you run from death rather than dancing with it." For perhaps the first time in his life, Lord Voldemort found himself speechless. Wednesday stepped forward, Nagini now calmly coiled around her shoulders like an oversized pet. "Your snake says you used to understand this, before you broke yourself into pieces." "The girl speaks to snakes?" Voldemort asked, his surprise momentarily overriding his humiliation. "Wednesday has always had a way with reptiles," Morticia explained proudly. "Her first pet was a two-headed cobra." "I still have him," Wednesday added. "Both heads. They argue sometimes." Voldemort looked from the girl to the massive serpent now contentedly draped around her, apparently completely at ease. Nagini, one of his Horcruxes, the vessel of a piece of his soul, had been effectively turned against him by a child. It was the final indignity in a night full of them. With as much dignity as he could muster, Voldemort rose to his feet. "The duel is yours," he acknowledged formally. "I concede defeat." "Splendid," Grandmama beamed. "Now, tea?" "I think not," Voldemort replied coldly. "We will withdraw. The terms of the challenge have been met." He turned to his Death Eaters, who seemed uncertain how to proceed. "Come," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for question despite his weakened state. As the Death Eaters gathered around their master, preparing to depart, Grandmama called out, "Before you go, a piece of advice, freely given." Voldemort paused, not turning back but clearly listening. "Those soul fragments of yours, they're not doing you any favors. True immortality doesn't come from avoiding death, but from embracing it fully." For a long moment, Voldemort stood perfectly still. Then, without another word, he and his followers disapparated, the anti-apparition wards having fallen with the conclusion of the duel. Only Nagini remained, still curled contentedly around Wednesday's shoulders. Can I keep her? Wednesday asked, stroking the massive snake's head. Grandmama considered this. Well, she does contain a piece of his soul. It might be educational for you to study it. We'll need to make arrangements for proper care, Morticia noted. A nice warm terrarium in your room, perhaps. And some plump rats for feeding, Gomez added enthusiastically. The juicier the better. As the family chatted happily about their new pet, Grandmama looked thoughtfully at the spot where Voldemort had disappeared. She had sensed something in those final moments, a flicker of understanding, perhaps, or at least the beginning of doubt about the path he had chosen. Do you think we'll see him again? Morticia asked, coming to stand beside her mother. Grandmama smiled. Perhaps. He's stubborn, that one. And now he's had a taste of true dark magic, the kind that comes from embracing what you are rather than running from it. Should we be concerned? Morticia's tone was more curious than worried. No, my dear, Grandmama patted her daughter's hand. He may be powerful in his way, but he's fighting himself more than anyone else. And that's a battle he cannot win until he stops running. As Lurch began packing up the tea service, the Death Eaters having declined refreshments, Boris the Shrunken Head called out, So, same time next month? I haven't had this much fun officiating since that duel between the vampire lords in 1743. We'll see, Grandmama replied with a wink. I have a feeling our pale friend might need some time to reconsider his understanding of the dark arts. The Addams family gathered around Grandmama as she prepared to open the portal back to their dimension. Wednesday whispered something to Nagini, who hissed softly in response. What did she say? Pugsley asked eagerly. She said her master will be back, Wednesday replied in her flat voice. He always comes back. But next time will be different. Different how? Fester inquired, poking curiously at Nagini's scales. Wednesday looked up at her family, the faintest trace of a smile on her usually expressionless face. Because now he knows what he doesn't know. And that's the beginning of wisdom. With that cryptic statement, the Addams family stepped through the portal, taking with them not only their reclaimed artifacts but also a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul, and perhaps, though none of them could know it yet, the first seeds of his eventual redemption. As the portal closed behind them, the ancient stone circle was left in silence once more, the only evidence of the extraordinary duel being the cracked megaliths and scorched earth, and the lingering sense that something fundamental had shifted in the balance of dark powers across dimensions. For the first time in his life, Lord Voldemort had run from a confrontation. And for the first time, he had encountered a darkness deeper and more profound than his own, a darkness that embraced what he feared, celebrated what he hid, and danced with what he fled. Whether this would destroy him or save him remained to be seen. Chapter 2, The Hunt Across Realms. Lord Voldemort sat alone in the darkened library of Malfoy Manor, surrounded by ancient tomes stacked in precarious towers around his chair. 3 days had passed since his humiliating defeat at the hands of Grandmama Addams, and he had barely spoken to his followers since their return. The only sound in the cavernous room was the occasional turning of a page and the soft hiss of his breathing through the slits that served as his nostrils. His pale, spider-like fingers traced lines of text in a book so old its pages threatened to crumble at his touch. The door creaked open, and Lucius Malfoy entered, carrying another stack of dusty volumes. "My lord," he said with a deep bow. "I've brought the texts you requested from the Black family vault." Voldemort didn't look up. "Place them there," he said, gesturing vaguely to the only clear space left on the massive oak table. Lucius hesitated. "My lord, the others are concerned." "It's been 3 days, and 3 days is nothing," Voldemort cut him off, finally raising his red eyes from the page. "The old witch has been practicing her craft for centuries. Did you think I could unravel her secrets in mere days?" "Of course not, my lord," Lucius replied quickly. "It's just that without Nagini, and with Potter still at large, Potter is inconsequential compared to this." Voldemort slammed the book shut, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "Do you understand what we witnessed, Lucius? Magic beyond anything in our world. Magic that treated my killing curse as a trifle. His voice had risen with each word, and now he stood, looming over the blonde wizard. And you worry about a teenage boy? Lucius bowed lower. Forgive me, my lord. I spoke out of turn. Voldemort turned away, his gaze falling on a small silver device on a nearby shelf, a pensive, its swirling contents reflecting eerie light onto the ceiling. Leave me, he commanded. And send Severus to me when he returns. When the door closed behind Lucius, Voldemort approached the pensive and gazed into its silvery depths. With a graceful movement, he lowered his face into the swirling memories. He found himself once again in the stone circle, watching as Grandmama Addams casually dismantled his most powerful spells. He had replayed this memory dozens of times, studying every movement, every casual gesture with which she had turned his magic against him. What is your secret? He whispered to the memory grandmama. What power allows your family to embrace what should destroy you? The memory played on, unaltered by his presence within it. He watched again as Wednesday Addams somehow communicated with Nagini, turning his faithful companion, his Horcrux, against him with nothing more than words. A piece of his soul, gone. The girl had taken it, along with the snake that housed it. He should be enraged, should be plotting immediate vengeance. Yet something held him back, the same instinct that had made him retreat from the duel rather than fight to the bitter end. Fear. No, Lord Voldemort feared nothing. Respect, then. Reluctant acknowledgement of power greater than his own. Not permanently greater, he assured himself. Merely, more developed. More refined. He withdrew from the memory and returned to his research with renewed determination. The Addams family's magic represented an approach to darkness he had never considered, one that embraced death rather than fighting against it. One that treated dark forces as allies rather than tools. It was anathema to everything he had built his power upon. And yet. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he called. Severus Snape glided into the room, his expression carefully neutral as always. You summoned me, my lord. Yes, Severus. Voldemort gestured to a chair across from him. Sit. Tell me what you've discovered. Snape sat, his dark eyes taking in the mountains of books surrounding them. I've been researching interdimensional magical theory, as you instructed. The Department of Mysteries has extensive records on the subject, though most are theoretical rather than practical. And? Voldemort prompted impatiently. It appears that dimensional barriers are thinnest at points where ley lines intersect, particularly during celestial events such as full moons or eclipses. This explains why the Addams which chose that particular stone circle for your confrontation. It sits at the junction of three major ley lines. Voldemort nodded slowly. Can these points be manipulated? Used to access their dimension again? Theoretically, yes. With the right ritual and sufficient power, one could open a temporary portal. Snape paused. May I ask why you wish to revisit the dimension of those who so recently challenged you? Voldemort's eyes flashed dangerously. Choose your words with care, Severus. I meant no disrespect, my lord, Snape replied smoothly. I merely questioned the wisdom of seeking another confrontation so soon. The Addams which demonstrated considerable power. I do not seek confrontation, Voldemort said, surprising Snape. I seek understanding. Knowledge. He gestured to the books surrounding them. These texts speak of the Addams family as practitioners of elder magic, magic that predates our own traditions. Magic bound to blood and bone rather than wand movements and incantations. And you wish to learn from them? Snape couldn't quite keep the surprise from his voice. From them? No. Voldemort's lipless mouth formed a cold smile. About them? Yes. Knowledge is power, Severus. And I will not be caught unprepared a second time. He rose and began pacing the room. The girl took Nagini, one of my Horcruxes. That cannot stand. His voice was deadly calm, which Snape knew to be more dangerous than his rages. But to retrieve it, I must understand what I'm facing. The old witch spoke of family magic, of traditions passed down through generations. I need to know more. The family itself seems to be the source of their power, Snape observed. Their unity, their shared philosophy regarding darkness. Yes, Voldemort agreed, surprising Snape again. Their connection to each other amplifies their individual abilities. A concept I've never found appealing. He paused in his pacing. Yet its effectiveness is undeniable. Snape remained silent, watching his master's internal struggle with fascination. He had never seen the Dark Lord so contemplative, so willing to reconsider his fundamental approach to magic. There is another matter, Snape finally said. Bellatrix has been behaving strangely since the duel. Explain. She has become obsessed with the Addams witch. She speaks of little else, questions me constantly about what I've learned of their magic. She seems envious, perhaps even admiring of the old woman's power. Voldemort considered this. Interesting. Bellatrix has always been my most loyal follower, the most devoted to our cause. If even she is affected by what we witnessed. It wasn't just Bellatrix, Snape admitted reluctantly. Many of the Death Eaters who witnessed the duel are unsettled. They've never seen you challenged in such a way before. Nor have I, Voldemort said quietly, almost to himself. But that will change. He turned to Snape. Continue your research into dimensional transit. I want to know every location in Britain where the barriers might be thin enough to cross. And find me everything you can about the Addams family's history, their origins, their magical practices, their weaknesses. As you wish, my lord. Snape rose to leave. And Severus? Voldemort's voice stopped him at the door. Speak to no one of this conversation. Not even Bellatrix. Snape nodded once and departed, leaving Voldemort alone with his books and his thoughts. After a moment, Voldemort returned to the pensive and once more immersed himself in the memory of his defeat. This time, he focused entirely on Grandmama Addams, her movements, her casual confidence, the way magic seemed to flow around her rather than from her. I will understand your secrets, he vowed to the memory. And then I will take them for myself. Meanwhile, in the Addams mansion, Wednesday sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor, Nagini coiled comfortably around her like a scaly throne. The massive snake's head rested in the girl's lap, its unblinking eyes fixed on her face as she spoke to it in soft hisses. The door creaked open, and Pugsley poked his head in. What are you guys talking about? Wednesday looked up, her expression as impassive as ever. Nagini is telling me about Voldemort. Did you know he used to be somewhat handsome before he started breaking his soul into pieces? Cool. Pugsley entered and plopped down across from his sister. Can I touch her? Wednesday consulted the snake with a quick hiss. She says yes, but don't make any sudden movements. She's still getting used to not having to attack everyone she meets. Pugsley reached out cautiously and stroked Nagini's scales. She's amazing. Does she miss Voldemort? Wednesday translated the question, then listened to Nagini's response. She says it's complicated. He created her current form, and a piece of his soul is inside her. But she wasn't really free with him. More like a weapon. Ask her if she wants to help us blow something up, Pugsley suggested eagerly. Before Wednesday could translate, Morticia appeared in the doorway. Children, Grandmama wants us all in the conservatory. Family meeting. They found the rest of the family already gathered among Morticia's exotic plants, many of which were actively trying to reach out and strangle anything that came within range. Grandmama stood in the center, a large, ancient-looking map spread out on a table before her. Ah, there you are, she greeted them as Wednesday entered with Nagini still wrapped around her shoulders. And you've brought our guest. Excellent. What's happening, Grandmama? Pugsley asked, eyeing the map with interest. Voldemort is on the move, Grandmama announced, gesturing to the map where several points were glowing with an eerie purple light. He's visiting sites of power, places where the dimensional barriers are weakest. He wants to come back. Gomez asked, twirling his mustache thoughtfully. Not yet, Grandmama shook her head. He's studying, learning. Trying to understand what happened during our duel. Smart man, Uncle Fester nodded approvingly. Getting to know your enemy before attacking again. I did that once with a particularly troublesome electric eel. Observed it for weeks before finally challenging it to a proper duel in the bathtub. Did you win? Pugsley asked eagerly. Well, my hair never grew back, Fester replied, rubbing his bald head. But the eel became a loyal friend until that unfortunate incident with the toaster. Grandmama cleared her throat. As I was saying, Voldemort is investigating dimensional magic, trying to understand our family's power. And I think it's only fair we return the favor. What do you mean, Mother? Morticia asked, absently stroking a Venus flytrap that was nuzzling her hand affectionately. I mean it's time for us to pay his world another visit, Grandmama replied with a wicked grin. Not just for a duel this time, but for a proper tour. Learn about his followers, his enemies, his plans. A family vacation. Gomez exclaimed delightedly. Capital idea. I'll pack my explosives. Not the whole family, dear, Grandmama clarified. Just me, initially. I'll track our friend through the dimensional barriers, see what he's up to. Wednesday stepped forward. I want to come. She gestured to Nagini. She can help us track him. She's still connected to him through the soul fragment. Grandmama considered this. That's actually quite clever, Wednesday. Yes, having Nagini along could be useful. If Wednesday's going, I am too, Pugsley insisted. I've been working on a new portable cannon that I'm dying to test out. Well. Grandmama looked at Morticia and Gomez. What do you think, parents? Educational trip for the children? Learning about other dimensions does sound educational, Morticia mused. And they've been so well behaved lately, only 3 explosions this week. And they dug up cousin Balthazar for his birthday party without being asked, Gomez added proudly. It's settled then, Grandmama declared. The children will come with me on an interdimensional field trip. We'll leave tonight when the moon rises. What about us? Fester asked, looking disappointed. I wanted to meet more of those Death Eater people. The crazy lady with the wild hair seemed like my type. You'll get your chance, Fester, Grandmama assured him. This is just a reconnaissance mission. If things get interesting, and knowing Voldemort, they will, we'll send for the rest of you. As the family dispersed to prepare for the evening's adventure, Grandmama pulled Wednesday aside. Your new friend, she said, nodding toward Nagini. How much has she told you about her master? Wednesday stroked the snake's head thoughtfully. She says he wasn't always like this. Before he split his soul, he was brilliant. Charismatic. But each division made him less human, more, afraid. Afraid? Grandmama raised an eyebrow. Interesting choice of word. That's what Nagini feels from him, Wednesday explained. He calls it ambition, but it's really fear. Fear of death, fear of losing power, fear of being ordinary. Grandmama nodded slowly. Fear is a powerful motivator. But it makes for unstable magic. She patted Wednesday's shoulder. Keep learning from her. Understanding our opponent's fears may be our greatest advantage. As Wednesday left with Nagini, Morticia approached her mother. Are you sure taking the children is wise? This Voldemort seems unstable, and with a piece of his soul missing. All the more reason to bring them, Grandmama replied. This is educational. What better way to teach them about the consequences of soul-splitting than to show them a wizard who's done it 7 times? A cautionary tale, Morticia nodded approvingly. Very responsible parenting. Besides, Grandmama added with a twinkle in her eye, I have a feeling Voldemort won't know what hit him when he meets Wednesday and Pugsley properly. In a remote Scottish Highlands location, far from prying eyes, Voldemort stood at the center of a smaller, less well-known stone circle. Unlike the imposing megaliths where the duel had taken place, these stones were barely knee-high, arranged in a perfect circle with a larger altar stone at the center. Bellatrix watched from several paces away as her master worked, his wand moving in complex patterns over the central stone. She had never seen him like this before, focused yet uncertain, powerful yet somehow diminished by his recent defeat. Is there anything I can do to assist you, my lord? She asked, her voice unusually subdued. Voldemort didn't look up from his work. Patience, Bella. The ritual requires precision. She nodded, though he wasn't looking at her, and continued to observe. Since returning from the duel, she had been unable to stop thinking about the old witch, Grandmama Addams. The casual power she had displayed, the way she had treated Voldemort's most deadly curses as minor inconveniences. It was terrifying. And exhilarating. As a black, Bellatrix had been raised to revere ancient magical bloodlines, to believe in the superiority of old wizarding families. The Addams clan seemed to embody everything the blacks aspired to be, powerful beyond measure, immersed in dark magic, unbound by conventional limitations. What exactly are we doing here, my lord? She ventured after several more minutes of silence. Voldemort finally paused in his work. This site marks the intersection of two minor ley lines. Not powerful enough for dimensional transit, but sufficient to listen. He turned to look at her fully. You've been distracted since the duel, Bella. Your thoughts constantly return to the Addams witch. It wasn't a question, and Bellatrix didn't bother denying it. She was impressive, my lord. Her power. Yes, Voldemort agreed, surprising her. Her power is considerable. But it is not her power that interests me most, it is its nature. He gestured for Bellatrix to approach. Look at this stone. What do you see? Bellatrix moved closer and examined the altar stone. Its surface was covered in ancient, weathered carvings, spirals, concentric circles, and strange, elongated figures. Old magic, she replied. Ritual markings from before wand use became common. Precisely, Voldemort nodded approvingly. Our ancestors once practiced magic much closer to what we witnessed from the Addams family, magic tied to blood, to earth, to the natural cycles of life and death. His voice took on an almost wistful quality. We've lost much of that knowledge over the centuries, exchanging it for the precision and control that wands provide. Bellatrix stared at her master, astonished by this philosophical turn. But, you've always taught us that our way is superior. That we are evolving magic beyond what came before. And so we are, Voldemort replied quickly, his red eyes flashing. But a wise conqueror studies what he seeks to surpass. The Addams which demonstrated magic we would be fools to ignore. He returned his attention to the stone, tracing one of the spirals with a long, pale finger. These markings channel magical energy in specific patterns, allowing communication across great distances, even, potentially, across dimensions. You're trying to spy on them? Bellatrix asked, intrigued. In a manner of speaking. Voldemort smiled thinly. Knowledge is power, Bella. And I intend to reclaim what was taken from me. He meant Nagini, Bellatrix knew. The loss of his familiar, and the Horcrux it contained, was perhaps the greatest insult the Addams family had inflicted. Now, silence, Voldemort commanded. The ritual requires concentration. He began an incantation in a language Bellatrix didn't recognize, not Latin or Greek or any magical tongue she had studied. The markings on the stone began to glow with a faint blue light, which gradually intensified as Voldemort continued his chant. The air above the stone shimmered and distorted, forming what appeared to be a window of sorts, not a full portal, but a glimpse into somewhere else. Bellatrix leaned forward eagerly, trying to make out what lay beyond. Suddenly, Voldemort stopped chanting. The window-like distortion wavered, then stabilized, revealing a strange, dimly lit room filled with bizarre objects, stuffed animals that looked like no species Bellatrix had ever seen, shelves of oddly shaped bottles, and what appeared to be a small guillotine sized for fingers rather than heads. "What is this place?" Bellatrix whispered. "A room in the Addams mansion, I believe," Voldemort replied quietly. "The connection is weak," but he fell silent as a figure entered the view, the pigtailed girl who had taken Nagini. She moved to a large terrarium in the corner of the room, where the familiar form of Nagini could be seen coiled comfortably on a heated rock. The girl began speaking to the snake in Parseltongue, a series of hisses and sibilant sounds that made Voldemort lean forward intently. "What is she saying, my lord?" Bellatrix asked. "She's asking about me," Voldemort replied, his voice strangely tight. "Asking about my past, my methods, my weaknesses." "And Nagini is answering?" Bellatrix couldn't keep the shock from her voice. "Yes." The single word contained volumes of suppressed rage. "My own Horcrux, betraying my secrets." The viewing window suddenly flickered, the image distorting. Voldemort intensified his chanting, trying to stabilize the connection, but the distortion worsened. Then, to their mutual shock, the girl in the window looked directly at them, as if she could see them watching. Her expression remained impassive, but she raised one hand in what might have been a wave. "Impossible," Voldemort hissed. "She can't possibly," the girl turned and called out, though they couldn't hear her words. A moment later, Grandmama Addams entered the frame. She took one look at the distortion in the air, smiled broadly, and wiggled her fingers in a mocking wave. "Hello, Tom," she mouthed clearly before making a sharp gesture with her hand. The viewing window didn't just close, it reversed, the energy flowing backward through the connection. Voldemort barely had time to sever the ritual before the altar stone cracked down the middle, the ancient carving splitting apart with a sound like thunder. He staggered backward, breathing heavily. "They sensed us." "Not just sensed, they saw us." Bellatrix steadied him, her eyes wide. "How is that possible, my lord?" This was a one-way viewing ritual. "Their magic doesn't follow our rules," Voldemort replied, frustration evident in his voice. "And the old witch, she called me Tom." "Tom?" Bellatrix repeated, confused. "My birth name," Voldemort said coldly. "A name I abandoned decades ago. A name known to very few." His eyes narrowed dangerously. "She's been researching me, just as I've been researching her family." He straightened, brushing off Bellatrix's supporting hand. "We need to accelerate our plans. If they're studying me, they may make another crossing soon." "To attack?" Bellatrix asked, her hand moving instinctively to her wand. "Perhaps." Voldemort looked at the broken altar stone thoughtfully. "Or perhaps for the same reason we were watching them, to learn, to understand." A slow smile spread across his face. "Either way, we should prepare an appropriate welcome." The moon hung full and bright over the Addams mansion graveyard as Grandmama completed her preparations for dimensional travel. A circle of black candles surrounded a peculiar arrangement of objects, a clock with 13 hours, a jar containing what appeared to be eyeballs floating in murky liquid, and a small music box that played a haunting melody when opened. Wednesday and Pugsley stood just outside the circle, dressed for adventure. Wednesday wore her usual black dress but had added a small bandolier of throwing knives across her chest. Pugsley had stuffed his pockets with various explosive devices and carried a small, worn leather case that occasionally emitted ominous clicking sounds. Nagini was coiled around Wednesday's shoulders, her massive head resting atop the girl's like a living hat. "Did you see his face when he realized we could see him spying?" Pugsley asked, grinning widely. "I wish I could have taken a picture." "It was predictable," Wednesday replied flatly. "He's desperate to understand our magic. Desperate people make mistakes." Speaking of mistakes, Grandmama interjected as she joined them, carrying her leather satchel, are you both clear on the rules for this expedition? Stay together, don't get killed, and if anyone tries to hurt us, make them regret being born, Pugsley recited promptly. And don't bring back any souvenirs without asking first, Wednesday added. Especially if they're still screaming. Very good, Grandmama nodded approvingly. Remember, this is primarily a reconnaissance mission. We want to learn about Voldemort's world without attracting too much attention. Morticia and Gomez approached to see them off, with Uncle Fester and Lurch following behind. Do be careful, children, Morticia said, straightening Wednesday's collar. Remember your manners if you meet any interesting dark creatures. And if you get a chance to blow something up, Gomez added enthusiastically, take detailed notes for your Uncle Fester. I expect a full report, Fester agreed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Especially about that wild-haired witch with the crazy eyes. She seemed fun. Lurch simply groaned and handed Grandmama a small picnic basket. Snacks, he explained in his deep, rumbling voice. Thank you, Lurch. Very thoughtful. Grandmama took the basket and checked its contents. Ah, spider egg sandwiches and poisonous berry juice. Perfect travel food. With final goodbyes exchanged, Grandmama, Wednesday, and Pugsley stood in the center of the candle circle. Nagini hissed something to Wednesday, who nodded in response. Nagini says Voldemort is currently at a place called Malfoy Manor, she translated. It's heavily warded, but she knows a way in through the gardens. Excellent, Grandmama replied. A direct approach, then. I do love dropping in unannounced. She raised her arms and began to chant, not in Latin or any recognizable magical language, but in something older, more guttural. The candles flared higher, their flames turning from orange to deep purple. The air between them began to distort and tear, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness. Unlike their previous portal, this one seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Remember, Grandmama said as the portal stabilized, we're here to observe, not to start a war. Although if one starts, do make sure you win. With that sage advice, she stepped into the portal, followed closely by Wednesday with Nagini, and finally Pugsley, clutching his mysterious case to his chest. The portal sealed itself behind them with a sound like a sigh, leaving the remaining Addams family members standing in the suddenly quiet graveyard. They grow up so fast, Morticia remarked with a proud smile. Already making interdimensional field trips to confront dark wizards. Indeed. Gomez agreed, putting an arm around his wife's waist. I remember my first interdimensional journey. Got trapped in a realm of perpetual Wednesday for 6 months. Came back with this mustache and never looked back. Should we prepare the guest room? Fester asked. In case they bring back prisoners. An excellent idea, Fester, Morticia nodded. The one with the Iron Maiden, I think. So much more comfortable than the regular guest room. As the Addams adults headed back to the mansion to prepare for their family's return, none of them noticed the small, bat-like creature perched on a nearby tombstone, watching with gleaming red eyes. As soon as they were gone, it spread leathery wings and took flight, vanishing into the night sky. The dimensional portal deposited Grandmama, Wednesday, and Pugsley on the edge of an impressive formal garden. Before them stood an imposing manor house, its windows glowing with warm light despite the late hour. The architecture was grand but somber, with Gothic elements that the Addams family found quite appealing. So this is Malfoy Manor, Grandmama observed, taking in the well-manicured hedges and white peacock strutting across the lawn. A bit too neat for my taste, but not without a certain gloomy charm. Wednesday nodded agreement. It's trying too hard to be impressive. Our home has character. Where's the graveyard? Pugsley asked, looking around disappointedly. A fancy house like this should have at least a small family plot with a few restless spirits. Nagini hissed softly, and Wednesday listened attentively. She says the family crypt is behind the house, but it's rarely visited. The Malfoys prefer to forget their dead rather than celebrate them. How sad, Grandmama shook her head. No wonder their magic lacks depth. They made their way through the gardens, keeping to the shadows cast by elaborate topiary sculptures. Nagini directed them toward a small servants' entrance on the side of the manor, explaining through Wednesday that it would be less heavily warded than the main doors. As they approached, Grandmama held up a hand, stopping them. "Wait," she whispered. "Something's not right. This is too easy." She reached into her satchel and pulled out a handful of what looked like fine sand, which she blew gently into the air before them. As the particles drifted, they began to glow faintly, revealing an intricate web of magical barriers surrounding the entire property. "Well, well," Grandmama chuckled. "Someone's expecting visitors. These wards have been freshly strengthened, within the last hour, I'd say." "They knew we were coming?" Pugsley asked, disappointment evident in his voice. "That ruins the surprise." "Not necessarily," Wednesday replied, studying the glowing barrier. "They know someone is coming, but they don't know who or how or when." She turned to Nagini. "Are there other ways in?" After a brief consultation with the snake, she looked up. "There's a network of tunnels beneath the manor, escape routes built by the original Malfoy. The entrance is hidden in the family crypt." "The crypt it is, then," Grandmama decided. "I've always preferred entering through graveyards anyway. So much more civilized." They skirted the edge of the property, careful to avoid triggering the magical alarms, until they reached the small, elegant mausoleum set apart from the gardens. Unlike the meticulously maintained grounds, the crypt showed signs of neglect, weathered stone, untrimmed vines, and a general air of abandonment. "Now this is more like it," Pugsley approved. "Proper neglect. Respectful." The crypt door was locked, but this presented no challenge to Grandmama, who simply whispered something to the ancient hinges. They creaked obligingly and the door swung open of its own accord. Inside, rows of marble sarcophagi lined the walls, each bearing the name and dates of a deceased Malfoy. Generations of pale, blonde aristocrats eternally housed in cold stone. "Hello, cousins," Grandmama greeted the dead politely. "Just passing through. Don't mind us." Wednesday had moved to the center of the crypt, where Nagini was indicating a particular flagstone with her tail. "Here," she said. "There's a mechanism that opens the tunnel entrance." Pugsley immediately dropped to his knees and began examining the stone. "I see it. A pressure plate connected to, that's clever." He looked up at Grandmama. "It's designed to only respond to Malfoy blood. Anything else triggers what feels like a nasty curse." "Blood magic," Grandmama nodded approvingly. "At least they got that right." She reached into her satchel again and removed a small vial containing a thick, red liquid. "Fortunately, I came prepared. Always keep samples from interesting magical bloodlines." "When did you get Malfoy blood?" Wednesday asked, one eyebrow slightly raised in question. Grandmama winked. "Let's just say the blonde gentleman made a hasty exit from our duel, but not before I collected a souvenir." She uncorked the vial and let 3 drops fall onto the flagstone. The stone sank several inches with a grinding sound, then slid sideways to reveal a narrow staircase descending into darkness. "After you, children," Grandmama gestured. "Mind the steps, they sound rather worn." With Nagini leading the way, they descended into the hidden passage. The air grew colder and damper as they moved deeper underground, but none of the Addams found this uncomfortable. If anything, it felt more like home than the manicured gardens above. The tunnel eventually leveled out, branching in 3 directions. Nagini hissed instructions to Wednesday, who nodded. "Left leads to the manor's cellars, right leads out beyond the property boundaries, and straight ahead connects to the dungeons where Voldemort often conducts his more private business." "Dungeons?" Pugsley perked up. "Now we're talking. Do they have rack? Thumbscrews? An Iron Maiden?" "Nothing so civilized," Wednesday translated from Nagini. "Just cells for prisoners and a chamber for, questioning them." How disappointingly modern, Grandmama sighed. Well, the dungeons it is. If Voldemort is working on understanding our magic, that's where he'd be. They proceeded straight ahead, the tunnel gradually widening until it ended at what appeared to be a solid stone wall. Nagini hissed softly, and Wednesday translated again. There's a hidden door, but it's magically sealed from the other side. Voldemort changes the unlocking mechanism regularly. Grandmama examined the wall thoughtfully. Conventional wards, I imagine. Nothing a little Addams touch can't handle. She placed her palm flat against the stone and closed her eyes. Ah, yes. Complex, but ultimately predictable. Stand back, children. She began to whisper to the stone in the same ancient language she had used for the dimensional portal. The wall didn't respond at first, but as she continued, a faint tremor ran through it. Dust trickled from the ceiling as the whispers intensified. Suddenly, Grandmama switched tactics. Instead of continuing to whisper, she leaned forward and planted a kiss on the stone wall. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The wall didn't just open, it seemed to blush, turning momentarily pink before melting away like ice under a flame, revealing a dimly lit chamber beyond. Grandmama, you're amazing, Pugsley said admiringly. Just a little trick I learned from your great-great-grandmother, she replied modestly. Stone has feelings too, you know. Sometimes it just wants to be appreciated. They stepped through the opening into what was indeed a dungeon, a large, circular chamber with cells along the walls and various unpleasant-looking implements hanging from hooks. The room was empty of people, but evidence of recent use could be seen in the fresh stains on the floor and the still-burning torches in their sconces. Nagini became visibly agitated, hissing urgently to Wednesday. She says Voldemort was here less than an hour ago, Wednesday translated. He was questioning a prisoner about interdimensional magic, someone from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. Did she hear anything useful? Grandmama asked. Wednesday listened to another series of hisses. The prisoner told him about a room in their ministry, a place where they study dimensional travel. Apparently, there's an archway there that serves as a permanent gateway between worlds. Interesting, Grandmama mused. A fixed portal would be much more convenient than opening temporary ones. Less drain on the magical reserves. Nagini says Voldemort left to gather his followers, Wednesday continued. He plans to raid this ministry tonight to access the archway. Well, isn't that convenient? Grandmama's eyes twinkled with mischief. We were hoping to observe him in action, and it sounds like he's planning something suitably dramatic. Can we go watch? Pugsley asked eagerly. Maybe even participate a little. Observation only, Grandmama reminded him firmly. At least until we understand the situation better. She turned to Nagini. Can you lead us to this ministry place? Before Wednesday could translate, a cold, drawling voice spoke from the chamber entrance. That won't be necessary. I'd be happy to escort you there myself. They turned to find a tall, blond man standing in the doorway, wand pointed directly at them. His pale, pointed face wore an expression of triumph tinged with fear. Lucius Malfoy, I presume? Grandmama said pleasantly, as if they were meeting at a social function rather than being caught trespassing in his dungeon. You are trespassing in my home, Lucius replied, his voice steady despite the slight trembling of his wand hand. Though I must admit, I'm impressed you managed to bypass our wards. Oh, those little magical fences. Grandmama waved dismissively. Quite pretty, but rather basic. Your ancestors used to do much better work, blood magic tied to the very foundations of the property. Lucius's eyes narrowed at this casual dismissal of his family's protections. The Dark Lord will be most interested to learn of your arrival. He's been expecting you. Has he, now? Grandmama smiled. How thoughtful. Saves us the trouble of announcing ourselves. Grandmama, Wednesday said quietly, he's stalling. There are others coming. As if on cue, more footsteps could be heard approaching rapidly from the passage behind Lucius. Well then, Grandmama said, reaching into her satchel, perhaps we should make this more of a proper visit. She pulled out what appeared to be a handful of small, dark objects and tossed them casually onto the floor between them and Lucius. The objects, which turned out to be what looked like black seeds, immediately began to sprout, growing at an impossible rate. Within seconds, they had formed a tangled barrier of thorny vines that completely blocked the entrance. From behind the barrier came shouts and the sound of spells being cast, but the vines simply absorbed the magical energy, growing thicker and more densely tangled with each attempt. That should give us a few minutes, Grandmama said calmly. Now, let's see about finding another exit. Lucius, trapped on their side of the vine barrier, backed away, his wand still raised. You won't escape. The manor is surrounded. The Dark Lord himself will be returning at any moment. We're not trying to escape, Mr. Malfoy, Wednesday explained in her monotone voice, stroking Nagini's head. We're trying to follow. Your master is going to this ministry place, and so are we. A field trip, Pugsley added cheerfully. Educational. We're learning about dimensional portals and Dark Lords with fractured souls. Lucius's eyes widened as he took in the massive snake draped around the pigtailed girl's shoulders. Nagini, he whispered. But how? She prefers living with us, Wednesday stated flatly. We understand her better. While this exchange was happening, Grandmama had been examining the chamber, running her hands along the walls. Ah, here we are, she announced, finding what appeared to be another hidden door. Mr. Malfoy, would you be so kind as to open this for us? I believe it requires the touch of the manor's master. I will do no such thing, Lucius declared, though his voice lacked conviction. Grandmama shrugged. As you wish. Pugsley, would you do the honors? Pugsley grinned and opened the mysterious case he'd been carrying. From it, he removed what looked like a small, brass cannon mounted on a tripod. Despite its miniature size, it had an air of menace about it. Stand back, he warned as he set it up facing the hidden door. This is still in the testing phase. What is that device? Lucius demanded, his composure cracking slightly. Just a little something I've been working on, Pugsley replied proudly. I call it the dimensional disruptor. It creates a localized weakening of spatial integrity. Or, in simple terms, he turned a dial on the side of the cannon. It makes holes in things that shouldn't have holes. Before Lucius could react, Pugsley pulled a lever. The cannon emitted not a bang but a sound like reality itself tearing. A beam of distorted light shot from its barrel and struck the wall, which immediately began to ripple and fold in on itself, creating an opening where solid stone had been moments before. Excellent work, dear, Grandmama patted Pugsley's head proudly. Your great-uncle Strife would be most impressed. Beyond the newly created opening was another tunnel, this one clearly not part of the original manor's design. It appeared to be crudely dug, with rough walls and uneven footing. A secret escape route, Wednesday observed, peering into the darkness. Recently made. Someone doesn't trust their host. Nagini hissed in confirmation, adding details that Wednesday translated. This was dug by one of Voldemort's followers, a man who can transform into a rat. He created it without Voldemort's knowledge, in case he needed to flee. How delightfully disloyal, Grandmama approved. Well, shall we? You can't just leave me here, Lucius protested, looking nervously at the vine barrier where spells were still being cast to no effect. Of course not, Grandmama agreed. You're coming with us, Mr. Malfoy. We may need a local guide, and you seem like just the man for the job. Lucius opened his mouth to object but found himself suddenly unable to move as Wednesday fixed him with an unnervingly intense stare. Cooperation would be wise, she advised. Nagini remembers how you taste from the last time she bit you. She says you were stringy. The snake raised her head and flicked her tongue in Lucius's direction, causing the blonde wizard to pale even further. Fine, he conceded, lowering his wand. But the Dark Lord will hunt you down for this. He does not forgive those who oppose him. Oh, we're counting on him finding us, Grandmama said cheerfully as she led the way into the tunnel. That's rather the point of following him, isn't it? In the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, chaos reigned. It was well past normal working hours, but the night security detail found themselves woefully unprepared for the assault that had come upon them. Death Eaters moved through the grand space with practiced efficiency, securing entrances and disabling the Fleur network connections. At their center strode Lord Voldemort himself, his pale face set in lines of cold determination as he headed directly for the elevators that would take them to the Department of Mysteries. "Seal all exits," he commanded. "I want no interruptions and no witnesses." Bellatrix practically danced at his side, her wild hair flying as she fired curses at the few Ministry employees unfortunate enough to be working late. "The way is clear, my lord," she reported gleefully. "The Department of Mysteries is directly below us." Voldemort nodded. "Rodolphus, Rabaston, remain here with 4 others to secure our retreat. The rest of you, with me." As they approached the elevators, Voldemort suddenly paused, his head tilting slightly as if listening to something only he could hear. "My lord?" Bellatrix asked, concerned by the sudden stillness that had come over him. "She's here," Voldemort said quietly, his red eyes narrowing. "The Addams witch. I can feel her magic." "Here? In the Ministry?" Bellatrix looked around wildly, as if expecting Grandmama to materialize from the shadows. "How is that possible?" "I don't know," Voldemort admitted, his voice tight with frustration. "But she's coming. Her magical signature is distinctive." He turned to address the assembled Death Eaters. "Change of plans. Bellatrix, Dolohov, Snape, you will accompany me to the Department of Mysteries. The rest of you, prepare for uninvited guests. The Addams witch may not be alone." "How should we handle her if she appears, my lord?" one of the masked Death Eaters asked nervously. "You don't," Voldemort replied coldly. "You delay her. Keep her occupied until I've completed my business with the archway. Nothing more." With that, he entered the elevator, followed by his chosen companions. As the doors closed, he caught a glimpse of his followers arranging themselves defensively throughout the atrium, their wands at the ready. They were afraid, he realized. Not of Ministry Aurors or of potential reinforcements, but of one elderly witch and whatever companions she might have brought. The thought should have angered him, that his followers would fear anyone other than himself, but instead, he found it entirely rational. He had faced Grandmama Addams in direct magical combat and had been soundly defeated. It was not an experience he intended to repeat without proper preparation. The elevator descended smoothly to level 9, where the Department of Mysteries was housed. As they exited into the plain black corridor, Voldemort turned to Snape. "You're certain the information is accurate? The archway serves as a dimensional gateway." Snape nodded, his expression carefully neutral as always. "According to my sources, yes. The unspeakables have been studying it for centuries, though few have dared to pass through it. Those who do are said never to return. Because they lack the proper understanding," Voldemort replied dismissively. "The Addams which traverses dimensions with ease. With the proper application of her magical principles, the archway can be controlled rather than merely used." They reached the circular entrance chamber of the department, where identical black doors surrounded them. As soon as the door closed behind them, the wall began to spin, the doors blurring into a solid black mass before settling once more. "A simple security measure," Voldemort said with a hint of disdain. He raised his wand and cast a complex revealing spell. One of the doors briefly glowed blue. There. The Death Chamber. They proceeded through the indicated door into a large, amphitheater-like room. Stone benches descended in steep steps toward a sunken stone dais in the center, upon which stood an ancient, crumbling stone archway. A tattered veil hung from the arch, moving slightly as though stirred by a faint breeze, despite the still air of the chamber. "The veil," Bellatrix whispered, her usual manic energy subdued by the solemnity of the place. "They say it's a gateway to the realm of death itself." "Not death," Voldemort corrected, descending the stone steps toward the archway. "Or at least, not only death. The unspeakables have it wrong. This isn't merely a passage between life and death, it's a nexus point between dimensions, one of which happens to be what some perceive as an afterlife." He reached the dais and circled the archway slowly, studying it from all angles. The Addams witch and her family understand this intuitively. They don't fear death because they don't see it as an ending, merely a transition to another state of existence, another dimension accessible through the proper means. Snape, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. "You intend to use the archway to access their dimension directly?" "Eventually," Voldemort nodded. "But first, I must understand how it functions." The Addams family crosses between worlds with casual ease. "I intend to learn their methods." He removed several objects from his robes and began arranging them around the base of the archway, a small silver bowl, various pouches containing powdered substances, and what appeared to be a lock of gray hair. "Is that," Bellatrix began. "Yes," Voldemort confirmed, carefully placing the hair in the silver bowl. "A sample I managed to collect during our duel." The old witch sheds like a cat. His lipless mouth curved in a cold smile. "With this, I can attune the archway to the specific dimension where the Addams family resides." He straightened and addressed his followers. "This ritual will require complete concentration. Guard the chamber. Allow no one to interfere." As the three Death Eaters took up positions around the room, Voldemort began an elaborate incantation, combining elements of conventional magic with phrases and gestures he had observed from Grandmama during their duel. It was an improvised working, dangerous in its uncertainty, but he proceeded with the confidence of one accustomed to pushing magical boundaries. The veil hanging from the archway began to stir more actively, billowing outward as if caught in a strong wind. Whispers emanated from beyond it, indistinct voices calling out in languages both familiar and utterly alien. "It's working," Bellatrix breathed, watching in fascination as the air within the archway began to shimmer and distort. Voldemort intensified his chanting, adding a series of precise wand movements that sent sparks of magical energy into the silver bowl. The hair within it ignited with an unnatural purple flame, filling the chamber with a strange, sweet scent. The veil suddenly parted, revealing not darkness but a swirling vortex of colors and shapes too bizarre for the human mind to properly process. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, some seeming to call Voldemort's name, both his chosen title and the birth name he had long abandoned. "My lord," Snape called out, a note of warning in his usually impassive voice. "Something is coming through." Indeed, the vortex was changing, solidifying into a more coherent image, what appeared to be a room filled with strange artifacts and specimens preserved in jars. It was like looking through a window into another place, a view that grew clearer and more substantial with each passing moment. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with triumph. "Yes," he hissed. "The Addams dimension. Their home." But as he prepared to complete the ritual, something unexpected happened. The view through the archway suddenly shifted, as if someone on the other side had noticed the intrusion and redirected it. Instead of the preserved specimen room, they now saw what appeared to be a conservatory filled with the strangest plants any of them had ever encountered, moving, reaching, visibly hungry plants that seemed to be straining toward the archway as if sensing prey beyond. And standing among these carnivorous specimens was a tall, elegant woman with skin as pale as moonlight, hair as black as night, and a serene smile that somehow managed to be more terrifying than Voldemort's worst rage. "Hello," she said, her voice coming through the vortex with perfect clarity. "I'm Morticia Addams. You must be the dark wizard Mother has been telling us about. How lovely of you to call." Voldemort stiffened, recognizing the woman from the stone circle, Grandmama's daughter, who had observed their duel from the sidelines. Before he could respond, a mustached man in a pinstriped suit bounded into view beside her. "Visitors from another dimension? Marvelous." He kissed Morticia's hand fervently. "Shall we invite them for dinner?" cara mia? Another time, perhaps, mon cher, Morticia replied, her eyes never leaving Voldemort. I believe mother and the children are already attending to our guests' hospitality. The children, Voldemort began, a sudden suspicion forming. If Grandmama Addams was here, in his world, along with the children he had seen at the duel, then who he was seeing now was the rest of the family, he concluded aloud. You stayed behind. One of us had to mind the house, Morticia explained with a graceful shrug. Though I must say, it's rather forward of you to peer into our home without a proper introduction. In my day, dimensional travelers sent calling cards first. Despite the bizarreness of the situation, Voldemort found himself responding to the implied criticism. It was not my intention to intrude upon your privacy, madam. Merely to understand the magical principles that allow your family to travel between worlds with such ease. Understand? Morticia seemed amused by the concept. My dear man, our family doesn't understand dimensional travel any more than fish understand water. We simply do it, as our ancestors have done for countless generations. The mustachioed man nodded enthusiastically. Like breathing. Or fencing. Or walking on hot coals for pleasure. He turned to Morticia with sudden excitement. Say, that reminds me, is it Tuesday already? I'm due for my weekly impalement. Tomorrow, darling, she reminded him gently. Today is still Monday. Ah, of course. He slapped his forehead dramatically. How could I forget? Monday is disembowelment day. Voldemort stared at the couple, momentarily at a loss for words. It was like looking into a funhouse mirror of his own dark aesthetic, a family that embraced pain, death, and macabre interests, but with a joy and camaraderie that was entirely alien to his experience. Recovering his composure, he addressed Morticia directly. Your mother and I have unfinished business. She has something that belongs to me. Nagini. Morticia raised an elegant eyebrow. But the snake seems quite happy with Wednesday. They've become inseparable. The creature is not merely a pet, Voldemort said coldly. It contains a piece of my soul. Ah, yes. Mother mentioned your unusual hobby of soul-splitting. Morticia shook her head disapprovingly. So messy and inefficient. If you wish to experience different states of being, there are far more elegant methods. Before Voldemort could respond to this unexpected criticism, the archway suddenly pulsed with energy, the vortex becoming unstable. The view of the Addams conservatory wavered and distorted. It appears our connection is weakening, Morticia observed calmly. Before we part, a word of advice, mother can be quite protective of her grandchildren. If you're planning anything unpleasant for them, I would strongly reconsider. Is that a threat, Mrs. Addams? Voldemort asked, his voice dangerously soft. Morticia's serene smile never wavered. Not at all. Merely a statement of fact, like warning someone that the tide is coming in, or that the quicksand they're standing in is rather deeper than it appears. The vortex pulsed again, more violently this time. The connection was clearly failing. One last thing, Morticia added as her image began to fade. Do be careful with dimensional portals. They have a way of opening doors that swing both ways. You never know who might come knocking. With that enigmatic warning, the vortex collapsed in on itself, the veil falling back into place with a soft fluttering sound. The chamber returned to its previous state, though the air remained charged with magical energy. Voldemort stood motionless before the now dormant archway, his expression unreadable. After a long moment, he turned to his followers. Interesting, was all he said. Bellatrix, who had watched the exchange with rapt attention, stepped forward hesitantly. My lord, what does this mean? If the Addams witch and the children are here in our world. It means, Bella, that we must accelerate our plans. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with renewed purpose. The old witch has come to me, saving me the trouble of seeking her out. But why would she come here? Dolohov asked, breaking his usual silence. Surely she must know it's dangerous for her. Because she's curious, Voldemort replied, surprising them with what almost sounded like approval in his voice. She wants to understand our magic, just as I seek to understand hers. We are, in that way at least, kindred spirits. Snape, who had remained characteristically silent throughout the exchange with Morticia, finally spoke. What will you do now, my lord? Voldemort considered this for a moment. Continue as planned. The Addams witch may be here, but she doesn't know our full intentions. The ritual can still proceed. He began gathering the items he had arranged around the archway, handling them with unusual care. However, we must be prepared for interference. Snape, return to Hogwarts immediately. If my suspicions are correct, the Addams children may take an interest in the school. Children are drawn to other children, after all. Snape nodded, though his expression suggested he found the prospect of Wednesday and Pugsley visiting Hogwarts deeply concerning. Bellatrix, alert the others in the atrium. Tell them to be on guard but not to engage unless absolutely necessary. Voldemort's voice took on a harder edge. I want the Addams witch and her grandchildren found, but not confronted. Observed only. Is that clear? Yes, my lord, Bellatrix replied, though she couldn't quite hide her disappointment at being denied a direct confrontation. And what of you, my lord? Dolohov asked. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. I have preparations to make. The ritual site in the Highlands requires additional protections if we are to proceed without interruption. As they exited the death chamber, returning to the circular room with its identical doors, Voldemort paused, his head tilting slightly as if listening again to something only he could hear. She's closer, he murmured. Moving through the ministry even now. Shall we confront her, my lord? Bellatrix asked eagerly, her hand moving to her wand. No, Voldemort decided after a moment's consideration. Let her come. Let her see the archway, understand what we're planning. It may serve our purpose better to have her follow us than to attempt to capture or confront her directly. A trap, my lord? Snape suggested quietly. Of sorts, Voldemort agreed. But not in the traditional sense. More of an invitation. With that cryptic statement, he led his followers back toward the elevators, his mind already racing with revised plans and contingencies. The Addams witch had surprised him by coming to his world, but he would turn that surprise to his advantage. Let her follow him to the ritual site. Let her bring her strange grandchildren and their stolen Horcrux. It would save him the trouble of hunting them down later. This time, he would be prepared. This time, he would not retreat. While Voldemort was communing with the Veil, Grandmama, Wednesday, and Pugsley, with a reluctant Lucius Malfoy in tow, had made their way through the secret tunnel and emerged in a nondescript London alley. Well, that was convenient, Grandmama remarked as they stepped into the cool night air. Though I must say, Mr. Malfoy, your escape tunnel could use some proper ambience. A few bones embedded in the walls, perhaps, or the occasional moaning spirit. Lucius, who had been stiffly compliant throughout their journey, glared at her. It wasn't designed for aesthetic pleasure, madam, but for practical necessity. But why choose practicality when you could have both? Gomez chimed in. Our family crypt has 7 different secret passages, each more delightfully terrifying than the last. Where are we? Wednesday asked, looking around the dingy alley with mild interest. Nagini, still draped around her shoulders, flicked her tongue, tasting the air. London, Lucius replied tersely. Near the visitor's entrance to the Ministry of Magic. Excellent, Grandmama nodded approvingly. Now, Mr. Malfoy, if you would be so kind as to lead us there. And if I refuse? Lucius challenged, his hand inching toward where his wand would be if they hadn't confiscated it. Pugsley held up a small, ticking device. This is a portable swamp bomb, he explained cheerfully. Releases enough magical muck to cover half a city block. Takes weeks to clean up. He grinned. I've been looking for a good place to test it. Lucius paled slightly. That won't be necessary. The entrance is this way. He led them out of the alley and down several blocks to an old, red telephone booth that looked distinctly out of place in the modern street. A telephone booth? Grandmama looked at it dubiously. How charmingly retro. It's camouflaged, Lucius explained stiffly. The ministry values its secrecy from the Muggle world. Muggles? Wednesday repeated. You mean normal humans? You hide from them? Of course, Lucius replied, unable to keep a touch of disdain from his voice. Would you have us expose ourselves to their fear and persecution? Our neighbors love us, Pugsley said, looking genuinely confused. They bring torches and pitchforks for our anniversary every year. It's tradition. How thoughtful of them, Grandmama agreed. Nothing says, good neighbor, like a proper mob now and then. She turned back to Lucius. Different worlds, different customs, I suppose. Now, how does this charming little booth work? Looking increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation, Lucius explained the process, entering the booth, dialing a specific number, and stating their business to the magical operator. Splendid, Grandmama declared. We'll take it from here, Mr. Malfoy. You've been a most helpful guide. You're releasing me? Lucius asked suspiciously. Of course, Grandmama looked surprised at the question. We kidnapped you, you helped us, and now we're done. That's how these things work. Unless you'd prefer to come with us, Wednesday offered in her flat voice. Nagini says Voldemort will be very interested to hear how easily you gave up the secret entrance to your home. Lucius blanched. I was coerced. Were you? Wednesday tilted her head slightly. I don't recall using any force. You chose to cooperate quite readily. Self-preservation is a perfectly respectable motive, Mr. Malfoy, Grandmama assured him. But I'm sure your master will understand completely. It was clear from Lucius's expression that he harbored no such confidence in Voldemort's understanding. After a moment of internal struggle, he straightened his shoulders and made a decision. I will accompany you, he said with as much dignity as he could muster. To ensure you don't misrepresent my involvement in this situation. Excellent. Grandmama beamed. The more the merrier. Led on, Mr. Malfoy. The four of them squeezed into the telephone booth, with Nagini coiled partly around Wednesday and partly around Pugsley to save space. Lucius dialed the number with a resigned expression. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, a cool female voice filled the booth. Please state your name and business. Lucius hesitated, clearly unsure how to explain their unusual group. Grandmama Addams, Wednesday Addams, Pugsley Addams, and Mr. Lucius Malfoy, Grandmama supplied helpfully. Here to observe interdimensional magical theory in action and possibly retrieve a stolen soul fragment, depending on how the evening develops. There was a pause, as if the magical system was processing this unusual declaration. Then the voice responded, thank you. Visitors, please take the badges and attach them to the front of your robes. For badges slid out of the metal chute where coins were normally returned. Grandmama picked them up and distributed them. Hers read, Grandmama Addams, Interdimensional Observer. Wednesday's identified her as a soul fragment retrieval specialist, while Pugsley's declared him an explosive magical theory enthusiast. Lucius's badge simply stated, Reluctant Guide. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant evening, the voice concluded as the floor of the telephone booth began to sink, carrying them underground. As they descended, Lucius turned to Grandmama with a pained expression. You do realize the Ministry is likely under attack as we speak? The Dark Lord rarely makes social calls. Oh, we're counting on a bit of excitement, Grandmama assured him. The children have been so bored lately. Nothing like a good magical confrontation to liven up their education. My last tutor quit after I showed him my collection of shrunken heads, Wednesday added. He lacked intellectual curiosity. The telephone booth came to a stop, and the door slid open to reveal the ministry's atrium, which was indeed in a state of some disarray. The usual evening security staff appeared to be tied up in the center of the grand hall, while masked Death Eaters patrolled the perimeter. "Oh my," Grandmama observed mildly. "Your colleagues seem to have redecorated, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius closed his eyes briefly, as if praying for patience. "Those are Death Eaters, the Dark Lord's followers. They will kill you without hesitation if they see you." "How rude," Grandmama remarked. "We're visitors from another dimension. Where's the hospitality?" Before Lucius could respond, one of the patrolling Death Eaters turned in their direction and spotted them. He immediately raised his wand and shouted, "Intruders at the visitors' entrance." "So much for the subtle approach," Grandmama sighed. "Children, remember what we discussed about defensive measures?" Wednesday and Pugsley nodded in perfect synchronization. Wednesday reached into a small pouch at her waist and withdrew what appeared to be a handful of dust, which she blew gently toward the approaching Death Eaters. Pugsley, meanwhile, removed a small mechanical device from his pocket and twisted its top before rolling it across the floor. The dust expanded as it traveled, forming a thick, impenetrable fog that filled the atrium with alarming speed. The mechanical device let out a series of loud pops, followed by maniacal laughter that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Disorientation tactics," Grandmama explained to a stunned Lucius. "So much more elegant than direct confrontation, don't you think?" Indeed, the combination was proving remarkably effective. Through gaps in the fog, they could see Death Eaters firing spells wildly, unable to determine the source of the laughter or the location of the intruders. "Now, Mr. Malfoy," Grandmama continued pleasantly, "where might we find this archway that Voldemort is so interested in?" Lucius, clearly recognizing that his best chance of survival lay in continued cooperation, pointed toward the elevators. "Department of Mysteries. Level 9. But we'll never make it across the atrium undetected, even with this distraction." "Never is such a pessimistic word," Grandmama chided. "Wednesday, dear, do you think Nagini might help us create a path?" Wednesday whispered to the snake, who hissed in response and immediately slithered down from her shoulders. The massive serpent moved into the fog, her body creating a path they could follow. "Stay close," Grandmama instructed, taking Pugsley's hand. "Mr. Malfoy, do keep up. It would be a shame to lose our guide at this stage." They moved through the fog, following Nagini's sinuous form. Around them, the sounds of confusion continued, shouts, errant spells striking walls and floor, and the persistent, unsettling laughter from Pugsley's device. They had almost reached the elevators when a high, mad voice rang out above the chaos. "I smell traitors. Come out, wherever you are." "Bellatrix," Lucius muttered, recognizing his sister-in-law's voice. "She's more dangerous than the others. Completely devoted to the Dark Lord and utterly without restraint." "She sounds fun," Wednesday commented, earning a look of disbelief from Lucius. "Level 9, he reminded them as they squeezed into an elevator. "The Department of Mysteries is a complex place, a labyrinth, really. Without a guide, you'll be lost for days. Fortunately, we have you," Grandmama pointed out cheerfully. "And Nagini knows the way as well, don't you, dear?" The snake hissed in what seemed like agreement as the elevator began to descend. When they reached level 9, they found the corridor eerily quiet compared to the chaos above. A plain black door stood at the end of the hallway, unmarked and unremarkable. "That's the entrance," Lucius informed them reluctantly. "Beyond is a circular room with identical doors. It rotates when you enter to confuse intruders." "How delightfully disorienting," Grandmama approved. "Like our family maze, but indoors." They approached the black door cautiously. Nagini slithered ahead, her tongue flicking rapidly as she tested the air. "She says Voldemort was here recently," Wednesday translated. "With 3 others. They went to something called the Death Chamber." "The Veil," Lucius explained, unable to keep a note of unease from his voice. An ancient archway that supposedly connects to the realm of death. Those who pass through never return. A dimensional portal, Grandmama nodded understanding. Yes, that would interest him after our little encounter. He's trying to understand how we cross between worlds so easily. They entered the black door and, as Lucius had warned, found themselves in a circular chamber with identical doors all around. The moment the entrance closed behind them, the wall began to spin rapidly, the doors blurring into a solid black mass before stopping once more. Well, that's disorienting, Pugsley commented, looking more delighted than concerned. How do we know which door is which? We don't, Lucius replied. That's the point. Only unspeakables who work here know how to navigate properly. Or snakes with excellent senses, Wednesday added, as Nagini moved confidently toward one specific door. She can smell their trail. The door Nagini indicated opened onto a large, amphitheater-like room with stone benches descending toward a central dais. Upon the dais stood an ancient stone archway with a tattered veil hanging from it, moving slightly despite the still air. The veil, Lucius whispered, keeping his distance from the descending steps. We should not be here. This place is dangerous even to those who study it. Grandmama, however, moved forward with great interest, descending the steps toward the archway. Wednesday and Pugsley followed, with Nagini gliding ahead of them. Fascinating, Grandmama remarked, circling the archway as Voldemort had done earlier. A permanent dimensional tear, stabilized by the stone structure. Very clever. She leaned closer, apparently listening to the faint whispers emanating from beyond the veil. Yes, I see. It's not just connected to one dimension, but to many. A nexus point where realities overlap. You can understand it? Lucius asked, having reluctantly followed them down the steps. Of course, Grandmama replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Dimensional boundaries speak a language of their own. If you listen carefully, you can hear the different worlds calling. She turned to her grandchildren. Do you hear them? Wednesday nodded. Some are louder than others. The 1-3 frequencies to the left sounds like Great Aunt Lucretia. It very well might be, Grandmama agreed. She did take that unfortunate stroll through a spontaneous portal back in 37. We always wondered where she ended up. Pugsley, meanwhile, had pulled out a small device that resembled a brass compass with too many hands. This is giving some really interesting readings, Grandmama. The dimensional barriers are super thin here, thinner than at home in the graveyard. Yes, I suspect that's why Voldemort came here, Grandmama mused. He's trying to create a stable portal to our dimension, perhaps to retrieve his Horcrux, or perhaps to study our magic more directly. She knelt to examine the base of the archway, where the remnants of Voldemort's ritual could still be seen, scorch marks and traces of the purple flame that had consumed her hair. He used my hair as a magical beacon, she realized, looking more impressed than offended. Clever boy. Using my own magical signature to attune the portal to our specific dimension. Did it work? Wednesday asked. Partially, Grandmama replied. He established a connection, but couldn't fully stabilize it. Probably spoke with whoever was home at the time. Mother and father, Wednesday concluded. They would have answered if something strange appeared in the conservatory. Indeed, Grandmama nodded. And knowing your mother, she would have been perfectly polite while telling him absolutely nothing useful. While this conversation was taking place, Lucius had been growing increasingly nervous, constantly glancing back toward the entrance. We should go, he urged. The Dark Lord could return at any moment. He rarely leaves a task unfinished. Oh, I'm counting on him returning, Grandmama replied calmly. But not here. He's learned what he needed from this archway. His next step will be to establish his own portal in a location he controls. She turned to Wednesday. Ask Nagini where he would go to perform a major ritual, somewhere private, powerful, and personally significant. Wednesday consulted with the snake, then looked up. She says there's a place in the Highlands where he performed important rituals before, where he first created her as a Horcrux. It's at the intersection of major ley lines and has ancient magical protections. That's our next destination, then, Grandmama decided. Mr. Malfoy, I don't suppose you could take us there directly? Lucius shook his head firmly. I've never been to that location. The Dark Lord keeps certain places private, known only to himself. No matter, Grandmama waved dismissively. Nagini can guide us once we're in the general vicinity. She turned back to the archway with a thoughtful expression. Before we go, though, I think a small adjustment to this archway might prove useful. Adjustment? Lucius repeated warily. These are ancient magical artifacts, studied by experts for centuries. You can't just, but Grandmama was already at work, placing her hands directly on the stone of the archway and whispering to it in that strange, ancient language she had used before. The stone seemed to vibrate under her touch, the veil billowing more actively. What are you doing? Lucius demanded, backing away as the archway began to emit a soft, violet glow. Just leaving a forwarding address, Grandmama replied cryptically. In case anyone from home needs to reach us. With a final whispered word, she stepped back. The archway looked unchanged to casual observation, but something about it felt different, more alert, somehow, as if it were actively listening rather than passively existing. There, Grandmama said, satisfied. Now then, shall we proceed to the Highlands? I believe we have a dark wizard to catch up with. How exactly do you propose we travel there? Lucius asked, his tone suggesting he already regretted the question. Grandmama smiled wickedly. Why, Mr. Malfoy, we'll use your Dark Lord's own method against him. He left quite a strong magical trail when he departed, like breadcrumbs for those who know how to follow such things. She reached into her satchel and withdrew what appeared to be a small, mummified bat. A simple tracking charm, adapted for interdimensional use. Pugsley, would you do the honors? Pugsley took the bat reverently and placed it on the floor where Voldemort had stood during his ritual. He then removed a vial of glowing orange liquid from his pocket and poured 3 drops onto the bat. The effect was immediate and startling. The bat's withered wings spread suddenly, and it rose into the air, its empty eye sockets filling with the same orange glow as the liquid. It circled their heads once, then darted toward the chamber entrance. Follow that bat. Grandmama declared cheerfully. It will lead us directly to Voldemort's magical signature. This is insanity, Lucius muttered, but he followed nonetheless as they hurried back through the Department of Mysteries, following the glowing bat. Instead of returning to the elevators, however, the bat led them down a different corridor, ending at what appeared to be a maintenance closet. It squeezed through the crack under the door and disappeared. A broom closet? Lucius asked incredulously. This is your great magical tracking. Patience, Mr. Malfoy, Grandmama advised as she opened the door. Beyond was not a closet at all, but a small room containing a single fireplace with a pot of glittering powder beside it. Ah, a private flue connection, Grandmama nodded understanding. Your Dark Lord believes in backdoors, it seems. The Department of Mysteries has its own secure flue network, Lucius explained reluctantly. Separate from the main ministry connections. It's highly restricted. And yet, our little friend found it, Grandmama observed as the bat hovered above the fireplace, still glowing orange. Voldemort used this very connection to travel to his ritual site. She turned to Wednesday and Pugsley. Children, have you ever traveled by fireplace before? Like Santa Claus? Pugsley asked eagerly. Similar principle, different execution, Grandmama replied. You simply take a pinch of this powder, throw it into the flames, state your destination, and step in. What destination would we state? Wednesday asked practically. We don't know the name of Voldemort's ritual site. We don't need to, Grandmama explained, gesturing to the bat. Our little friend will be our guide. She scooped the bat gently into her hands and whispered something to it. The bat's glow intensified, and it seemed to dissolve into the same orange powder as the liquid Pugsley had used. Grandmama added this glowing orange powder to the conventional Flo powder in the pot, mixing them together with her finger. There. Now the Flo network will take us directly to the magical signature's origin, without needing a specific name. That's not how Flo powder works, Lucius protested weakly. Perhaps not in your world, Grandmama conceded with a smile. But I find most magical systems respond well to a little interdimensional innovation. She took a generous pinch of the mixed powder and threw it into the fireplace. The flames immediately turned a brilliant orange, much brighter than the usual green of Flo travel. Ladies first, she declared, gesturing for Wednesday to proceed. With Nagini still wrapped around her shoulders, Wednesday stepped calmly into the orange flames and disappeared without a word. Pugsley followed, letting out an excited "wee" as the flames engulfed him. "After you, Mr. Malfoy," Grandmama indicated politely. Lucius looked from the orange flames to Grandmama's expectant face and sighed deeply. "My life has taken a very strange turn," he muttered before reluctantly stepping into the fireplace. Once he had vanished, Grandmama took one last look around the Department of Mysteries. "Coming for a visit was one of my better ideas," she said to herself with satisfaction before stepping into the flames and vanishing in a swirl of orange fire. The modified Flo network deposited them, somewhat unceremoniously, on a windswept hillside in what appeared to be the Scottish Highlands. A circle of standing stones crowned the hill, silhouetted against the night sky. Unlike the well-known stone circles tourists visited, these monoliths were rough-hewn and arranged in a complex pattern that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. "Well, that was bracing," Grandmama remarked as she dusted ash from her dress. "Is everyone intact?" Wednesday and Pugsley nodded, though Lucius looked distinctly queasy from the unorthodox Flo journey. Nagini, still coiled around Wednesday, hissed softly. "She says this is the place," Wednesday translated. "Voldemort performed the ritual that made her a Horcrux here 5 years ago." They all turned to look at the stone circle atop the hill. Even from a distance, they could see that something magical was already in progress. A pale blue light emanated from the center of the circle, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. "He works quickly," Grandmama observed. "Already beginning the main ritual." "What exactly is he trying to do?" Pugsley asked, watching the light display with interest. "Create his own dimensional portal," Grandmama replied. "One that he controls, unlike the Ministry's archway. A direct connection to our world." She smiled slightly. "He's quite determined to get his Horcrux back." "Not just that," Wednesday added, relaying information from Nagini. "He wants to understand our magic. He believes if he can create a stable portal to our dimension, he can study the source of our power directly." "Ambitious," Grandmama approved. "Misguided, but ambitious. We should approach with extreme caution," Lucius advised, having recovered somewhat from the journey. "The Dark Lord will have set protective wards, and his followers will be stationed as guards." As if to confirm his warning, they spotted movement around the base of the hill, dark figures patrolling in regular patterns, wands at the ready. Death Eaters, Lucius identified them. At least a dozen, possibly more. "A proper welcoming committee," Grandmama nodded. "How thoughtful. You find this amusing?" Lucius asked incredulously. "These are dangerous dark wizards who will kill without hesitation." "Mr. Malfoy," Grandmama said patiently, "where we come from, dangerous dark wizard is a career aspiration, not a warning label. But your concern is noted." She turned to her grandchildren. "Now then, we have several options for proceeding. We could use more of Pugsley's excellent diversions, take a direct approach and simply walk up, or employ something a bit more subtle." She looked at Wednesday expectantly. Wednesday considered for a moment. "I think direct," she decided. "They're expecting us to sneak or use trickery. Walking straight up will confuse them." "Psychological warfare," Pugsley agreed enthusiastically. "I like it." "Direct it is," Grandmama declared. Mr. Malfoy, you may wait here if you prefer. Your assistance, while appreciated, is not required for this next phase. Lucius looked torn between relief at being excluded and concern about being left alone. What if other Death Eaters find me here? A valid concern, Grandmama acknowledged. She reached into her satchel and removed a small, shriveled object that resembled a dried plum. Here, eat this. Lucius eyed it suspiciously. What is it? Peruvian invisibility fruit, she explained. Not permanent, but it should last about an hour, long enough for our business to conclude. Still skeptical but seeing few alternatives, Lucius cautiously bit into the fruit. The effect was immediate, he faded from view, becoming completely invisible. There, Grandmama said satisfactorily to the space where Lucius had been. Now you can observe without risk. Do stay put, though. The fruit has some interesting side effects if you move around too much while it's active. A disembodied groan was Lucius's only response. Shall we, children? Grandmama gestured toward the hill and began walking directly toward the patrolling Death Eaters, with Wednesday and Pugsley flanking her. Nagini remained draped around Wednesday's shoulders, her massive head held high. Their approach did not go unnoticed for long. One of the dark-robed figures spotted them and raised the alarm. Within moments, they were surrounded by Death Eaters, wands pointed directly at them. Halt, commanded the apparent leader, a burly wizard whose mask couldn't quite conceal his surprise at their brazen approach. Who goes there? Grandmama Addams, Grandmama introduced herself pleasantly. And my grandchildren, Wednesday and Pugsley. We're here to see Lord Voldemort. I believe he's expecting us. The name caused several Death Eaters to flinch involuntarily, and murmurs broke out among their ranks. The sight of Nagini on Wednesday's shoulder seemed to confuse them further. Is that, the Dark Lord's snake? One whispered to another. Silence, the leader ordered before addressing Grandmama again. How did you find this place? It's unplottable, protected by the strongest wards. We followed the magical breadcrumbs, Pugsley explained cheerfully. Tracking spells, dimensional resonance, that sort of thing. Pretty basic stuff, really. Basic, the Death Eater repeated faintly. We don't wish to interrupt his ritual, Grandmama assured them. Merely observe. Professional courtesy, you understand. The Death Eaters exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unsure how to proceed. Their instructions likely hadn't covered elderly witches and children from another dimension strolling up and asking politely to watch their master's secret ritual. I will inform the Dark Lord of your arrival, the leader finally decided. He turned to the others. Watch them carefully. If they make any suspicious moves, stun them immediately. As he hurried up the hill toward the stone circle, Grandmama settled herself comfortably on a nearby rock. Well, this is pleasant, she remarked, looking around at the wand-wielding Death Eaters. Such prompt service. Your master runs a tight ship. You're either very brave or very foolish, commented one Death Eater, her voice identifying her as a woman despite the concealing robes and mask. I've always found the distinction rather arbitrary, Grandmama replied amiably. Bravery, foolishness, common sense, it all depends on your perspective, doesn't it? Before the Death Eater could respond, the leader returned, looking distinctly unsettled. The Dark Lord will see you, he announced. You are to come with me. Just the old woman, he added quickly. The children stay here. I'm afraid that won't do, Grandmama said firmly. We travel as a family. Educational trip, you understand. Those are the Dark Lord's orders, the Death Eater insisted. The children remain under guard. Wednesday and Pugsley looked at Grandmama, who considered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, she conceded. Children, behave yourselves while I'm gone. No explosions unless absolutely necessary. Define absolutely necessary, Pugsley requested. Use your judgment, dear, Grandmama replied, patting his cheek. But try to leave at least a few of them intact for questioning later. The Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably at this exchange, their wands gripped tighter. As Grandmama followed the leader up the hill, she glanced back once to see Wednesday already engaged in what appeared to be a quiet conversation with one of the female Death Eaters, while Pugsley was showing another something small and mechanical from his pocket. Nagini remained alert on Wednesday's shoulders, her tongue flicking out occasionally to taste the air. The stone circle at the top of the hill was humming with magical energy. As Grandmama approached, she could feel the power vibrating through the ground, up through her feet and into her bones, a familiar sensation, though the particular magical signature was distinctly Voldemort's. In the center of the circle stood the Dark Lord himself, surrounded by an intricate pattern of runes drawn in what appeared to be silver powder. The blue light she had observed from a distance emanated from a central point where several ley lines converged, visible to her magical senses as glowing streams of power beneath the earth. Unlike their duel in the other stone circle, Voldemort did not seem surprised by her arrival. He continued his ritual preparations, only acknowledging her presence when she stepped just outside the boundary of his runic circle. Madam Addams, he greeted her, his high, cold voice carrying easily despite the wind. You are either very brave or very foolish to come here. Your follower said much the same thing, Grandmama replied cheerfully. Great minds, as they say. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. You knew I would detect your presence in this world. You wanted me to find you. And you left a trail so obvious that a child could follow it, Grandmama countered. You wanted me to find you. Let's not pretend this isn't a mutually arranged meeting. This seemed to amuse him. Indeed. Though I confess, I expected you to bring more, family members. Oh, the rest are at home, keeping an eye on things, Grandmama explained. Interdimensional housekeeping can be so demanding. Yes, I had a brief conversation with your daughter, Voldemort acknowledged. An interesting woman. She shares your unique perspective on dark magic. The Addams' view of darkness runs in the blood, Grandmama agreed. Speaking of which, she gestured to the ritual preparations around him, you seem to be attempting to create a dimensional portal of your own. Very ambitious. You crossed between worlds with casual ease, Voldemort observed. Why should I not master the same skill? Why not indeed? Grandmama looked genuinely pleased by his interest. I always encourage the younger generation to expand their magical horizons. Though I must say, your approach is rather mechanical. Meaning? Voldemort prompted, his red eyes narrowing slightly. All these runes and powders and precise measurements, Grandmama explained, gesturing to his elaborate preparations. Very scholarly, very exact. But dimensional magic isn't primarily about precision, it's about resonance, harmony with the universal rhythms. Despite himself, Voldemort seemed interested in this insight. You travel between dimensions without such preparations. Preparations, yes, Grandmama nodded. But not calculations. We feel the pathways, sense the connections. It's more like dancing to music only we can hear. Intuitive rather than analytical, Voldemort translated, his tone thoughtful. Interesting. While they conversed, Grandmama had been casually examining the ritual circle with her magical senses. What she found impressed her despite her earlier dismissal of his methods. Your runic sequences are quite creative, she admitted. Combining Norse elements with what appears to be ancient Egyptian hieratic script. Most wizards would never think to merge such disparate magical traditions. Most wizards lack vision, Voldemort replied dismissively. They remain bound by the arbitrary distinctions of light and dark, unable to see that magic simply is, a force to be shaped by those with the will and knowledge to do so. On that, at least, we agree, Grandmama said, surprising him. Though the Addams family has never been concerned with the moral classifications of magic. We simply embrace all aspects of existence, light, dark, and the infinite shades between. Voldemort studied her with new interest. Yet you are called practitioners of the elder dark arts. Your family revels in what most would consider macabre, even evil. Grandmama laughed, the sound startlingly warm in the cold night air. Evil? My dear boy, darkness isn't evil, it's essential. Without darkness, what would stars shine against? What would make dawn so beautiful? What would balance the blinding glare of perpetual light? This philosophical turn seemed to catch Voldemort off guard. For a moment, the cold calculation in his red eyes was replaced by something else, curiosity, perhaps even a flicker of understanding. You speak as if darkness is to be celebrated rather than mastered, he observed. Of course it is, Grandmama replied simply. You cannot truly master what you fear, and you, Lord Voldemort, fear darkness more than anyone I've met. His expression hardened instantly. I fear nothing. Don't you? Grandmama asked gently. Why else split your soul into 7 pieces? Why else cling so desperately to this physical existence? She gestured to his ritual circle. Even this, you're not creating this portal out of curiosity or joy, but out of a desperate need to control, to possess what you don't understand. For a moment, genuine rage flashed across Voldemort's face, and his wand hand twitched as if he might strike her down. But he mastered the impulse, his features smoothing into their usual cold mask. You presume much, old woman, he said softly, dangerously. I observe much, Grandmama corrected. The advantage of age, you know. You see patterns, recognize the same old stories playing out with new actors. She looked around at the stone circle, at the ley lines visible only to magical perception, at the night sky above them. This is a place of power, certainly. But you're channeling it all wrong. Wrong? Voldemort repeated, a dangerous edge to his voice. I who have pushed the boundaries of magic further than any wizard before me. Oh, technically your work is quite impressive, Grandmama assured him. Your runic sequences are flawless, your power channeling efficient. But you're trying to force the dimensions to bend to your will, and dimensions, my dear, don't respond well to force. She stepped closer to the edge of his ritual circle, careful not to disturb the silver powder. They respond to relationship, to balance, to give and take. You're all take, no give. Voldemort considered her words, his expression calculating. And if I were to adjust my approach? What would you suggest? Grandmama's eyes twinkled with mischief. Are you asking for my help, Lord Voldemort? I am, considering your perspective, he replied carefully. Professional courtesy, as you put it. Well, since you ask so nicely, Grandmama said with obvious delight. She pointed to several points in his runic sequence. These force runes, replace them with invitation runes. And here, where you've created a containment barrier, try a permeable membrane instead. You're not trapping something, you're establishing communication. Surprisingly, Voldemort did not reject her suggestions outright. He studied the points she had indicated, his brilliant magical mind clearly processing the implications of the changes. Such alterations would make the portal less stable, less controllable, he observed. Less rigidly defined, Grandmama corrected. But actually more stable, because it would work with the natural currents rather than against them. Like building a boat that follows the river instead of trying to dam the water. As they discussed the technicalities of dimensional magic, a commotion from the base of the hill caught their attention. Shouts and flashes of light indicated that something was happening with the Death Eaters guarding Wednesday and Pugsley. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. What have your grandchildren done? Nothing inappropriate, I'm sure, Grandmama replied serenely. They're very well-behaved children. A massive explosion that turned the night sky briefly green suggested otherwise. That would be Pugsley, Grandmama identified. His new compound, swamp essence combined with luminescent fungi. Harmless, mostly, though it does tend to stick to clothing rather persistently. Voldemort looked from the disturbance below to Grandmama, suspicion clear in his gaze. This is a distraction, he concluded. While we discuss magical theory, your grandchildren create chaos among my followers. Multitasking is an important skill, Grandmama agreed cheerfully. But I assure you, our conversation has been genuine. Your approach to dimensional magic is fascinating, if fundamentally flawed. More shouts from below, accompanied by what sounded like maniacal laughter, Pugsley's, presumably. Perhaps we should continue this discussion another time, Voldemort suggested coldly. After I've restored order among my followers. Oh, I wouldn't bother, Grandmama advised. Wednesday and Pugsley are quite capable of handling themselves. And besides, I believe your ritual is reaching a critical phase. Indeed, the blue light at the center of the circle had intensified, pulsating more rapidly. The silver runes had begun to glow in response, creating a network of light that traced complex patterns across the ground. It would be a shame to abandon it now, Grandmama continued. Especially when you're so close to a breakthrough. Although, she tilted her head thoughtfully, without the adjustments I suggested, I'm not certain you'll achieve quite the result you're hoping for. Voldemort looked torn between checking on his followers and continuing his ritual. The magical energies he had gathered were indeed reaching a critical point. To abandon the working now would waste considerable power and preparation. My followers can handle 2 children, he decided finally, turning his attention back to the ritual. Of course they can, Grandmama agreed with a smile that suggested exactly the opposite. As Voldemort resumed his incantation, channeling power into the central nexus of the ritual circle, Grandmama watched with genuine interest. Whatever his flaws, and they were numerous, the Dark Wizard was undeniably gifted. His magical control was precise, his understanding of conventional magical theory profound. But as she had noted, he was approaching dimensional magic from entirely the wrong direction. He sought to command rather than commune, to force rather than flow. The results would be interesting. The blue light at the center of the circle suddenly shot upward in a pillar that reached into the night sky. The silver runes ignited fully, no longer merely glowing but burning with magical fire that consumed no fuel. The very air within the circle began to distort and ripple, creating a visual effect similar to heat haze but far more pronounced. Yes, Voldemort hissed, his red eyes reflecting the blue light. It's working. And it was, in a sense. A dimensional portal was indeed forming at the center of the circle, a swirling vortex of energy that slowly expanded outward. But to Grandmama's experienced eye, it wasn't quite right. The edges were unstable, fluctuating wildly. The colors shifted unpredictably between blue, violet, and occasionally a sickly yellow-green. Interesting, she murmured. You've created an opening, but not to a specific destination. It's cycling through dimensional frequencies, unable to lock onto a single reality. Voldemort either didn't hear her over the growing magical turbulence or chose to ignore the warning. He intensified his efforts, pouring more power into the ritual, forcing the portal to stabilize through sheer magical strength. The vortex responded by expanding more rapidly, its edges now clearly unstable. Tendrils of energy lashed out randomly, striking the ground and leaving small craters where they touched. You might want to consider a more controlled approach, Grandmama suggested, raising her voice to be heard over the magical storm. Dimensional portals respond poorly to brute force. I am in control, Voldemort insisted, though the strain was evident in his voice. Sweat beaded on his pale brow as he fought to contain the growing instability. From below the hill came Wednesday and Pugsley, accompanied by what appeared to be several Death Eaters, though their masks were gone, and they moved with the dazed expressions of those under some form of enchantment. Grandmama! Pugsley called excitedly. We made new friends. This is Alecto, and this is Amicus. They're brother and sister, just like me and Wednesday. How lovely, Grandmama replied, not taking her eyes off the increasingly unstable portal. Did you leave any unenchanted, dear? A few ran away, Wednesday reported in her monotone voice. The rest are taking naps. She looked up at the magical vortex with mild interest. That doesn't look stable. It's not, Grandmama confirmed. Our friend here is attempting to create a dimensional gateway without proper harmonic alignment. Voldemort, now visibly struggling to maintain control of the portal, glared at them. "This conversation is over," he declared. "Leave now, or suffer the consequences." "We can't leave yet," Wednesday pointed out reasonably. "You're about to create a dimensional catastrophe. That would be irresponsible of us." "The girl is right," Grandmama agreed. "That portal is becoming dangerously unstable. If it collapses uncontrolled, it could create a tear in the dimensional fabric that would affect both our worlds." "I am Lord Voldemort," he snarled, his composure cracking under the strain. "I do not require assistance from an old woman and her bizarre family." As if in direct contradiction to his claim, the portal suddenly pulsed violently, sending a shockwave of energy across the hillside. The enslaved Death Eaters were knocked off their feet. Even Voldemort staggered, nearly losing his position in the ritual circle. "Pride before a fall, dear," Grandmama said with a sigh. "Children, I believe we need to intervene before this young man tears a hole in reality." Wednesday and Pugsley nodded in perfect synchronization. Without further prompting, they moved to form a triangle with Grandmama, positioning themselves around the perimeter of Voldemort's ritual circle. "What are you doing?" Voldemort demanded, struggling to maintain his ritual while keeping an eye on their movements. "Saving both our dimensions from your inexperience," Grandmama replied matter-of-factly. "Dimensional magic is family magic, you see. It requires harmony, balance, a perfect triangle, in this case." Before Voldemort could object further, the three Addamses began to chant in unison, not in Latin or any recognizable magical language, but in something older, more primal. The sound seemed to resonate with the stones themselves, creating harmonics that altered the frequency of the unstable portal. To Voldemort's clear astonishment, the portal began to stabilize. The wild fluctuations in color settled into a consistent deep purple. The lashing energy tendrils retracted, drawing back into the main vortex. Even the violent wind that had been building around the circle calmed to a gentle breeze. "What are you doing?" Voldemort repeated, but this time his tone held more wonder than anger. "Showing you how it's done, dear," Grandmama replied between verses of the chant. "Family magic, remember. The Addams' approach to dimensional travel. Feel free to take notes." Indeed, the difference was striking. Where Voldemort had fought against the natural currents of dimensional energy, forcing them into artificial patterns through runic constraints, the Addamses worked with these currents, guiding rather than commanding them. The portal, now stable and properly formed, began to show an image of what lay beyond, the interior of the Addams mansion, specifically the conservatory where Voldemort had briefly spoken with Morticia. "There we are," Grandmama said with satisfaction. "A proper dimensional gateway, stable and correctly attuned." She turned to Voldemort. "You see? Harmony rather than domination." Voldemort stared at the portal, his expression a complex mixture of emotions, frustration at being upstaged, amazement at what they had accomplished, and clear, calculating interest in how they had done it. "You could have simply let it collapse," he observed, studying her with those penetrating red eyes. "Why help stabilize it?" "Because, contrary to what you might believe, we Addamses are not destructive by nature," Grandmama explained. "We appreciate the darker aspects of existence, but we don't seek to unravel reality itself. That would be rather counterproductive, don't you think?" Before Voldemort could respond, a figure appeared on the other side of the portal, Morticia, elegant as ever in her form-fitting black dress. She looked through the dimensional opening with mild surprise. "Mother," she greeted Grandmama. "What a lovely surprise. Will you be home for dinner, or are you still touring the alternate dimension?" "We're still exploring, dear," Grandmama replied. "Just showing our new friend how proper dimensional portals work." He was making quite a mess of it. Morticia's gaze shifted to Voldemort, recognition lighting her eyes. "Ah, the dark wizard who called earlier. Lord Voldemort, wasn't it? How nice to see you again under more stable circumstances." Voldemort, somewhat at a loss for words, merely inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. "How are things at home, dear?" Grandmama inquired. Quiet without the children, Morticia admitted. Though Uncle Fester has been keeping himself busy designing welcome baskets for your new friend, should you decide to bring him home for a visit. How thoughtful, Grandmama approved. We'll be home soon, I expect. Just a few more educational experiences for the children, and we'll be on our way. Wonderful. Morticia smiled her serene smile. Oh, and Mother. Lurch found some interesting artifacts in the attic that might belong to Lord Voldemort's world. Ancient wands, magical scrolls, that sort of thing. Apparently Great-Uncle Corvus brought them back from a dimensional journey several centuries ago. Did he indeed? Grandmama's eyes twinkled mischievously. Well, isn't that interesting? We'll have to discuss a proper exchange when we return. During this domestic conversation, Voldemort had been studying the portal intently, his brilliant mind clearly analyzing every aspect of its construction and maintenance. The resonance pattern, he murmured, almost to himself. It's not forced, but guided. And the energy flow is bidirectional, creating a stable loop rather than a one-way channel. Quick study, Grandmama remarked approvingly to her grandchildren. He might make a decent dimensional traveler yet, with proper instruction. He still fears death too much, Wednesday observed flatly. You can see it in his aura. The fractures from the Horcruxes distort his perception of the dimensional boundaries. Voldemort's head snapped toward her, his eyes narrowing. You can see my aura? Of course, Wednesday replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. It's torn in 7 places. Very messy. Inefficient. Voldemort looked from Wednesday to Grandmama, clearly reassessing his understanding of the Addams family's capabilities. Well, Grandmama said cheerfully, this has been most educational, hasn't it? A proper demonstration of dimensional portal creation, family magic in action, and a lovely chat with home. I'd call that a successful field trip. You intend to leave? Voldemort asked, something almost like disappointment in his voice. Not just yet, Grandmama assured him. We still have more to learn about your world, and you clearly have more to learn about proper dimensional magic. She gestured to the portal, which was now perfectly stable, humming with well-regulated power. This will remain open for approximately 12 hours before naturally closing. Consider it a gift, a demonstration of what's possible when you work with dimensional energies rather than against them. Voldemort looked at the portal thoughtfully. And if I were to step through? Visit your dimension directly? I wouldn't advise it, Grandmama replied promptly. Not without proper preparation and a formal invitation. Our dimension has its own rules, its own dangers. Without an Addams to guide you, you might find yourself transformed in unexpected ways. This warning seemed to give Voldemort pause. For all his arrogance, he was not a fool. The encounter with the Addams family had clearly demonstrated that their magic operated on principles he did not yet fully understand. Perhaps another time, then, he conceded with surprising grace. When I have studied further. A wise decision, Grandmama approved. There's no shame in admitting one has more to learn. Even I discover new magical principles regularly, and I've been practicing for centuries. This claim caused Voldemort's eyes to narrow with sudden interest. Centuries? You speak literally. Of course, Grandmama replied, surprised by the question. The Addams' approach to longevity is quite different from your Horcruxes. We don't fear death, so it tends to avoid us out of professional courtesy. This concept, longevity without Horcruxes, without the fracturing of the soul, clearly intrigued Voldemort deeply. His calculating expression suggested new plans already forming behind those red eyes. Another discussion for another time, perhaps, he suggested, his tone carefully neutral. Perhaps, Grandmama agreed, though her smile suggested she understood exactly what had caught his interest. But now, I believe we should allow you to deal with your personnel issues. She gestured to the enchanted Death Eaters who still stood in dazed confusion at the edge of the stone circle. Yes, Voldemort agreed coldly, his gaze sweeping over his bewitched followers. "We will need to have a discussion about their performance this evening. Don't be too harsh with them," Grandmama advised. "My grandchildren have rather unique talents when it comes to persuasion. Most adults find them quite irresistible." "We didn't hurt them," Pugsley added helpfully. "Much. Just a little mental rearrangement," Wednesday elaborated. "They'll be back to normal in a day or two. Mostly normal, anyway." Voldemort looked at the children with new respect and perhaps a hint of wariness. "Your family continues to surprise me, Madam Addams. That's what makes life interesting, don't you think?" Grandmama replied cheerfully. "Surprises keep the centuries from becoming tedious." With that, she gestured for her grandchildren to follow her down the hill. "We'll be in touch, Lord Voldemort. Do enjoy the portal while it lasts, study it, learn from it. Consider it an educational exchange." As they descended the hill, leaving Voldemort standing beside the dimensional gateway he had tried and failed to create alone, Pugsley looked up at his grandmother. "Did we just help the bad guy make a portal to our home?" he asked curiously. "We helped an eager student understand the basics of dimensional magic," Grandmama corrected. "And we left enough safeguards in that portal to ensure he can look but not touch, at least for now. He's already thinking about using our magic to avoid death without splitting his soul," Wednesday observed. "You could see it in his eyes when you mentioned centuries of life." "Of course he is," Grandmama agreed. "That's what makes him so interesting. He's trapped in his fear, yet part of him recognizes there might be another way." She smiled mysteriously. "Sometimes, dear children, the best way to change someone is not to confront them, but to plant a seed and let it grow." "So this whole trip was about changing Voldemort?" Pugsley asked, looking somewhat disappointed. "I thought it was about explosions and making new friends." "It can be about both," Grandmama assured him. "The best educational experiences always are." At the base of the hill, they found an invisible Lucius Malfoy waiting anxiously where they had left him. "Is it over?" his disembodied voice asked. "What happened up there?" "Just a little interdimensional magical exchange," Grandmama explained vaguely. "Your master is fine, though I suspect he'll be somewhat preoccupied for the next several hours, studying the portal we helped him stabilize." "You helped him?" Lucius sounded bewildered. "Of course," Grandmama replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "That's what family does." "But you're not his family," Lucius pointed out, confusion evident in his invisible voice. "Aren't we all family, in the grand cosmic sense?" Grandmama asked philosophically. "All practitioners of magic, all seekers of knowledge, all travelers through the great darkness." A long silence suggested Lucius was struggling to process this perspective. "Don't worry about it, Mr. Malfoy," Grandmama patted the invisible wizard reassuringly on what she guessed was his shoulder. "Interdimensional philosophy takes some getting used to. Now, shall we find somewhere comfortable to continue our tour of your world? I believe the children would like to see this Hogwarts school we've heard so much about." "Hogwarts?" Lucius's voice rose in alarm. "But you can't, it's protected. Protected places are always the most interesting to visit," Grandmama observed cheerfully. "Lead on, Mr. Malfoy. Consider it the second phase of our educational field trip." As they set off toward their next destination, with Nagini still contentedly draped around Wednesday's shoulders, Grandmama cast one last look back at the hilltop. The purple glow of the dimensional portal illuminated the stone circle, casting long shadows across the Scottish moorland. And standing beside it, a solitary figure remained, studying the gateway with intense concentration, Lord Voldemort, dark wizard and reluctant student of interdimensional magic, taking his first steps toward a different understanding of darkness. Behind her, Pugsley's voice broke into her thoughts. "I hope Hogwarts has a good dungeon. The ones at Malfoy Manor were really disappointing." "I'm sure it will be charming, dear," Grandmama assured him. "And if not, well, we can always make our own fun." With that promise of adventures to come, the strange procession continued across the moonlit moors, an elderly witch from another dimension, two macabre children, an invisible wizard, and the living Horcrux of the most feared dark wizard in Britain, all heading toward the most famous magical school in the wizarding world. It was, Grandmama reflected with satisfaction, turning out to be quite an educational trip indeed. Chapter 3, Darkness Against Darkness. The ancient stone walls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had witnessed many strange occurrences over their 1,000-year history, but the sight currently unfolding in the Great Hall at breakfast time was exceptional even by the school's unusual standards. And this is what passes for a proper educational dining hall. Grandmama Addams remarked, gazing up at the enchanted ceiling that reflected the morning sky outside. Quite pretty, I suppose, though it lacks a certain essential gloom. Beside her, Wednesday and Pugsley examined their surroundings with critical eyes. The 4 long house tables were filled with students frozen in various states of breakfast consumption, spoons and forks suspended halfway to open mouths as they stared at the newcomers. At the staff table, the teachers displayed varying degrees of alarm. Headmaster Dumbledore alone seemed unperturbed, his blue eyes twinkling with something that might have been amusement behind his half-moon spectacles. I must say, Dumbledore remarked calmly, rising to his feet, we rarely receive visitors quite so directly. The castle's protective enchantments usually require a more formal entrance procedure. Oh, those little barrier spells. Grandmama waved dismissively. Charming efforts, but they seem designed primarily to keep people out rather than welcome them in. A simple misunderstanding of intent, easily clarified. The invisible Lucius Malfoy, who had reluctantly accompanied them to the school's grounds before attempting to flee, groaned audibly from somewhere near the entrance hall. This isn't happening, his disembodied voice muttered. The Dark Lord will have my head. Lucius? Professor McGonagall's sharp voice cut through the stunned silence. Is that you? Show yourself at once. He can't, dear, Grandmama explained helpfully. Peruvian invisibility fruit. Lasts about an hour, give or take. Excellent for awkward social situations or impromptu espionage. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled even more brightly. Fascinating. I haven't encountered that particular magical item since a rather memorable visit to Lima in 1947. He stepped forward, apparently deciding that cordial hospitality was the best approach to the situation. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster. And you would be? Grandmama Addams, she introduced herself with a slight curtsy. And my grandchildren, Wednesday and Pugsley. We're on an educational field trip from another dimension. Your dark wizard acquaintance, Lord Voldemort, has been most instructive, though his understanding of dimensional transit is still rather rudimentary. A collective gasp rippled through the great hall at the casual mention of Voldemort's name. Even Dumbledore's genial expression faltered momentarily. You've had dealings with Voldemort, he asked, his tone considerably more serious. Oh yes, Pugsley chimed in enthusiastically. Grandmama beat him in a duel, and then we helped him make a dimensional portal, though he was doing it all wrong at first. Helped him? Professor Snape's voice was coldly incredulous as he rose from his seat, his black eyes fixed suspiciously on the visitors. You claim to have assisted the Dark Lord with dimensional magic. It was educational, Wednesday explained in her flat voice, stroking Nagini's head. The massive snake was still draped around her shoulders, its presence causing additional alarm among the students and staff. For him and for us. A mutual learning experience. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the snake, recognition dawning in his eyes. That's Voldemort's familiar, he observed quietly. She's with us now, Wednesday replied simply. She prefers our family. We don't use her as a soul container. This cryptic statement clearly meant something significant to Dumbledore, whose bushy eyebrows rose sharply. I see, he said after a moment. Perhaps this conversation would be better continued in my office, away from. He gestured to the hundreds of stunned students still watching the exchange. But we just arrived, Pugsley protested, looking disappointed. I wanted to see the dungeons. And the Forbidden Forest. And whatever's causing that delightful moaning sound in the second-floor bathroom. All in good time, young man, Dumbledore assured him with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. First, however, I believe proper introductions and explanations are in order. McGonagall had recovered her composure and was now addressing the student body. Everyone will proceed to their morning classes immediately, she announced in a tone that brooked no argument. Prefects, please ensure all students follow their regular schedules. As the hall reluctantly emptied, with students casting backward glances and whispering frantically among themselves, a particular trio lingered longer than the others. A boy with unruly black hair and glasses, a tall red-headed boy, and a girl with bushy brown hair seemed especially reluctant to leave. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, McGonagall called sharply. That includes you. But Professor, the bushy-haired girl began, her eyes fixed on the Addams family with obvious fascination, if they're from another dimension, the magical theory implications alone, Miss Granger, McGonagall cut her off, there will be time for academic curiosity later. For now, transfiguration awaits. As the last students filed out, Dumbledore turned to his staff. Minerva, Severus, please join us in my office. The rest of you, please ensure classes proceed as normally as possible under the circumstances. He then addressed Grandmama with formal courtesy. Madam Addams, if you and your grandchildren would follow me? Certainly, Grandmama agreed cheerfully. Come along, children. And Mr. Malfoy, do keep up. The invisibility should be wearing off soon, and I'd hate for you to be caught in an awkward state of semi-transparency in the corridors. A resigned sigh from empty air suggested Lucius was indeed still with them, though not by choice. As they followed Dumbledore through the castle's winding corridors and moving staircases, the Addams children regarded their surroundings with critical interest. The architecture has potential, Wednesday observed, noting the Gothic arches and occasional gargoyle. But everything's too clean. No cobwebs, no proper layer of dust. The house elves are perhaps too efficient, Dumbledore acknowledged, overhearing her comment. Though I'm sure we could arrange a tour of our less frequented dungeons, which might better meet your aesthetic expectations. You have house elves? Pugsley perked up. We had one visit once. Great Aunt Crucible brought him back from a trip to Eastern Europe. Mother made her send him home when he kept cleaning things. Most distressing for your mother, I'm sure, Dumbledore replied diplomatically as they arrived at a stone gargoyle guarding his office entrance. Lemon drop, he said, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase. Upon entering Dumbledore's circular office, with its whirring silver instruments and portraits of past headmasters, Grandmama looked around with genuine appreciation. Now this is more like it, she approved. Proper wizarding decor. Mysterious devices, animated portraits, an aesthetically pleasing layer of controlled clutter. Very homey. The portraits, for their part, stared at the newcomers with undisguised alarm, particularly at Nagini, who was now examining the office with obvious interest, her tongue flicking out to taste the magical atmosphere. Thank you, Dumbledore replied, gesturing for them to take seats before his desk. I've accumulated these items over a rather long lifetime. Though I suspect, Madam Addams, that my lifetime might seem brief compared to yours. Grandmama chuckled. Perspective is everything when it comes to age, headmaster. Let's just say I've seen enough centuries to appreciate the cyclical nature of magical fashion trends. Once McGonagall and Snape had joined them, with an increasingly visible Lucius Malfoy skulking near the door, the invisibility fruit was indeed wearing off, making him appear like a gradually solidifying ghost. Dumbledore steepled his fingers and regarded the interdimensional visitors thoughtfully. Now then, he began, perhaps you could explain how representatives of the Addams family, a name I confess I'm not familiar with, came to be in our world, apparently engaged in magical exchanges with Lord Voldemort himself. Grandmama settled comfortably in her chair and launched into their tale, the theft of family artifacts, the first confrontation at the Stone Circle, the formal duel that ended with Voldemort's retreat, and their subsequent journey to this dimension to satisfy their curiosity about his world. As she spoke, Dumbledore listened intently, occasionally glancing at Nagini with particular interest. Snape's expression remained impassive, though his eyes narrowed at the mention of Voldemort's defeat in the duel. McGonagall's eyebrows rose progressively higher throughout the narrative. When Grandmama described how they had helped Voldemort stabilize his dimensional portal, Snape could contain himself no longer. "You willingly assisted the Dark Lord in creating a gateway between worlds," he demanded incredulously. "Do you have any conception of what he might do with such knowledge?" "Of course," Grandmama replied calmly. "He'll study it, attempt to replicate it, and gradually come to understand that his fundamental approach to magic is limited by his fear of death and darkness." She smiled at Snape's stunned expression. Sometimes the best way to teach is to let someone discover their own misconceptions. A dangerous pedagogical approach when the student in question is Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore observed mildly, though his eyes had lost some of their twinkle. "Perhaps," Grandmama conceded. "But consider the alternative. We could have destroyed his portal, left him in ignorance, and allowed his fear-based approach to dark magic to continue unchallenged. Instead, we've given him a glimpse of another way, a harmonious relationship with darkness rather than a desperate attempt to master it through domination." Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of genuine curiosity. "You speak of dark magic in terms I've rarely encountered, Madam Addams. Most practitioners either reject it entirely or embrace its destructive aspects. You seem to suggest a third path." "Not a third path," Grandmama corrected. "The original path, before your magical society began categorizing magic into artificial divisions of light and dark. In our dimension, the Addams family has maintained the elder understanding, that darkness is not evil, merely one essential aspect of existence to be embraced and celebrated alongside light." While this philosophical discussion continued, Wednesday had been quietly conversing with Nagini in Parseltongue. The sibilant whispers caught Dumbledore's attention. "You speak the language of serpents, young lady?" he asked, his tone carefully neutral. Wednesday nodded. "Our family has always had an affinity for creatures most find disturbing. Snakes, spiders, carnivorous plants, they respond to us naturally." She stroked Nagini's head. "Especially when they contain fragments of wizards' souls." Dumbledore and Snape exchanged significant glances at this casual reference to Horcruxes. "The snake contains a piece of you-know-whose soul?" McGonagall asked, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced in her shock. "And you're carrying it around like a pet?" "Nagini isn't just a Horcrux," Wednesday replied matter-of-factly. "She's also a victim. She didn't ask to have a soul fragment implanted in her. She's actually quite intelligent and has her own distinct personality, separate from Voldemort's influence." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "I had theorized that living Horcruxes might retain their own consciousness alongside the soul fragment, but to have confirmation." "She's told us quite a lot about Voldemort," Pugsley added cheerfully. "His plans, his other soul containers, his fear of you, Headmaster." This blunt statement caused even Dumbledore to look taken aback. Snape's expression darkened considerably, while Lucius Malfoy, now fully visible near the door, paled to a shade that rivaled his platinum hair. "The boy speaks too freely," Lucius said hoarsely. "The Dark Lord's private matters are exactly what we need to discuss," Dumbledore interrupted smoothly. "Particularly if our visitors have insights that might help us understand Voldemort's current activities and intentions." Grandmama regarded Dumbledore with new interest. "Ah, so you're actively opposing him?" "I wondered about the dynamic when I sensed the magical signatures at the Ministry. There seem to be distinct factions at play." "We are at war, Madam Addams," Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "Voldemort seeks to dominate our world, eliminate those he deems unworthy of magical heritage, and establish a regime of pure-blood supremacy and dark magic." "How tediously predictable," Grandmama sighed. "Fear manifesting as aggression and control. It's the same pattern repeating throughout magical history." She shook her head disapprovingly. "So much potential, wasted on such a limited vision." "You speak as if you're disappointed in him," McGonagall observed with surprise. I am, Grandmama admitted. When you've lived as long as I have, you develop an eye for magical talent. Voldemort has extraordinary gifts, but he's channeled them into the most unoriginal Dark Lord archetype imaginable. She clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Seeking immortality through soul fragmentation. It's been done to death, if you'll pardon the expression. So messy, so inefficient. Dumbledore leaned forward, genuine curiosity in his eyes. You suggest there are other approaches to extending life? Of course, Grandmama replied casually. The Addams family has never found death particularly troublesome. We maintain excellent relations with the departed. Great-Uncle Fiendish has been dead for 3 centuries and still joins us for dinner every Wednesday. Death is a transition, not an end. This perspective seemed to intrigue Dumbledore deeply. And this understanding, this relationship with death, is central to your magical tradition? Precisely, Grandmama nodded approvingly. You're quicker than your Dark Lord. Yes, the Addams approach to magic is based on harmony with natural forces rather than domination of them. We embrace darkness, death, decay, all the aspects of existence that your society typically fears, and in doing so, we find they embrace us in return. And this is what you've begun to teach Voldemort? Dumbledore asked, his expression both concerned and thoughtful. We've opened a door, Grandmama corrected. Whether he steps through it is his choice. But yes, we've shown him a glimpse of a different relationship with darkness than the fear-based approach he's taken thus far. The implications of this hung in the air as Dumbledore processed the information. Before he could respond, however, a silver instrument on a nearby shelf began to emit a high-pitched whine, spinning rapidly. Most interesting timing, Dumbledore remarked, rising to examine the device. This particular detector is attuned to unusual magical activity in the Forbidden Forest. He turned to the Addams family with a raised eyebrow. Would any of your teachings have enabled Voldemort to breach Hogwarts' protective boundaries? Not directly, Grandmama replied thoughtfully. Though I suppose if he studied the dimensional portal carefully enough, he might have adapted some principles to modify conventional barrier spells. She looked impressed despite herself. That would actually be quite an innovative application. Indeed, Dumbledore said dryly. Innovative and, at present, rather inconvenient. He turned to McGonagall and Snape. Minerva, please ensure all students remain in their classrooms. Severus, alert the Order members who are on standby. As the professors moved to carry out these instructions, Dumbledore addressed Grandmama once more. It seems your educational exchange with Voldemort may have accelerated his magical development in unexpected ways. He has never before managed to create a pathway through Hogwarts protections. Young minds can be so receptive to new ideas, Grandmama observed proudly. Though I expect he's still approaching it from a force perspective rather than harmony. That would explain why he's only managed a small breach rather than dismantling the protections entirely. How reassuring, Dumbledore remarked with gentle irony. Nevertheless, I believe we should investigate this development immediately. He glanced at Lucius, who was trying to make himself inconspicuous near the door. Mr. Malfoy, you have a choice to make. You may accompany us and explain to your master how you came to escort our visitors to Hogwarts, or you may remain here under protective custody. Lucius looked trapped, his usually haughty features contorted with indecision. I will remain here, he finally decided. I find myself suddenly concerned with the structural integrity of these office walls. Fascinating stonework. Could examine it for hours. A prudent architectural interest, Dumbledore agreed gravely. Minerva, please ensure Mr. Malfoy remains comfortably engaged with his stonework studies until we return. McGonagall's tight-lipped nod suggested that Lucius's comfort was not her primary concern. Now then, Dumbledore continued, turning back to the Addams family, while I cannot ask visitors to involve themselves in our conflicts, I would welcome your insights into what we might be facing, given your recent interactions with Voldemort. Oh, we wouldn't dream of missing this, Grandmama assured him. Educational opportunities like this are precisely why we came. Children, remember to take notes. This promises to be a practical demonstration of contrasting magical philosophies. Can I bring my portable cannon? Pugsley asked hopefully. I didn't get to use it properly at the ministry. Better not, dear, Grandmama replied. Let's observe first. There will be plenty of time for explosions if things escalate naturally. Pugsley looked disappointed but nodded understanding. Wednesday, for her part, continued to converse quietly with Nagini, who seemed increasingly agitated as they discussed the developing situation. She says Voldemort is calling for her, Wednesday translated for the others. He can sense her through the soul connection. That's partly why he's here, he wants his Horcrux back. Understandable, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I suspect he also seeks to demonstrate his newly enhanced magical capabilities. Voldemort has always had a flair for the dramatic, particularly when displaying power. A showman, Grandmama nodded approvingly. I appreciate theatrical presentation in dark magic. So much more entertaining than clinical efficiency. With these rather unconventional priorities established, the unusual group departed Dumbledore's office, heading toward the Forbidden Forest to confront whatever Voldemort had planned. The edge of the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in an unnatural mist that had not been there earlier that morning. It swirled with faint traces of luminescence, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that even the Addams children found impressive. Nice touch with the fog, Pugsley commented appreciatively. Spooky but not too obvious. Indeed, Mr. Addams, Dumbledore agreed, his wand raised as he analyzed the magical properties of the mist. Though its properties are more concerning than its aesthetics. This fog contains elements similar to dimensional barriers, not quite solid, not quite permeable. Modified barrier magic, Grandmama observed, running her hand through the mist and watching as it parted around her fingers like sentient silk. He's combined conventional concealment charms with dimensional boundary principles. Clever adaptation. Can you discern his purpose? Dumbledore asked. Before Grandmama could answer, the mist before them parted, creating a clear pathway leading into the forest. An invitation, clearly, but one that practically screamed trap to everyone present. Well, that's not subtle, Wednesday remarked in her monotone voice. He's showing off what he learned rather than using it effectively. The curse of the eager student, Grandmama agreed sagely. So excited by new knowledge that they display it too obviously before mastering its nuances. Snape, who had rejoined them after alerting the Order members, eyed the misty pathway with deep suspicion. The Dark Lord rarely extends such obvious invitations unless he believes the situation strongly favors him. Confidence is good in a student, Grandmama replied cheerfully. Shows they're internalizing the material, even if their execution remains unrefined. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly at this persistent educational metaphor before growing serious once more. Nevertheless, we should proceed with caution. Severus, please remain at the castle as we discussed. Your role is too important to risk in a direct confrontation. Snape nodded stiffly and departed, though not before casting one last, unreadable glance at the Addams family. Shall we? Dumbledore gestured toward the misty path, his wand at the ready. After you, Headmaster, Grandmama replied graciously. It's your forest, after all. As they proceeded down the path, the mist closed behind them, creating the distinct impression of being swallowed by some great, foggy beast. The normal sounds of the forest, birds, rustling leaves, distant centaur movements, were strangely muted, replaced by an expectant silence. He's created a pocket dimension, Wednesday observed, glancing around with mild interest. A space between spaces. Not fully separated from your world, but not entirely part of it either. That's advanced magic for someone who just learned the principles yesterday, Dumbledore noted, his tone mixing concern with reluctant admiration. He's brilliant, just misguided, Grandmama confirmed. Quick to grasp theory, though still approaching implementation from a domination perspective rather than harmony. They continued deeper along the path until the mist suddenly cleared, revealing a large, circular clearing that definitely had not existed in the Forbidden Forest previously. In its center stood Lord Voldemort, surrounded by a complex arrangement of silver runes inscribed on the forest floor. Around the perimeter stood a circle of Death Eaters, their masked faces turned toward the newcomers. Albus Dumbledore, Voldemort greeted, his high, cold voice carrying easily across the clearing. "How kind of you to accept my invitation." His red eyes moved to the Addams family. "And Madam Addams. Our educational exchange continues, I see." "Never miss a teaching opportunity," Grandmama replied cheerfully. "Though I must say, this classroom setup needs work. All your students facing inward. Terrible sight lines for at least half of them." A confused murmur ran through the assembled Death Eaters at this critique of their threatening circle formation. Voldemort, however, seemed more amused than offended. "Always the instructor," he observed. "But today's lesson, I think, will be mine to deliver." He gestured to the runic array surrounding him. "You see before you an adaptation of interdimensional principles applied to conventional magical barriers. A space of my own creation, where Hogwarts' ancient protections hold no sway." "Impressive implementation," Grandmama acknowledged. "Though the conceptual framework remains flawed. You're still forcing rather than harmonizing, which limits the stability and efficiency." Rather than being angered by this criticism, Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps. But sufficient for today's purpose." His gaze fixed on Wednesday and the massive serpent still draped around her shoulders. "You have something that belongs to me, child." "Nagini doesn't agree," Wednesday replied flatly. "She prefers living with us. We don't use her as a soul container and magical weapon. We appreciate her for herself." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. "Her preferences are irrelevant. The fragment of soul she carries is mine, and I have come to reclaim it." "And how do you propose to do that?" Grandmama asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. "Extracting a Horcrux without destroying its vessel requires magic you haven't yet mastered." "Perhaps," Voldemort conceded. "Or perhaps I've learned more from our brief exchanges than you realize, Madam Addams." He raised his wand, and the silver runes around him began to glow with an eerie blue light. The air above them shimmered, forming what appeared to be a miniature version of the dimensional portal they had helped him create the previous night. "You see," Voldemort continued, a note of pride evident in his voice, "I studied our collaborative work most carefully. The principles of harmonic resonance, of magical sympathetic connection, concepts foreign to our magical tradition but quite elegant in their application. The portal, though small, appeared stable, far more controlled than his previous attempt. It hovered above the runic circle like a window into elsewhere, though its destination remained unclear. The soul seeks wholeness, Voldemort explained. A Horcrux, when properly called, will attempt to reunite with its original source. By creating a directed dimensional pathway, I can extract my soul fragment without harming the vessel." Dumbledore, who had been watching this display with grave attention, finally spoke. "Tom, you tread dangerous ground. Manipulating soul magic with experimental dimensional techniques could have catastrophic consequences." "For someone without proper guidance, perhaps," Voldemort agreed, inclining his head slightly toward Grandmama. "But thanks to our interdimensional visitors, I have gained insights that even you, with all your wisdom, have never accessed, Dumbledore." "You still don't understand what you're playing with," Wednesday stated in her monotone voice. "Soul magic isn't about control. It's about relationship." She stroked Nagini's head gently. "Your soul fragment in Nagini isn't just a piece of you anymore. It's developed its own connection to her, become something new through the symbiosis." This gave Voldemort pause, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his serpentine features. "Impossible. A Horcrux is a static container, nothing more." "Is that what you believe?" Grandmama asked, her tone suddenly serious. "That pieces of your soul, existing for years in separate vessels, remain unchanged? Untouched by their environments, their experiences, their connections?" Before Voldemort could respond, Nagini raised her head and hissed loudly, not at Wednesday or the Addamses, but directly at Voldemort himself. The sound was unmistakably angry, defiant. "She says you abandoned her to follow your fear," Wednesday translated for the benefit of those who couldn't understand Parseltongue. "She was loyal, but you never saw her as anything but a tool. The soul fragment you placed in her has learned what it's like to be valued for itself, not just as a means to avoid death." Voldemort's red eyes widened slightly, genuine surprise evident in his expression. "The fragment cannot think independently. It is merely a portion of my soul, preserving my essence." "That's where you're wrong," Grandmama explained gently. "Soul magic doesn't work that way. Each fragment continues to grow, to evolve based on its experiences. Your Horcruxes aren't static imprints of who you were when you created them, they're developing aspects of yourself, learning and changing in isolation from your main consciousness." This concept clearly disturbed Voldemort deeply. The implications, that pieces of his soul might have developed perspectives and desires different from his own, threatened the very foundation of his immortality strategy. "Enough philosophy," he declared, his voice colder than before. "The snake will return to me, willing or not." With a complex motion of his wand, he directed the small dimensional portal toward Nagini. It expanded as it moved, growing large enough to envelop the massive serpent completely. But before it could reach her, Wednesday whispered something to Nagini, who immediately unwound herself from the girl's shoulders and dropped to the ground. The snake moved with startling speed, slithering directly toward Voldemort rather than away. This unexpected action caused him to hesitate momentarily, just long enough for Nagini to reach the edge of his runic circle. There, she raised herself up, her massive head level with Voldemort's chest, and looked him directly in the eyes. A series of hisses emerged from both snake and wizard, a private conversation in Parseltongue that only Wednesday among the onlookers could understand. Her normally impassive face showed a flicker of what might have been satisfaction. "What's happening?" Pugsley whispered to his sister. "They're negotiating," Wednesday replied quietly. "The soul fragment in Nagini is speaking directly to Voldemort, explaining how it has changed during their separation." Grandmama nodded understanding. Soul fragments, when separated for extended periods, develop their own perspectives. The Horcrux is no longer simply a piece of Voldemort, it's become something new through its symbiosis with Nagini. Dumbledore watched this exchange with fascination, his blue eyes moving between Voldemort, the snake, and the Addams family. "A development I had not considered," he admitted quietly. The implications for his other Horcruxes. The Parseltongue conversation between Voldemort and Nagini grew more intense, the hisses more agitated. The Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably, clearly unsettled by this unexpected turn of events. Finally, Voldemort stepped back from the snake, his red eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and something else, perhaps fear, perhaps unwilling recognition. "Impossible," he declared, switching back to English. "The fragment cannot have developed an independent perspective. It is merely confused by proximity to the Addams magic." "It's not confusion, it's growth," Wednesday corrected flatly. "The piece of you in Nagini has experienced something you haven't, what it's like to be valued as part of a family rather than used as a tool. It doesn't want to return to being merely a fragment of your fear." Voldemort's face contorted with rage. "Then I shall take it by force." He raised his wand again, the dimensional portal pulsing with increased intensity. "The fragment is mine, regardless of its temporary delusions." "That would be unwise," Grandmama cautioned, her tone suddenly serious. "Forcing a soul reintegration against the fragments could have unpredictable consequences. Soul magic is about consent and harmony, not domination." "I did not ask for your advice, old woman," Voldemort snapped, his composure cracking. With a violent gesture, he directed the dimensional portal to engulf Nagini completely. The snake disappeared within the swirling vortex, which contracted rapidly into a pulsing sphere of energy. Voldemort made another complex wand movement, drawing the sphere toward himself. "Tom, stop this at once," Dumbledore commanded, raising his own wand. You risk more than you understand. But Voldemort was beyond caution now, his face locked in concentration as he pulled the energy sphere, containing Nagini and the Horcrux, toward his chest. As it touched him, his body arched backward, a silent scream forming on his lipless mouth. The Death Eaters stepped forward in alarm, but a gesture from Grandmama froze them in place. "Don't interfere," she warned. "Soul magic in flux is dangerously unstable. One wrong move could destroy everyone in this clearing." For a long, tense moment, Voldemort remained suspended in apparent agony, the energy sphere gradually sinking into his chest. Then, with a sound like thunder that contained no actual noise, the sphere disappeared entirely. Voldemort collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily. When he raised his head, his red eyes seemed different somehow, more focused, yet also more confused. "What have you done to me?" he gasped, looking directly at Grandmama. "Nothing," she replied calmly. "You did this yourself. You forced a reintegration with a soul fragment that had developed its own perspective. Now you must deal with the consequences of that reunion." Voldemort staggered to his feet, his movements uncharacteristically uncoordinated. "I can feel it, memories that aren't mine, feelings I never experienced." His voice sounded less cold, more uncertain. "The fragment, it remembers being with your family. Being valued. Not just valued," Wednesday corrected. "Understood. Accepted for what it was, not what you wanted it to be." Voldemort's hands rose to his temples, as if trying to contain conflicting thoughts. "This is temporary," he insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. "The fragment will be reabsorbed fully, these foreign perspectives eliminated." "I wouldn't count on that," Grandmama observed. "Soul magic doesn't work so mechanistically. The fragment has been changed by its experiences, and now those changes are part of you. You can fight against them, or you can learn from them." A commotion at the edge of the clearing interrupted this tense exchange. Several figures burst through the misty barrier, Order members responding to Dumbledore's alert, led by a grizzled man with a magical eye and a shock of grey hair. "Albus," the man called. "The castle's secured, but we've got Death Eater activity at the—" He broke off, taking in the scene before him with his rotating magical eye. "What in Merlin's name is going on here?" "A magical education in progress, I believe," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Though perhaps reaching a natural breaking point." Voldemort, seeing his carefully orchestrated confrontation deteriorating into chaos, straightened his shoulders with visible effort. Whatever internal struggle he was experiencing, his instinct for self-preservation remained intact. "This is not over," he declared, his voice regaining some of its customary coldness. "The lesson continues, Madam Addams, though perhaps in a different venue than I had planned." With a sharp gesture to his Death Eaters, he prepared to depart, but Grandmama's voice stopped him. "Before you go," she said conversationally, "you might want to know that the rest of my family has arrived in your dimension. They were growing concerned about our extended educational trip." As if on cue, the misty barrier surrounding the clearing rippled dramatically. Through it stepped a tall, elegant woman with skin as pale as moonlight and hair as black as night, accompanied by a mustachioed man in a pinstriped suit who twirled a sword cane with casual expertise. Behind them came Uncle Fester, his bald head gleaming in the filtered forest light, and the towering form of Lurch, carrying what appeared to be a picnic basket. "Mother, children," Morticia greeted them with serene grace. "Having fun with your new friends?" "Cara mia!" Gomez exclaimed, rushing to his wife's side. The dimensional crossing was exhilarating. "We should travel between realities more often." He kissed his way up her arm enthusiastically. "Later, mon cher," Morticia gently reminded him, her dark eyes taking in the assembled wizards. "We seem to have interrupted something." "Just a small magical disagreement," Grandmama explained. "Lord Voldemort here was attempting to reclaim his soul fragment from Nagini, with mixed results." "Ah, the snake Wednesday wrote to us about," Morticia nodded understanding. "And was the extraction successful?" "In a manner of speaking," Wednesday replied in her monotone. The fragment rejoined him but retained its independent experiences and perspective. He's having integration issues. How fascinating, Morticia observed, studying Voldemort with polite interest. Soul fragmentation does tend to have such uncomfortable side effects. That's why the Addams family has always preferred more holistic approaches to longevity. Where is the magnificent serpent now? Gomez asked, looking around expectantly. Reabsorbed, unfortunately, Pugsley explained with disappointment. I was hoping she could meet Kitty. Perhaps another time, Morticia consoled him. I'm sure Lord Voldemort has other interesting pets we could meet. Throughout this family reunion, Voldemort had been watching with an increasingly baffled expression, the cold mask of the feared Dark Lord slipping to reveal genuine confusion. The Death Eaters looked similarly disoriented, their threatening circle formation now seeming more like a group of awkward bystanders at someone else's family gathering. Dumbledore, for his part, observed the scene with barely concealed amusement, while the newly arrived Order members exchanged bewildered glances. Well, Fester broke the momentary silence, stepping forward to examine Voldemort with unabashed curiosity. So you're the noseless wonder we've heard so much about. Great look, very distinctive. I tried removing my nose once, but it grew back after Lurch sewed it on backwards. Voldemort stared at the bald, sunken-eyed man as if unable to process his existence. You, what? Family experiment, Fester explained cheerfully. We were testing regenerative properties of Addams' blood. Turns out we can regrow most things if properly motivated. Motivation usually involves electricity. His eyes lit up, literally, small sparks dancing between his teeth. Say, can you do the lightning thing from your fingers? Grandmama mentioned you had some impressive magical effects. I do not perform parlor tricks on demand, Voldemort replied stiffly, clearly struggling to maintain his dignified Dark Lord persona in the face of Fester's enthusiastic inquiries. Shame, Fester looked genuinely disappointed. I was hoping we could compare techniques. My lightning has a distinctive blue tint when I'm properly charged up. Perhaps another time, Uncle Fester, Morticia suggested gently. I believe we're interrupting some sort of confrontation. She turned to Dumbledore with a graceful inclination of her head. You must be the headmaster we've heard about. Albus Dumbledore, correct? Your beard is everything Grandmama described and more. Dumbledore, recovering his composure, bowed slightly in return. Morticia Addams, I presume. A pleasure to meet you, though the circumstances are somewhat unorthodox. Circumstances usually are where our family is concerned, Gomez chimed in cheerfully. Keeps life interesting. Speaking of interesting, he turned to Voldemort with undisguised curiosity. This soul-splitting business. Terribly inefficient approach to immortality, old man. Have you considered alternatives? The Addams family has several excellent methods that don't require all that messy fragmentation. Voldemort, who had been regaining his composure, found himself once again thrown off balance by this direct address. I did not ask for your opinion on my magical practices, he said coldly, though a note of curiosity crept into his voice despite himself. Just offering friendly advice, Gomez replied, undeterred by the chilly response. Professional courtesy from one dark magic enthusiast to another. Our great-aunt Calpurnia maintained her existence for over 5 centuries without splitting her soul even once. Simply established an excellent working relationship with death itself. Sends holiday cards every year. This casual claim caused murmurs among both Death Eaters and Order members. Even Dumbledore looked intrigued despite the tension of the situation. You speak of death as if it were an entity to be befriended rather than conquered, Voldemort observed, a mixture of disdain and unwilling interest in his voice. Of course. Gomez looked surprised at the very notion of conquering death. Relationship is everything in the higher magics. Domination is for amateurs and dictators, no offense to your political aspirations, of course. Before Voldemort could form a suitably scathing reply to this dismissal of his life's work, Lurch stepped forward and groaned questioningly, holding out the picnic basket to Grandmama. Yes, thank you, Lurch, she replied, taking the basket. How thoughtful of you to bring refreshments. She turned to the assembled magical combatants with a bright smile. Would anyone care for a sandwich? We have toad liver pâté, boiled eye of newt on rye, and Morticia's special hemlock hummus. This surreal offer of potentially poisonous refreshments in the middle of what had been building toward a magical battle between Britain's most powerful wizards seemed to be the final straw for Voldemort's carefully maintained Dark Lord persona. This is absurd, he declared, a note of genuine bewilderment breaking through his cold facade. You stand in the presence of Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard of the age, and you offer sandwiches. Well, magical confrontations can be hungry work, Grandmama replied reasonably. And the hemlock hummus is Morticia's specialty. It won first prize at the Addams family reunion last year, quite an achievement, considering cousin Itt's notorious stranglekelp spread has dominated for decades. Morticia accepted this praise with a modest nod. The secret is in the fermentation process. 3 weeks under a full moon, stirred counterclockwise with a hanged man's femur. Cara mia, Gomez murmured adoringly, you know what your recipe discussions do to me. Later, mon cher, she promised, patting his hand gently. Throughout this domestic exchange, Voldemort's expression had progressed from confusion to outrage to a strange, almost dazed acceptance that the situation had spiraled completely beyond his control. The carefully orchestrated demonstration of his new magical knowledge, meant to intimidate both Dumbledore and the Addams which, had somehow devolved into an impromptu family picnic. More concerning to him, however, was the internal turmoil caused by the reintegration of Nagini's Horcrux. The fragment, changed by its time with the Addams family, was introducing alien concepts and emotions into his consciousness, feelings of belonging, of being valued for more than utility, of connection without domination. These unfamiliar perspectives clashed violently with his established worldview, creating a cognitive dissonance that made it difficult to focus on the external chaos unfolding around him. Dumbledore, ever perceptive, noticed this internal struggle. Tom, he said quietly, perhaps it would be wise to withdraw and process these new developments. Soul magic of this nature is unpredictable, especially when forced. For once, Voldemort found himself in reluctant agreement with his old adversary. With visible effort, he reasserted control over his fractured composure. We will continue this discussion another time, he announced to the Addams family, striving for his usual imperious tone but achieving something closer to polite uncertainty. When circumstances are more appropriate. Of course, dear, Grandmama agreed amiably. Soul reintegration can be disorienting. Take some time to process the new perspectives. We'll be here for a few more days if you have questions about the experience. Voldemort stared at her, clearly unsure whether to be insulted by her casual dismissal of his retreat or grateful for the excuse to escape the increasingly bizarre situation. With a final nod that managed to be both threatening and confused, he gestured to his Death Eaters. In a swirl of black smoke, they disappeared, the misty barrier around the clearing dissipating with their departure. As the normal sounds and light of the Forbidden Forest returned, Dumbledore turned to the assembled Addams family with a mixture of wariness and fascination. In all my years as headmaster, he remarked, I have never witnessed a potential magical battle diffused by the offer of hemlock hummus sandwiches. Food brings people together, Grandmama stated confidently. Even Dark Lords need to eat. Though I suspect it wasn't our refreshments that drove him away, but the internal conflict from that soul reintegration. You believe the fragment he reclaimed has genuinely changed during its time with your family? Dumbledore asked, his academic curiosity evident despite the recent tension. Without question, Wednesday confirmed in her flat voice. The piece of soul in Nagini experienced being part of our family, being accepted rather than used. Those experiences have now rejoined Voldemort's main consciousness, creating cognitive dissonance with his established worldview. A most unexpected development, Dumbledore mused. And potentially significant for the conflict ahead. Speaking of which, the grizzled Order member with the magical eye interrupted, would someone mind explaining who these people are and why we're having a picnic instead of fighting Death Eaters? Ah, "Forgive me, Alastair," Dumbledore replied. "May I present the Addams family, interdimensional visitors whose unique approach to magic has complicated Voldemort's plans in ways I'm still processing." "Interdimensional," another Order member echoed faintly. "From a parallel magical reality," Dumbledore clarified. "Where, it seems, the boundaries between life and death, light and dark, are viewed quite differently than in our world. Dimensional barriers are mostly psychological constructs anyway," Gomez declared cheerfully. "Reality is far more permeable than most people realize." "Right, Morticia?" "Indeed, darling," she agreed serenely. "We Addamses have always found that limitations exist primarily in the mind. The universe is much more accommodating when approached with the proper attitude." The Order members exchanged bewildered glances at this casual dismissal of fundamental magical boundaries. "Perhaps," Dumbledore suggested diplomatically, "we should continue this fascinating discussion somewhere more comfortable than the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I believe tea in the Great Hall would be appropriate, now that the immediate crisis appears to have passed." "Splendid idea," Gomez agreed enthusiastically. "I've always wanted to visit a proper magical school. Does yours have dungeons? Torture chambers? An elective course in recreational poisoning?" "Our curriculum is somewhat more conventional," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye, "though our potions classroom in the dungeons might satisfy some of your architectural expectations." As the unusual procession made its way back toward the castle, the Addams family chatting animatedly among themselves and with increasingly fascinated Order members, Grandmama fell into step beside Dumbledore. "You realize, of course," she said quietly, "that this changes everything for your Dark Lord problem." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed thoughtfully. "Though exactly how remains to be seen. Voldemort has always been remarkably resilient to transformative experiences." "True," Grandmama nodded. "But he's never experienced anything quite like this. Soul reintegration with a fragment that developed different values and perspectives, it's unprecedented in your world's magical history, I'd wager." "And in yours?" Dumbledore asked curiously. "Oh, we've seen similar cases," Grandmama replied with a dismissive wave. "Great-Uncle Wretch tried soul fragmentation back in 1647, all the rage in dark magic circles that decade. Made a terrible mess of the reintegration. Spent the next century arguing with himself out loud before finally reaching an internal compromise." "And what was the nature of this compromise?" Dumbledore inquired, his academic interest clearly piqued. Grandmama chuckled. "The fragments agreed to take turns controlling the body on alternating days. Tuesdays and Thursdays were particularly interesting. That fragment had developed quite a passion for interpretive dance during its time in a haunted music box." Dumbledore's beard twitched with suppressed amusement. "A solution I somehow doubt Voldemort would find acceptable." "Perhaps not immediately," Grandmama agreed. "But the seed has been planted. The fragment experienced something his main consciousness never has, genuine acceptance without expectation of utility. That perspective is now part of him, however much he might fight against it. A most unexpected weapon in our ongoing conflict," Dumbledore observed thoughtfully. "Not a weapon," Grandmama corrected gently. "An opportunity. For him as much as for you." With this philosophical distinction hanging between them, they continued toward the castle, where the rest of the Addams family was already enthusiastically exploring the Gothic architecture and occasionally alarming passing students with their appearance and casual comments about various torture devices they found lacking in the educational environment. In the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort sat alone, his serpentine features locked in an expression of intense concentration. The Death Eaters had been dismissed upon their return, sent away with curt instructions not to disturb him under any circumstances. The reintegration of the Horcrux from Nagini had affected him more profoundly than he had anticipated. It wasn't merely the return of a soul fragment, that he had experienced before when destroying the Diary Horcrux. This was different, unsettling in ways he struggled to articulate even to himself. The fragment carried memories, impressions, emotions that were simultaneously his and not his. Experiences the snake had accumulated during its time with the Addams family, being treated not as a weapon or tool, but as a valued living being. The fragment had absorbed these experiences, integrating them into its fractured perspective of existence. And now those alien viewpoints were part of him again, creating internal conflicts that threatened the cold certainty that had defined his existence for decades. Ridiculous, he murmured to the empty room, his high, cold voice lacking its usual conviction. Sentimental weakness, nothing more. The fragment was contaminated by proximity to their strange magic. Yet even as he dismissed these new perspectives, they persisted, memories of Wednesday Addams speaking to Nagini in Parseltongue, not commanding but conversing. Of being included in family activities rather than kept in fearful isolation. Of a fundamentally different relationship with darkness than the one he had cultivated throughout his magical career. Most disturbing were the echoes of Grandmama Addams's words, now reinforced by the fragment's experiences, "You fear darkness more than anyone I've met." "I fear nothing," he insisted aloud, rising to pace the ornate room. "I am Lord Voldemort. I have gone further along the path of magical mastery than any wizard before me." But the fragment's memories suggested another interpretation, not that he had mastered darkness, but that he had run from it. Split his soul not from strength but from fear. Sought control rather than harmony with the forces he claimed to command. A soft knock at the door interrupted his troubled thoughts. "Enter," he called sharply, irritated by the disturbance despite the welcome distraction from his internal turmoil. Severus Snape glided into the room, his dark eyes carefully neutral as he bowed. "Forgive the intrusion, my lord. You requested immediate information regarding any unusual activities at Hogwarts following our departure." Voldemort gestured impatiently for him to continue, not trusting himself to maintain his usual cold demeanor through extended conversation. "The Addams family appears to be staying at the castle as Dumbledore's guests," Snape reported. "They have been touring the grounds, expressing particular interest in the dungeons and the more Gothic architectural elements." "And their interactions with the student body?" Voldemort asked, finding himself inexplicably curious about how the strange family was being received. "Mixed reactions," Snape replied with a slight curl of his lip. "Some students are terrified, others fascinated. The Addams children have apparently been conducting informal seminars on interdimensional magical theory with some of the older students. Ravenclaw House in particular has been most receptive." "Seminars?" Voldemort echoed, momentarily distracted from his internal conflict by this unexpected educational development. "On interdimensional magic? At Hogwarts?" "Indeed," Snape confirmed, a note of reluctant admiration entering his usually disdainful tone. "The girl, Wednesday, appears to possess a comprehensive understanding of dimensional theory that exceeds anything in our library's restricted section. The boy has been demonstrating unusual devices that incorporate principles unknown to our magical researchers." Voldemort absorbed this information with mixed emotions. Part of him, the traditional Dark Lord part, was outraged that potential magical advantages were being freely shared with students who would likely align with Dumbledore's forces. Another part, perhaps influenced by the reintegrated fragment, found itself curious about what was being taught, even envious of the students receiving such rare knowledge. "And Dumbledore permits this?" he asked finally. "Not only permits but encourages it," Snape replied. "He appears to have developed a particular rapport with the grandmother. They have been observed in lengthy discussions about the nature of death and its relationship to magical theory." This, more than anything, disturbed Voldemort. The thought of Dumbledore potentially gaining insights into death magic from Grandmama Addams, whose casual approach to immortality had already challenged his own hard-won achievements in that area, was deeply unsettling. "Continue monitoring the situation," he instructed, turning away to hide the conflict he feared might be visible on his face. "I wish to know everything these interdimensional visitors share with Hogwarts." "As you wish, my lord." Snape bowed again and moved to leave, but paused at the door. "There is one more thing." "Yes?" Voldemort prompted when Snape hesitated uncharacteristically. "The Addams matriarch, Grandmama, as they call her, asked me to deliver a message when I inevitably reported to you." Snape's tone suggested he found this presumption both accurate and mildly offensive. "And what was this message?" Voldemort asked, curiosity overcoming his desire to appear disinterested. She said, and I quote, "Tell him the invitation remains open. Family magic works best when shared, and he has shown promise as a student, despite his unconventional approach to soul maintenance." Snape delivered this message with careful neutrality, though his eyes watched for reaction. Voldemort stood perfectly still, the words echoing in his mind alongside the fragment's memories of being included in Addams' family activities. The casual presumption that he might accept such an invitation should have infuriated him. Instead, he found himself experiencing an unfamiliar emotion that took several moments to identify: longing. Disturbed by this realization, he dismissed Snape with a curt nod. When the door closed behind the spy, Voldemort returned to his seat, his thoughts more turbulent than before. The fragment from Nagini had introduced a perspective he had never considered, that darkness could be embraced rather than conquered, experienced as community rather than isolated mastery. That death itself might be approached as a relationship rather than an enemy to be defeated through fragmentation and Horcruxes. "Sentimental nonsense," he muttered, but with less conviction than before. Yet the memories persisted: Wednesday's gentle handling of Nagini, Grandmama's matter-of-fact acceptance of death as a natural transition, the entire family's comfortable relationship with aspects of existence he had spent decades fighting against. Most troubling was the small voice. Was it the reintegrated fragment, or something deeper within himself, that whispered a terrible question: what if there was another way? What if everything he had sacrificed, all the damage he had done to his soul and sanity in the name of conquering death, had been unnecessary? He pushed the thought away, focusing instead on practical matters. The Addams family clearly possessed magical knowledge unknown in his world. Knowledge that could be valuable, perhaps even transformative, if properly understood and applied. If Dumbledore was allowing them to teach Hogwarts students, he could not afford to reject their insights out of pride or ideological rigidity. Knowledge was power, regardless of its source. With this pragmatic justification, he made a decision that would have been unthinkable mere days ago. He would accept Grandmama Addams's invitation, not as a convert to their bizarre family philosophy, but as a strategic gatherer of useful magical theory. And if, in the process, he gained insight into their apparent mastery of death without soul fragmentation, well, that would be a secondary benefit. Purely practical. Nothing to do with the strange emptiness he sometimes felt, or the fragment's memories of belonging that now haunted his consciousness. Nothing at all. The great hall of Hogwarts had been transformed for the evening. The 4 long house tables remained, but the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Candles floating near the ceiling had been replaced with what appeared to be miniature thunderclouds, occasionally emitting small lightning bolts that cast dramatic shadows across the enchanted night sky above. The Addams family had been in residence for 3 days, and their influence on the castle was becoming increasingly evident. Gothic elements that had always been present in the ancient school's architecture seemed more pronounced, as if the stone itself were responding to their presence. Suits of armor moved with more personality, ghosts appeared more solid, and even the staircases seemed to shift with greater dramatic flair. At the Ravenclaw table, Wednesday Addams sat surrounded by senior students, explaining interdimensional magical theory with her characteristic flat effect while demonstrating principles using what appeared to be a miniature guillotine that sliced not through physical objects but through the space between them. The dimensional barrier isn't actually a barrier, she was explaining to the fascinated students. It's a perceptual filter. Reality is continuous across all dimensional planes, we simply perceive discontinuity because our consciousness is attuned to specific frequency ranges. But how do you attune to different frequencies? Asked a particularly brave 7th-year girl. Family tradition, Wednesday replied matter-of-factly. Though your magical community could develop similar techniques through proper application of your existing transportation magic. Your apparition is basically localized dimensional folding without the perceptual shift component. At the Gryffindor table, Pugsley was demonstrating less theoretical and more practical applications to an enthusiastic audience that included Fred and George Weasley, whose expression suggested they had found their spiritual mentor. The key to a good dimensional pocket explosion, Pugsley was explaining, is creating the containment field first, then adding the reactives. That way, the boom happens in a partially adjacent dimension, creating the effect without actually damaging local physical structures. Brilliant, breathed Fred Weasley. We've been trying to develop products with maximum impact and minimal permanent damage, but we never considered using dimensional pockets as containment fields, George finished, scribbling notes furiously. At the staff table, Morticia and Gomez chatted amiably with Professor McGonagall, whose initial stiffness had gradually given way to reluctant fascination with the unusual couple. Your transfiguration principles are really quite impressive, Morticia was saying, though I find your approach somewhat unnecessarily complicated. In our dimension, we simply ask the object if it would mind becoming something else temporarily. Ask, the object? McGonagall repeated faintly. Of course, Morticia nodded serenely. Everything has consciousness at some level, Professor. Transformation is much more cooperative when approached as a relationship rather than an imposition of will. Exactly what I've always said. Gomez exclaimed, pulling out a cigar and lighting it with a snap of his fingers. Remember Great Uncle Fowl's disastrous attempt to transfigure the family hearse without asking permission? Turned into a hippopotamus for approximately 3 minutes before reverting, with Uncle Fowl still inside. How, unfortunate, McGonagall managed, looking both disturbed and intrigued by this anecdote. At the center of the staff table, Dumbledore and Grandmama were engaged in a quiet but intense discussion, their heads bent close together over what appeared to be ancient scrolls and diagrams. The soul's relationship with dimensional boundaries is the key element your magical theory has overlooked, Grandmama was explaining. Death isn't an ending but a transition between dimensional states. With proper preparation, the consciousness can maintain continuity through this transition. Without Horcruxes or other fragmentary approaches, Dumbledore mused, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. A perspective that could fundamentally transform our understanding of both dark magic and death itself. Precisely, Grandmama agreed. Your society's categorical division between dark and light magic has created artificial limitations in your theoretical framework. The Addams approach integrates all aspects of existence into a cohesive whole. Their scholarly discussion was interrupted by a sudden commotion at the entrance to the Great Hall. The massive doors swung open dramatically, revealing a tall, pale figure in flowing black robes. Lord Voldemort stood in the doorway, alone and apparently unarmed, his red eyes scanning the hall until they fixed on the Addams family scattered among the tables. A wave of panic swept through the student body. Several younger children screamed, while older students reached for wands. The teachers rose as one, Dumbledore among them, magic crackling in the air as they prepared to defend their charges. How unexpected, Grandmama remarked cheerfully, remaining seated as chaos erupted around her. Our student has decided to attend class after all. Tom, Dumbledore's voice carried across the hall, powerful and commanding. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Voldemort made no aggressive move. Instead, he simply stood in the doorway, his expression uncharacteristically uncertain. I have not come to fight, Dumbledore, he replied, his high, cold voice carrying clearly despite its soft volume. I have come to accept an invitation. Confusion replaced fear on many faces, students and staff alike looking between Dumbledore and Voldemort with bewilderment. What invitation? Dumbledore asked warily, his wand still raised. Not yours, Voldemort clarified, his gaze moving to Grandmama. Hers. All eyes turned to Grandmama Addams, who smiled broadly as if a favorite relative had arrived for dinner. Well, well, she said, rising from her seat with remarkable calm given the tension filling the hall. How delightful. I was beginning to think you'd decided to continue your independent studies. Independent study has its limitations, Voldemort replied, and those who knew him best might have detected a note of reluctant admission in his voice. particularly in fields without established literature or precedent. Mother? Morticia questioned, gliding over to stand beside Grandmama. Did you invite Lord Voldemort to Hogwarts without mentioning it to our hosts? Not specifically to Hogwarts, dear, Grandmama clarified. I simply extended an educational invitation. The location was left open. Dumbledore, who had not lowered his wand, looked between Grandmama and Voldemort with growing understanding. This is about the soul fragment, he deduced. The reintegration has affected you more significantly than you anticipated. Voldemort's lipless mouth tightened, but he did not deny the assessment. The fragments, experiences, have introduced perspectives I find it necessary to explore further. He's arguing with himself, Wednesday observed, having silently approached with Pugsley. The reintegrated fragment is challenging his established worldview. Cognitive dissonance on a soul level. Fascinating, Pugsley commented, studying Voldemort with open curiosity. Like when Great Uncle Wretch tried to reintegrate his fragments after they'd spent decades in different environments. Did his head explode? Asked one of the Weasley twins with poorly concealed hope. No, but his fashion sense became rather erratic, Pugsley replied. Depending on which fragment was dominant that day, he'd dress as anything from a Victorian undertaker to a Parisian can-can dancer. This mental image, applied to the severe figure of Lord Voldemort, caused several students to make strangled noises of suppressed laughter despite their fear. If I may, Dumbledore intervened, his voice grave despite the absurdity unfolding in his school. I cannot allow Lord Voldemort free access to Hogwarts, regardless of his current, educational interests. Understandable, Grandmama acknowledged. Though if I might suggest a compromise? A neutral location for our instructional session, with appropriate safeguards for all concerned. You cannot seriously be considering negotiating with him, McGonagall protested. After everything he's done, education should be available to all who genuinely seek it, Grandmama replied simply. Even those with problematic previous academic records. Throughout this exchange, Voldemort had remained in the doorway, making no attempt to enter further into the hall despite the clear opportunity. This uncharacteristic restraint, more than anything, suggested the profound impact the soul reintegration had had on his usual behavior patterns. I propose, he said finally, the stone circle where we first met. Neutral ground, away from both Hogwarts and my own strongholds. Tonight, under the waning moon. Grandmama considered this, then nodded. Acceptable. Though I must insist on family participation, educational philosophy is best demonstrated through practical example. The entire family? Voldemort questioned, his red eyes moving from Morticia to Gomez to Fester, who waved cheerfully from where he was attempting to electrocute himself with the magical ceiling's miniature lightning bolts. Of course, Grandmama confirmed. Family magic is, after all, the heart of what you're struggling to understand. After a moment's consideration, Voldemort nodded. Very well. The family. But no outside interference. His gaze moved pointedly to Dumbledore. I'm afraid I must insist on attending as well, Dumbledore replied firmly. As a pedagogical observer, if nothing else. The standoff stretched for several tense moments before Voldemort inclined his head slightly. As you wish. One observer. Unarmed. I believe my wand will remain with me, Dumbledore countered pleasantly, just as I expect you will retain yours. Mutual caution, Tom. A principle I believe you understand well. Another tense silence, then another slight nod. Midnight, Voldemort confirmed before turning to leave, his black robes swirling dramatically around him. As the doors closed behind him, the great hall erupted into frantic discussion. Students and teachers alike bombarded the Addams family with questions, warnings, and expressions of disbelief. Dumbledore raised his hands for silence, which gradually fell across the hall. I believe, he said with remarkable calm given the circumstances, that we have just witnessed something unprecedented in magical history. Voldemort asking for education instead of demanding power. McGonagall suggested, her voice faint with disbelief. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, his blue eyes thoughtful behind his half-moon spectacles. A development I would have considered impossible mere days ago. He turned to Grandmama with new respect. Your family's influence has accomplished in days what I failed to achieve in decades, creating doubt in Tom Riddle's absolute certainty about his chosen path. Different approaches for different problems, Grandmama replied modestly. Your opposition gave him something to define himself against. Our perspective offered an alternative he hadn't considered. And this, educational session tonight, Dumbledore continued carefully. What exactly do you intend to teach him? Grandmama's eyes twinkled with mischief remarkably similar to Dumbledore's own. Why, family magic, of course. The very thing he's been missing his entire life. The ancient stone circle stood silent under the waning moon, the megalithic stones casting long shadows across the grass. Unlike previous gatherings at this site, no magical barriers or protective enchantments surrounded the area, a neutral ground, as agreed, with no advantages to either party. The Addams family arrived first, materializing through one of Grandmama's dimensional portals rather than using conventional magical transportation. They emerged in perfect formation, arranging themselves in a semicircle within the stones. Grandmama stood at the center, flanked by Morticia and Gomez. Wednesday and Pugsley positioned themselves slightly forward, with Uncle Fester, Lurch, and Thing completing the family grouping. Even Cousin ITT had joined them for the occasion, his long hair swaying gently in the night breeze. Perfect setting, Gomez approved, looking around at the ancient stones. Reminds me of our family's ritual circle back home, though these stones could use a good haunting to liven them up. They have their own energy, Morticia observed, running a pale hand along the nearest monolith. Ancient, patient. They've seen many magical workings over the centuries. And they're about to see something entirely new, Grandmama added with satisfaction. A Dark Lord's education in family magic. Dumbledore arrived next, appearing with a soft pop of apparition at the edge of the circle. He nodded respectfully to the Addams family before taking a position slightly apart, making his role as observer rather than participant clear. A historic occasion, he remarked quietly to Grandmama. Though I confess, I remain uncertain about its potential outcomes. The best educational experiences often have uncertain outcomes, Grandmama replied cheerfully. That's what makes them growth opportunities rather than mere information transfer. Before Dumbledore could respond, the air at the opposite side of the circle distorted and darkened. Lord Voldemort appeared, not with the dramatic swirl of black smoke his Death Eaters typically employed, but with a subtle rippling effect that suggested he had adapted some of the dimensional transit principles he had observed from the Addams family. He arrived alone, without his usual entourage of followers, another departure from his typical approach that highlighted the profound impact of recent events on his behavior. You came unaccompanied, Grandmama observed. An interesting choice for one who typically surrounds himself with servants. This matter is personal, Voldemort replied after a moment's hesitation. My followers would not understand its significance. And do you? Wednesday asked in her monotone voice. Understand its significance? Voldemort's red eyes fixed on the pigtailed girl with an unreadable expression. Not entirely, he admitted with surprising candor. The fragment's integration has created conflicts. Perspectives that challenge long-established certainties. The beginning of wisdom, Morticia observed serenely. Questioning one's certainties is the first step toward genuine understanding. I did not come for philosophical platitudes, Voldemort said, a flash of his usual coldness returning. I came for practical knowledge. The fragment suggests your family possesses approaches to immortality and power that do not require soul fragmentation. I wish to understand these alternatives. Direct and to the point, Gomez approved. I like that. No beating around the tombstone, straight to the heart of the matter. Very well, Grandmama agreed, stepping forward to the center of the circle. But first, a demonstration of what family magic actually entails. Form a circle, everyone. The Addams family moved with practiced ease, creating a perfect circle with Grandmama at its center. They left a small gap, which Grandmama gestured toward invitingly. "Your place," she informed Voldemort. "For this demonstration to work, you must participate rather than merely observe." Voldemort hesitated visibly, centuries of magical caution warring with his desire for the knowledge being offered. Finally, he stepped forward and took his place in the circle, completing the formation. "Excellent," Grandmama approved. "Now, the first principle of family magic: power flows between members, not from them. Unlike your typical magical approach, where each wizard channels power individually, family magic creates a circuit, amplifying what each person contributes." She gestured, and the Addams family members joined hands, leaving their palms extended toward Voldemort on either side of the gap where he stood. After another moment's hesitation, he reluctantly placed his pale, long-fingered hands in theirs, Morticia on his left, Wednesday on his right. The effect was immediate and visibly shocking to him. Magic surged through the circle, not drawn from individual cores but flowing between them like water finding its level. Where conventional magical collaboration merely added individual contributions, this connection multiplied them exponentially, creating resonances and harmonics impossible for solitary practitioners. "You feel it?" Grandmama asked, watching Voldemort's startled expression. "The difference between isolated power and shared power? It's significant," he acknowledged, struggling to maintain his composure as magic unlike anything he had experienced flowed through and around him. "Though I fail to see how this relates to immortality or darkness." "Patience, dear," Morticia advised gently. "Understanding family magic requires experiencing it first, analyzing it second." Grandmama nodded agreement. "The second principle, darkness embraced, becomes pathway rather than obstacle. Watch closely." Without releasing hands, the Addams family began a soft chant, not in Latin or any conventional magical language, but something older, more primal. The very shadows cast by the stones seemed to respond, deepening and shifting until they no longer merely reflected the stone's shapes but took on forms of their own. These shadow forms rose from the ground, three-dimensional and semi-substantial, moving in patterns that mirrored the family's chant. They weren't threatening or malevolent, simply darkness given form and purpose through relationship rather than command. "You see?" Grandmama asked as the shadow forms danced around and through the circle. "Darkness isn't something to be conquered or controlled. It's a partner in the magical dance, responding to relationship rather than dominance." "The shadows obey without being commanded," Voldemort observed, watching as a particularly large shadow form passed harmlessly through his body, leaving a sensation like cool silk against his skin. "Not obedience," Wednesday corrected in her flat voice. "Cooperation. They aren't serving us. They're dancing with us." The distinction seems semantic rather than practical, Voldemort argued, though without his usual dismissive tone. "Only to those who have never experienced the difference," Gomez replied cheerfully. "Try it yourself. Don't command the shadows, invite them." Looking skeptical but curious, Voldemort focused on the nearest shadow form. Instead of using his will to bend it to his purpose, as he would with conventional dark magic, he attempted to project an inviting sentiment toward it, a request rather than an order. To his visible surprise, the shadow responded immediately, swirling around him with greater definition and purpose than the others, as if pleased by the acknowledgement of its autonomy. "Well done." Grandmama approved. "You're a natural once you get past that unfortunate domination habit." The circle maintained its connection as Grandmama continued the lesson, demonstrating how family magic approached various aspects of darkness differently than conventional wizardry. Instead of binding or constraining dark forces, the Addams method established relationships with them, partnerships that granted greater access to their power precisely because it wasn't taken by force. Throughout these demonstrations, Dumbledore observed from his position outside the circle, his blue eyes thoughtful behind his half-moon spectacles. He made no attempt to interfere or comment, but his expression suggested he was witnessing something that challenged many of his own long-held magical assumptions. After nearly an hour of increasingly complex demonstrations, Grandmama finally addressed the question Voldemort had been most interested in. Now, regarding immortality, she said, as the shadow forms returned to their natural state. The Addams approach differs fundamentally from your Horcrux method. We don't avoid death, we establish a working relationship with it. A relationship with death itself? Voldemort repeated skeptically. You speak as if death were an entity rather than a process. In a sense, it is both, Morticia explained in her melodious voice. Death as a transition can be negotiated with when properly understood. Not avoided, but transformed into a different kind of existence. Great Uncle Fiendish has been technically dead for 3 centuries, Pugsley added helpfully. Still comes to family dinners, though he can only eat food that's been properly buried for at least a week first. The key difference, Grandmama continued, is that our method preserves the soul's integrity rather than fragmenting it. A whole soul can negotiate its continued existence precisely because it remains complete enough to maintain its identity through the transition. By splitting your soul, Wednesday observed flatly, you've actually made your eventual permanent death more likely, not less. Each fragment diminishes your ability to maintain a coherent whole through the death transition. This statement visibly disturbed Voldemort, whose red eyes flickered with something that might have been alarm. You suggest my method is not only inefficient but counterproductive. Precisely, Grandmama confirmed. The universe has a way of balancing accounts. By trying to cheat death through fragmentation, you've actually ensured that when death eventually claims you, as it must, even with Horcruxes, your fragmented soul will be unable to maintain coherence through the transition. Resulting in the very oblivion you fear most, Morticia added gently. Rather than the continued existence our family achieves through harmony with the death process. This revelation struck Voldemort like a physical blow. He actually staggered slightly, the magical circuit of the circle fluctuating with his emotional disturbance. That cannot be correct, he insisted, though his voice lacked its usual confident certainty. I have researched soul magic more thoroughly than any wizard in history. Within the limits of your world's magical framework, Grandmama qualified. But your entire magical society operates under certain assumptions about the nature of death and darkness, assumptions our family history proves are flawed. The magical circle pulsed with energy as Voldemort processed this claim, the shadow forms around them responding to his emotional turmoil by swirling more rapidly. You claim your method allows continued existence after death, he said finally. What evidence can you provide for this assertion? In response, Grandmama released her place in the circle and made a complex gesture toward the largest of the standing stones. The air before it shimmered and parted, creating what appeared to be a window into somewhere else, not another physical location, but a plane of existence adjacent to their own. Through this window appeared the translucent form of an elderly man with a remarkable resemblance to Gomez, dressed in clothing from several centuries past. Great Uncle Fiendish! Gomez exclaimed delightedly. How splendid to see you! Just in time to help with our educational demonstration. Educational demonstration, the apparition repeated, his voice carrying a hollow quality while remaining perfectly understandable. Is that what we're calling family intervention these days? Intervention seems like such a judgmental term, Uncle Fiendish, Morticia demurred. We prefer to think of it as expanding magical perspectives. The spirit's attention turned to Voldemort, who was staring at the apparition with unconcealed fascination. Unlike the ghosts of Hogwarts, this entity appeared fully self-possessed, without the tragic quality that characterized those trapped between worlds. So this is the soul splitter, Great Uncle Fiendish observed, floating closer to examine Voldemort. Messy work, my boy, messy work. I experimented with soul division briefly during the 30 Years' War, all the rage in magical circles back then. Dreadfully inefficient compared to proper death negotiation. You speak as if fully conscious, Voldemort observed, his usual imperious manner temporarily forgotten in the face of this unprecedented encounter. Not merely an echo or imprint like conventional ghosts. Of course I'm conscious, Great Uncle Fiendish replied, sounding offended. Dead, certainly, but that's hardly the impediment your magical society seems to think it is. More of a career change than an ending, really. What exactly did you negotiate? Voldemort asked, unable to contain his curiosity despite the vulnerability such direct questioning revealed. Terms of transition, primarily, the spirit explained, warming to his topic. Duration of post-physical consciousness, visitation rights to the material plane, manifestation capabilities, the usual contractual points. Got an excellent deal, if I do say so myself. Death was going through a particularly accommodating phase that century. Voldemort looked between the spirit and the Addams family, searching for signs of deception or illusion. Finding none, he addressed Great-Uncle Fiendish directly. And this negotiation required no soul fragmentation. No anchors in the physical world. Quite the opposite, the spirit replied emphatically. Soul integrity is the primary bargaining chip in such negotiations. The more complete your soul, the stronger your position. By fragmenting yours, you've essentially squandered your negotiating assets before even reaching the bargaining table. This confirmation from an independent source seemed to affect Voldemort more deeply than the Addams family's assertions. His red eyes fixed on the spirit with an intensity that might have been unsettling to anyone less accustomed to dealing with the disturbed dead. It can be reversed, he asked finally. The fragmentation? A moment of profound silence followed this question. Dumbledore, from his observation position, leaned forward slightly, his expression revealing just how significant this inquiry was. Reversal is possible, Grandmama confirmed cautiously, though not without cost. Reintegration requires genuine remorse for the acts that created each Horcrux, a soul-deep acknowledgement of the damage done. Remorse, Voldemort repeated, the word sounding foreign on his tongue. Not merely intellectual recognition, Morticia clarified gently. But emotional reconciliation with the harm caused. The soul must heal itself through acknowledgement and acceptance of responsibility. Voldemort's expression closed, his momentary vulnerability replaced by something colder. A convenient requirement. Emotional atonement as prerequisite for magical restoration. Not convenient, Wednesday corrected in her flat voice. Necessary. Soul magic responds to truth, not pretense. You cannot trick it into reintegration without genuine remorse any more than you could create a Horcrux without genuine murder. This comparison, linking the dark magic he had mastered with the restoration being proposed, seemed to reach him on a level mere argument could not. His expression shifted again, calculation replacing dismissal. And if such, remorse, were genuinely felt, he asked carefully, what would the process entail? Pain, Grandmama answered honestly. Significant pain as the fragmented pieces reconcile their separate experiences. The longer the separation, the more divergent the fragments become, and the more difficult the reintegration. You've already experienced a taste of this with Nagini's fragment, Wednesday observed. The conflicting perspectives, the cognitive dissonance. Multiply that by 5 for your remaining Horcruxes. 6, Dumbledore corrected quietly from his observation position. There are 6 remaining fragments outside his body, by my calculation. This revelation caused a ripple of surprise through the Addams family, who turned to look at Voldemort with new assessment in their eyes. 7 fragments total? Grandmama asked, genuine concern in her voice. Including the one in your current form? That's extremely unstable from a numerological perspective. The magical resonance patterns would be chaotic rather than harmonious. 7 is the most magically powerful number, Voldemort defended, though without his usual conviction. For certain types of conventional magic, Morticia acknowledged. But for soul work, harmony and balance are far more important than raw power. The disruption to your fundamental magical essence must be profound. For the first time in their interactions, Voldemort seemed at a loss for response. The confidence with which the Addams family discussed soul magic, not as forbidden knowledge to be feared, but as practical craft to be approached with technical precision, clearly unsettled his long-held assumptions. We're getting ahead of ourselves, Grandmama observed pragmatically. Theoretical discussions of reintegration are premature without first establishing whether genuine remorse is possible. She looked at Voldemort directly. Is it? A tense silence fell over the stone circle. Even the shadow form stilled, as if awaiting his answer. I do not know, Voldemort finally admitted, the word seeming to cost him considerable effort. The fragment from Nagini has introduced disturbances in my emotional stability. Perspectives I find difficult to reconcile with my established worldview. That's actually a promising sign, Great Uncle Fiendish observed from his dimensional window. Cognitive dissonance often precedes significant personal transformation. Happened to me after my third duel with death. Really makes one reconsider one's priorities. The fragment, Voldemort continued, ignoring this commentary, experienced something I never have. A form of belonging without utility. Value without purpose. His lipless mouth twisted slightly. Sentimental weakness, by any rational assessment, yet the experience has proven persistent in the fragment's memory. Not weakness, Gomez corrected cheerfully. Family. The strongest magic there is, my boy. More powerful than any killing curse or soul-splitting trick. You speak of family as if it were a magical force rather than a biological accident, Voldemort observed coolly. In our tradition, it is both and neither, Morticia explained. Family is biological connection transformed through magical intention into something greater than the sum of its parts. The circuit we demonstrated earlier is merely the visible manifestation of bonds that exist on multiple planes simultaneously. And one need not be born into such connections, Grandmama added, watching Voldemort carefully. Family can be chosen, created through mutual recognition and acceptance. This statement hung in the air between them, its implication clear. The Addams family was offering something beyond mere magical instruction, a form of belonging that Voldemort had never experienced or even considered possible. Before he could respond, a disturbance at the edge of the stone circle drew everyone's attention. The air rippled and tore, creating an opening much larger and more dramatic than any of their previous dimensional portals. Through this massive gateway stepped a tall, cadaverous figure draped in robes of deepest black. Its face, partially visible beneath a shadowed hood, was skull-like yet somehow expressive, with eyes that contained not emptiness but infinite depth. Death, Great Uncle Fiendish identified cheerfully from his dimensional window. Right on schedule. Always did have a sense for dramatic timing. The Addams family showed no fear at this arrival, merely polite recognition, as if an expected if somewhat imposing dinner guest had arrived. They inclined their heads respectfully but without subservience. Voldemort, in contrast, went rigid, his red eyes widening with recognition and something that, in anyone else, might have been described as primal terror. Interesting timing, Grandmama observed, addressing the imposing figure directly. We were just discussing soul fragmentation and potential reintegration paths. Death's response came not as spoken words but as concepts that formed directly in the minds of all present, I am aware. The discussion has implications beyond your current understanding. Always so cryptic, Gomez commented good-naturedly. Would it kill you to be straightforward for once? Actually, don't answer that, probably would. Death's attention turned fully to Voldemort, who had not moved or spoken since the entity's arrival. It has been some time, Tom Marvolo Riddle. You have gone to extraordinary lengths to avoid our appointment. I recognize no appointment, Voldemort replied, his voice steadier than might have been expected given the circumstances. I have mastered death, transcended its limitations. A sensation like cold amusement filled the minds of all present. Mastered? No. Delayed, perhaps. Complicated, certainly. But mastery implies understanding, which you have consistently rejected. This is why I suggested relationship over conquest, Grandmama interjected helpfully. Death isn't particularly impressed by avoidance tactics. Rather likes being acknowledged properly, though. Great conversationalist once you get past the intimidating presentation. Death's attention shifted briefly to Grandmama, the Addams perspective remains refreshingly practical across dimensional boundaries. We do try, she replied modestly. Though I must say, your manifestation in this dimension is considerably more dramatic than in ours. The robe is a nice touch, very classic. Voldemort looked between Grandmama and Death with growing bewilderment, his carefully constructed worldview crumbling in the face of their casual interaction. You speak to death as if it were a fundamental aspect of existence to be respected rather than an enemy to be defeated? Morticia suggested helpfully. Precisely the point we've been trying to make about your approach to darkness generally. Death's attention returned to Voldemort. Your soul fragmentation has created significant administrative complications. 7 partial death transitions required instead of 1 complete process. Most inefficient. Administrative complications? Voldemort repeated faintly. Oh yes, Great Uncle Fiendish chimed in from his dimensional window. Death's quite particular about proper paperwork and processes. Absolutely hates irregular transitions. Makes the afterlife filing system a complete mess, apparently. The bureaucratic aspects of death are often overlooked in conventional magical education, Grandmama explained. But proper protocols make all the difference in post-transition accommodations. Before Voldemort could process this bizarrely procedural perspective on mortality, Death addressed him directly again. You stand at a crossroads, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The fragment you have reabsorbed has created an opportunity for reconsideration. I have come to offer terms. Terms? Voldemort repeated, his voice barely audible. Should you choose to reintegrate your soul fragments willingly, with genuine remorse, certain accommodations might be negotiated regarding your eventual transition. Not avoidance, but perhaps dignified arrangement. The implications of this offer hung in the air. Death itself was proposing a compromise, not immortality as Voldemort had sought it, but something perhaps more valuable, a dignified ending on negotiated terms rather than the chaotic, fragmented non-existence toward which his Horcruxes were actually leading him. And if I refuse? Voldemort asked, a shadow of his former defiance returning. Death's response was neither threatening nor emotional, simply factual. Then the current trajectory continues. When your physical form eventually fails, as it must, your fragmented soul will lack the coherence to maintain identity through transition. The result will be as you most fear, oblivion. Not death, but cessation. A terrible waste of potential, Morticia observed softly. Your magical knowledge and experience lost rather than transformed. Not to mention the administrative nightmare of partial soul processing, Pugsley added pragmatically. Death hates redundant paperwork. Voldemort remained silent, the internal conflict visible on his serpentine features. The fragment from Nagini, with its memories of being valued rather than merely used, warred against decades of fear-driven decisions and magical corruption. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, speaking for the first time since Death's arrival, this is a decision that requires reflection rather than immediate response. Death inclined its hooded head slightly, reflection is permitted. The crossroads remains available until the physical form expires. But the longer fragmentation persists, the more difficult reintegration becomes. Like untreated wounds, Grandmama explained. They can heal if properly addressed, but left untended, they fester and become increasingly resistant to treatment. Voldemort looked around the stone circle, at Death's imposing figure, at the Addams family's matter-of-fact acceptance of what should have been terrifying, at Dumbledore's thoughtful observation. For perhaps the first time in his adult life, the certainty that had driven his every action wavered not just momentarily but fundamentally. I require time, he said finally. To consider the implications of what I have learned. This is acceptable, Death confirmed. Consideration is progress from denial. With that pronouncement, the entity stepped backward into the dimensional tear from which it had emerged. The portal closed behind it with considerably less drama than its arrival, leaving the stone circle in momentary silence. Great Uncle Fiendish broke it with characteristic Addams practicality. Well, that went better than expected. Last time Death showed up at a family gathering, Uncle Cleaver ended up challenging it to a chess match that lasted 6 decades. Terribly inconsiderate for those of us waiting to use the board. Voldemort turned to Grandmama, his expression unreadable. You knew this would happen. This was your plan from the beginning, not merely education but intervention. Education is always intervention, she replied without apology. The best teachers don't simply transfer information, they create circumstances where fundamental reassessment becomes possible. You manipulated me, he accused, though without his usual venom. We offered perspective, Wednesday corrected in her flat voice. What you do with it remains your choice. Speaking of choices, Dumbledore interjected carefully, this development raises significant questions about our ongoing conflict. If you are genuinely considering soul reintegration, Lord Voldemort, the implications for your campaign of terror and domination, that discussion is premature, Voldemort cut him off coldly. My consideration of soul magic alternatives does not automatically extend to political concession. Fair enough, Grandmama acknowledged before Dumbledore could respond. One existential crisis at a time. Soul fragment reintegration is quite enough to process without adding political reorganization to the mix. Indeed, Morticia agreed serenely. Personal magical transformation often precedes external policy adjustments. Great Aunt Lavinia spent 70 years as a despotic ruler of her own pocket dimension before her spiritual awakening. The transition to constitutional monarchy took another 30 years after that. Time frames that may not be applicable to our current situation, Dumbledore observed dryly. Perhaps not, Grandmama conceded. But the principle remains valid. Genuine transformation cannot be rushed or forced, particularly when it involves soul-deep reconsideration of long-established patterns. Voldemort, who had been silent during this exchange, finally spoke. The family magic you demonstrated, he said carefully. It requires trust. Vulnerability. Qualities I have systematically eliminated from my magical practice as weaknesses. Yet the most powerful magic you've witnessed tonight came from precisely those qualities you rejected, Gomez pointed out. Quite a conundrum for a practical-minded wizard. Efficiency versus ideology, the eternal magical debate. The circuit we created, Wednesday elaborated, works because each participant voluntarily contributes rather than competes. The moment dominance or control enters the equation, the resonance patterns collapse. Voldemort considered this, his red eyes thoughtful. An entirely different magical paradigm than anything in our world's traditions. Even before the arbitrary light/dark classifications, our magic focused on individual will and power. Different dimensional evolution, Grandmama explained. Your magical society developed along a path that emphasized individual achievement, ours along one that valued collective resonance. Neither inherently superior, but suited to different purposes. And you believe your approach would allow me to achieve what I've sought through Horcruxes, but without soul fragmentation? Voldemort asked directly. Not exactly the same outcome, Grandmama clarified. Not immortality as exemption from death, but immortality as negotiated transition, continued existence and identity beyond physical expiration. On death's terms rather than my own, Voldemort noted, a hint of his old resentment surfacing. On mutually acceptable terms, Morticia corrected gently. A relationship rather than a conquest or a defeat. The difference is rather profound, both magically and philosophically. Voldemort fell silent again, the internal conflict evident in his expression. The fragment from Nagini had introduced a perspective that challenged everything he had built his existence upon, not just practically in terms of immortality strategy, but fundamentally in how he related to magic itself. I will consider what I have learned, he said finally. Both from your demonstrations and from Death's unexpected participation. That's all anyone can ask, Grandmama approved. Consideration with an open mind is the beginning of all true magical advancement. With a nod that might have been interpreted as grudgingly respectful, Voldemort prepared to depart. Before doing so, however, he addressed Dumbledore directly. This development does not mean our conflict is resolved, old man. political differences remain regardless of magical philosophy. Indeed, Dumbledore acknowledged calmly. Though I cannot help but wonder how genuine soul reintegration might affect your perspective on those political differences as well. Rather than responding directly to this observation, Voldemort turned back to the Addams family. Your educational intervention has been informative, if unsettling. I cannot say I am grateful, as the implications disturb much I have worked to achieve. But neither can I dismiss the significance of what you have revealed. That's quite a lot of words to say, thank you, but I'm not happy about it, Pugsley observed cheerfully. But you're welcome anyway. With a final look that somehow combined irritation, reluctant respect, and profound uncertainty, Lord Voldemort disappeared, not with the usual crack of apparition or swirl of smoke, but with a subtle dimensional shift that mimicked the Addams family's own transportation method. He's learning quickly, Morticia observed. Adapting interdimensional principles to his own magical framework. He always was a brilliant student, Dumbledore agreed, a mixture of sadness and hope in his voice. Even at Hogwarts, his magical aptitude was unmatched. Had he chosen a different path? Paths can change direction, Headmaster, Grandmama reminded him. Even after decades of traveling in one direction. The fragment from Nagini has created a fork in his road, a genuine choice where before there seemed only certainty. Will he choose reintegration? Dumbledore asked directly. In your assessment, having observed him more objectively than I perhaps can. Grandmama considered this carefully. The pull of his established patterns is strong, she acknowledged. Fear of death has driven his decisions for so long that changing course requires tremendous psychological adjustment. But the fragment's influence is equally significant, a lived experience of another way of being that cannot simply be dismissed or overcome. So we wait and see, Dumbledore concluded. We wait and see, Grandmama agreed. Though perhaps with a bit more proactive encouragement than mere passive observation. Meaning? Dumbledore prompted. Grandmama's eyes twinkled mischievously. Meaning, Headmaster, that education rarely ends with a single dramatic lesson. The best teachers provide ongoing opportunities for application and reflection. And you intend to continue teaching Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore deduced, his tone suggesting he wasn't entirely comfortable with this prospect. Of course, Grandmama confirmed cheerfully. The most promising students deserve consistent attention, especially when they're at crucial developmental crossroads. Wouldn't you agree, Professor? Dumbledore's beard twitched with what might have been reluctant amusement. I find myself in the unusual position of hoping your pedagogical approach proves more effective than mine has been over the years. Different approaches for different needs, Grandmama replied philosophically. Your opposition gave him something to define himself against. Our acceptance offers him something to define himself with. Both necessary parts of the educational process. As they prepared to leave the stone circle, Great Uncle Fiendish called out from his dimensional window, which had remained open throughout the proceedings, "Do keep me updated on the soul reintegration project. Haven't seen a good redemption arc since Great Aunt Desdemona renounced sacrificial magic in favor of competitive ballroom dancing. Fascinating transition, though the body count remained surprisingly similar." With this characteristically Addams perspective on rehabilitation, the family took their leave of the stone circle, Grandmama creating another dimensional portal to return them to Hogwarts. Dumbledore departed last, pausing to look thoughtfully at the spot where Voldemort had stood. A most unexpected turn in a very long game, he murmured to himself before disappearing with a soft pop of apparition. The ancient stones stood silent once more under the waning moon, witnesses to yet another pivotal magical encounter in their centuries-long history. But unlike previous workings performed in their midst, this one had not sought to control darkness or death, but to understand them, a subtle but profound difference that would continue to resonate through both dimensions in the days and years to come. 3 days later, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the Addams family prepared for their return journey. Their visit had extended longer than initially planned, but the educational opportunities, for both themselves and the Hogwarts community, had proven too valuable to cut short. Students from all houses gathered to bid them farewell, many clutching notes from the impromptu seminars on interdimensional magic that Wednesday and Pugsley had conducted. The Weasley twins in particular looked simultaneously inspired and dangerous, their pockets bulging with prototype devices based on Pugsley's dimensional pocket explosion principles. "You must promise to write," Hermione Granger insisted, shaking Wednesday's hand with surprising enthusiasm given the pigtailed girl's macabre effect. "Your theory on nonlinear temporal mapping across dimensional boundaries contradicts everything in our advanced arithmancy texts." "Contradiction is the beginning of discovery," Wednesday replied in her monotone. "I'll send you the Addams Family Grimoire section on dimensional mathematics. It should thoroughly disturb your understanding of reality." "Brilliant." Hermione beamed, either missing or choosing to ignore the disturbing implications of this offer. Nearby, Pugsley was exchanging what appeared to be explosive recipes with the Weasley twins, while Fester demonstrated to a fascinated group of Ravenclaws how he could channel the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling lightning through his teeth to illuminate a light bulb held in his mouth. "Your children have made quite an impression," McGonagall observed to Morticia, watching these exchanges with a mixture of resignation and reluctant amusement. "They do tend to," Morticia agreed serenely. "Wednesday has always had a gift for disrupting established knowledge systems, and Pugsley has never met an explosion he couldn't improve upon. Hogwarts will be different after their visit," McGonagall noted diplomatically. "Growth often involves disruption," Morticia replied with a graceful shrug. "The most significant educational experiences are rarely comfortable." At the center of the hall, Grandmama and Dumbledore were engaged in a final conversation, their heads bent over what appeared to be ancient scrolls and diagrams. "You'll send word if there are significant developments?" Grandmama asked, indicating a particular section of text that apparently referred to soul magic. "Immediately," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though whether he will pursue reintegration remains uncertain. Tom has spent decades building his identity around the fear and defiance of death. Such fundamental reorientation requires extraordinary impetus. The fragment provides that impetus," Grandmama reminded him. "Its experiences with our family created a reference point he cannot simply dismiss, a lived alternative to his chosen path that now exists within his own consciousness. A most unexpected agent of potential redemption," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I fear his followers may prove problematic should he begin to deviate from the Dark Lord persona they have committed themselves to." "Transitions are rarely smooth," Grandmama agreed. "But that's a bridge to cross when you reach it. First, the internal reconciliation must begin." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a magnificent silver phoenix, a Patronus messenger that flew directly to Dumbledore before dissolving into whispered communication only he could hear. His expression shifted from polite attention to profound surprise. "It seems," he said when the message concluded, "that progress may be occurring more rapidly than anticipated. One of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes has been destroyed, not by external force, but apparently by Voldemort himself." A murmur of surprise ran through those close enough to hear this announcement. "Which one?" Grandmama asked with professional interest. "A locket belonging to Salazar Slytherin," Dumbledore replied, still looking somewhat stunned by the development. "According to my source, Voldemort retrieved it personally from its hiding place and performed some kind of ritual upon it before destroying it completely." "Fascinating," Grandmama observed. "The locket would have been created relatively early in his Horcrux-making process, representing a less fragmented version of his soul than later vessels. A logical starting point for reintegration." "You believe he's genuinely attempting to reverse the process?" Dumbledore asked, hope and skepticism warring in his voice. "One data point doesn't confirm a pattern," Grandmama replied cautiously. "But it suggests the internal conflict we witnessed has continued, and that the fragment from Nagini may be exerting more influence than even I anticipated." Gomez joined them, twirling his mustache excitedly. "Did I hear correctly? Our student is already applying his lessons? Marvelous progress. We should send a congratulatory exploding telegram, always appropriate for soul reintegration milestones." "Perhaps something more subtle would be appropriate," Morticia suggested, gliding over to join the conversation. Soul work is delicate, and Tom seems the private type. We could send Thing with a note, Wednesday proposed, appearing silently at her mother's side. Less dramatic than father's telegram idea, but still personally encouraging. An excellent compromise, Grandmama approved. Supportive without being intrusive. Educational reinforcement at its finest. As the family discussed this follow-up strategy, Dumbledore observed them with a mixture of amusement and wonder. You genuinely see him as a student rather than an enemy, he noted. Despite his history, his actions, the harm he has caused. Categories like student and enemy are unnecessarily limiting, Grandmama explained. In our experience, people are rarely one thing exclusively. Tom is both a brilliant magical practitioner and a deeply damaged soul seeking immortality through fundamentally flawed methods. Addressing the latter doesn't negate the former. A perspective I fear many in our world would find difficult to adopt, Dumbledore observed, particularly those who have suffered directly from his actions. Understanding is not the same as excusing, Morticia clarified gently. One can recognize the origins of harmful behavior without removing responsibility for its consequences. This nuanced perspective seemed to resonate with Dumbledore, whose blue eyes reflected decades of similar philosophical wrestling. Your family's approach to darkness, embracing rather than fighting it, dancing with rather than dominating it, challenges much of what our magical society has built itself upon. All the more reason for cross-dimensional educational exchanges, Grandmama replied cheerfully. Challenging established paradigms is how magic evolves rather than stagnates. With their farewells completed and this unexpected news of Voldemort's first steps toward potential reintegration to ponder, the Addams family gathered in the center of the Great Hall for their departure. Grandmama began the now familiar ritual of dimensional transit, her hands weaving complex patterns in the air as she chanted in that ancient, primal language that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the castle. The air before them rippled and tore, creating a portal that showed the familiar interior of the Addams mansion waiting beyond. Through it, they could see Lurch dusting the stuffed bear in the entrance hall, his movements pausing as he noticed the dimensional opening forming. Remember, Grandmama said to Dumbledore as the family prepared to step through, genuine transformation requires both challenge and support. Tom will need both as he navigates this process, opposition to his harmful actions but encouragement for his steps toward reintegration. A delicate balance, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though one I admit I have not always managed effectively in the past. Second chances are wonderful things, Gomez declared enthusiastically. Our family believes in them profoundly. Great-Uncle Crimp got 17 of them before that unfortunate incident with the guillotine collection finally proved terminal. With final waves to the assembled Hogwarts community and promises of future correspondence regarding both magical theory and Voldemort's progress, the Addams family stepped through the portal, returning to their own dimension. Wednesday was last to enter, pausing to look back at the gathered students and teachers. Remember, she said in her flat voice that somehow carried throughout the hall, what you call dark is merely that which you fear rather than understand. Fear less, understand more. With that cryptic advice, she followed her family into the portal, which sealed itself behind her with a sound like a satisfied sigh. As the dimensional tear closed completely, returning the great hall to its normal state, conversations erupted among the students and staff. The Addams family's visit had lasted less than a week, yet had challenged centuries of magical assumptions and potentially altered the course of the Wizarding War through their unconventional, educational intervention, with its primary antagonist. Dumbledore made his way thoughtfully to his office, where he found a small, gift-wrapped package waiting on his desk. The tag, written in elegant script, read simply, "For continued interdimensional communication. Family is available for consultation as needed." G. Addams, opening it, he found what appeared to be an ordinary hand mirror, though its glass showed not his reflection but swirling darkness that occasionally formed into recognizable shapes before dissolving again. A note tucked into the frame explained its use, a dimensional communication device that would allow periodic conversations across the barriers between their worlds. Most thoughtful, Dumbledore murmured, carefully placing the mirror on a shelf among his silver instruments. And potentially most necessary in the days ahead. In the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort sat alone once more, but his posture was different than days before, less rigid, more contemplative. On the table before him lay the melted, twisted remains of what had once been Salazar Slytherin's locket. The destruction of the Horcrux had not been impulsive but carefully considered, a test of the Addams family's claims about soul reintegration. The process had been excruciating, requiring him to face memories and emotions long suppressed, genuine remorse not merely intellectualized but felt, experienced in all its uncomfortable intensity. The fragment had returned to him, bringing with it echoes of its creation, the murder of a homeless Muggle man whose only crime had been being in the wrong place at the wrong time. A meaningless death that had fractured Tom Riddle's soul for the second time, driving him further from humanity and deeper into isolation. Now that fragment was reintegrated, adding its perspective to the already disruptive influence of Nagini's Horcrux. Two pieces of his soul, restored to the whole after decades of separation. The internal conflict was significant, the cognitive dissonance at times overwhelming. Yet there was also something else, something he had not anticipated, clarity. As if removing the fragmentation had cleared a fog he hadn't realized was clouding his perception. His magic felt different, not weaker as he had feared, but more focused, more responsive. Less like a weapon he wielded and more like a force that flowed through him. On the desk beside the destroyed locket lay a small card that had arrived mysteriously, delivered by what appeared to be a disembodied hand that had scuttled into the manor, deposited the note, and disappeared before the startled Death Eaters could react. The message, written in spidery handwriting, was brief but impactful: progress, not perfection. One step at a time is still movement forward. The family sends encouragement for your educational journey. G. Addams. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might almost have been a smile, sardonic, perhaps, but not entirely cold. Educational journey, he repeated softly. An interesting euphemism for existential crisis. Yet he could not deny the truth in those words. He was moving forward, step by painful step, into territory he had never expected to explore, not conquest of death but potential reconciliation with it. Not domination of darkness but harmony with it. The path ahead remained uncertain. 5 Horcruxes still anchored portions of his soul in fragmented isolation. His followers still expected the Dark Lord who had promised them power and pure-blood supremacy. The wizarding world still feared and opposed him based on decades of terror and violence. But for the first time since a young Tom Riddle had learned of his magical heritage and sworn never to be powerless again, Lord Voldemort found himself considering alternatives, not merely to his immortality strategy, but to his fundamental approach to magic and existence itself. Family magic, he murmured thoughtfully, turning the strange concept over in his mind. Connection rather than isolation. Harmony rather than dominance. Relationship with darkness and death rather than desperate resistance against them. A most unexpected lesson from the most unexpected teachers. With a decisive gesture, he summoned an ornate box from across the room. It flew to his hand, humming with powerful protective enchantments that he dismantled with practiced ease. Within lay another Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem, containing the third fragment of his shattered soul. He regarded it thoughtfully, weighing the pain of reintegration against the promise of restored clarity and magical coherence. The process would not be quick or easy. Each fragment carried its own memories, its own emotional baggage that would need to be acknowledged and reconciled. But for the first time in decades, Lord Voldemort found himself willing to consider that his chosen path might not have been the only one, or even the most effective one, to achieve his goals. That perhaps what he had interpreted as strength had actually been fear, and what he had dismissed as weakness might contain power he had never allowed himself to explore. One step at a time, he quoted from the Addams note, his long fingers closing around the diadem. Movement forward. Outside Malfoy Manor, a storm was gathering, lightning illuminating the darkening sky. But within the drawing room, another kind of storm was brewing, one of transformation rather than destruction, of integration rather than further fragmentation. Lord Voldemort, or perhaps, in moments of increasing clarity, Tom Riddle, faced the difficult path of reconciliation with himself, his magic, and eventually, perhaps, with death itself. Not as conqueror, but as negotiator. Not as master, but as dance partner in the ancient, inevitable transition that awaited all living things. It was not the immortality he had sought. But it might, he was beginning to consider, be the immortality he needed. And all because Grandmama Addams had challenged the Dark Lord to a duel, and he had run for the first time. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.